to call the special meeting, special call meeting of the full board to order. And the posted agenda for this meeting is to consider a resolution related to the student loan program. And agenda item 2 relates to issuing college student loan and refunding bond for the bond student loan program. And we have looked at this numerous times. Arturo and the coordinating board staff has recently determined that it would be necessary to issue up to $215 million in the principal amount of college student loan bonds, which would be issued in one or more series to provide funds for the board to make Henson Hazelwood loans to eligible students during the 2010-2011 academic year. And by doing this, we believe this will also allow us to achieve some cost savings through a current refunding of some of our outstanding bonds. Mr. Tim Datloff of Vincent & Elkins is here today, Mr. Lee Donner from First Southwest, and also Dan Weaver, Assistant Commissioner for Business and Support Services, and they're going to be here to answer questions. And I'm now going to call on Mr. Datloff to explain the bond issue and to walk us through it.
Thank you very much. As Whit said, my name is Tim Datloff. I'm an attorney with Vincent & Elkins, and we represent the board as its bond counsel. This resolution authorizes the issuance of bonds up to $215 million in principal amount. Of that amount, $125 million is authorized to be issued as new money bonds to finance student loans. $125 million is actually your statutory cap on how much in new money bonds you can issue in any state fiscal year. The remainder of this authorization of approximately $90 million may be used to refund current maturities, bonds that are maturing on August 1st, 2010, as well as some callable maturities that are going to be callable for redemption on August the 1st. To be able to call those bonds for redemption, this resolution requires present value savings. Lee might want to talk about that in a moment. Primarily, this resolution also authorizes, or rather approves, the forms of the paying agent agreement, escrow agreement, and the official statement that will be used to market and sell the bonds, and it authorizes the commissioner to make necessary changes to finalize those documents. Essentially, this resolution, with the exception of the plan of finance, is substantially similar to the resolution that this board approved in January of this year, pursuant to which the agency issued about $71 million in principal amount of bonds. One main difference, however, is that in this resolution is the first time you will not be requiring a reserve fund within the interest and sinking fund. If you recall, back in 2007, you obtained a legislative change to the governing statutes for your loan program that eliminated the requirement to maintain a reserve equal to average annual principal and interest requirements. Then in April of this year, this board adopted a resolution that authorized staff to take advantage of that legislative change and get rid of that reserve fund. So now it's no longer required, and this is the first resolution in which there will not be a reserve within the interest and sinking fund.
Are there any questions at all for Tim or Lee or Dan? I mean, Lee, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Might just speak briefly to market conditions. One of the reasons for bringing this to the board at this time, rather than at your traditional January board meeting, is the fact that we have a very favorable market at the moment. We're starting to see a little volatility in the market as the retail investor backs away and the institutional investor becomes the primary driver for this type of product once again. I think there's a significant legitimate concern that the market could begin to move adversely and interest rates move up across the coming year, and no one has a crystal ball insofar as how quickly and how high they will move. So I think the primary driver here is to get the authorization now, which would allow the board to enter the market early in the year if necessary to take advantage of the rates we're looking at right now. Now, that's true for the new money portion only. The refunding portion is going to have to wait. Student loans are private activity bonds and as a result cannot be advance refunded. So the refunding portion could not occur more than 90 days prior to the August 1 maturity date or call date for the bonds that are maturing or subject to call. So the resolution covers both aspects, the new money and the refunding, but I want to make clear that the refunding portion, if pursued, would not be pursued till later in the year. And as Tim said, the driver there will be net present value cost savings. The refunding portion would not be pursued or executed unless in doing so you can demonstrate worthwhile savings with respect to the bonds being refunded.
And remind me, it's been a while since we looked at this, but do we anticipate when we go to market we'll be looking at fixed rate issue?
Yes.
This resolution only authorizes the issuance of fixed rate bonds.
And by the way, one last market point. At current interest rates, there would be significant net present value savings on the callable bonds. Obviously, that could change by the time it's possible for you to do that. So that's something that the analysis will continue to be redone on as the market moves.
Wallace?
I was just curious, do we suffer any rating penalty by elimination of the reserve fund?
That's a good question. Actually, your ability to get rid of the reserve was, your right to do that was contractually reserved in your prior bond resolutions beginning in 1997. To answer your question, kind of twofold. One, your bonds are general obligation bonds of the state of Texas. So they carry the full faith and credit of the state, although they are designed to be self-supporting, to be paid back with the loan repayments from the student loans you originate. But when you reserve the right to get rid of this reserve fund in your bond resolutions, it was conditioned on receiving a rating confirmation from the rating agencies that elimination would not cause a reduction or withdrawal of your ratings. And those rating confirmations were obtained, and that was actually a conditioned precedent in the board's resolution that was adopted earlier this year that authorized its elimination.
Okay, and just so I understand, I tried to go through this. I'm not sure exactly how we do it, but when loans are paid back, they come back into the whatever fund we place them, and then are we allowed to then reloan those funds before paying the debt back?
Actually, the loan dollars first have to go in what we call the interest and sinking fund.
Right.
That's a statutorily required debt service fund. Once that bucket's filled up to pay debt service, then the statutory provisions allow those excess loan repayments to be used to make additional student loans, pay the admin and operating expenses it takes to run the loan program, and any lawful purpose related to the loan program.
And what you see around other universities like borrowers, is that kind of traditional, or is that more aggressive use of funds? Or
well, actually, this is the only loan program approved for the entire state of Texas. There are other, perhaps private lenders or others that can make FELP loans, federal Stafford loans, but this is the only loan program approved by the legislature to make non-federal loans to students.
To answer the question from another perspective, under the original provisions for the INS fund, which it consisted of two parts. The INS fund, the main portion required that it be funded for the entire coming year's debt service in advance on September 1. The reserve fund was an additional component which required carrying an additional amount equal to average annual debt service. compared to most transactions out there in the marketplace, that was inordinately conservative, and having that additional component there was impeding your ability to reuse or recycle proceeds effectively and efficiently. You were having to borrow more money to get the same amount of loans. So the marketplace views this as a positive. The INS fund is still very large and gives adequate protection to ensure liquidity to meet debt service, but now you have a higher efficiency in terms of recycled proceeds. And as Tim said, that was reflected in the fact that both rating agencies confirmed the rating as part of the removal of the reserve portion.
Thank you. Good questions?
I see the interest rate range from 4.75% to 5.5%. What's the interest rate going to be here on this approximate range?
The current interest rate right now?
Is the old bonds...
Oh, I see. Yeah, most of the old bonds that would be callable on August 1 are at a 5% coupon or above. If you were refunding those right now, the interest rate, if you were doing it today, the true interest cost would probably be in the low 4s.
So we are going to issue the new bonds at around 4%, less than 4%.
If you were doing it now.
What is the thought on timing on the new issue right now?
I think we've been working with Lee and Tim pretty closely the last couple of weeks. I guess our perspective is to get to the market as quickly as possible, because the tea leaves say that when interest rates do start increasing, they're going to start increasing quickly. Historically, we've issued bonds in the June-July time frame to get funds in place for the next academic year. We're looking at probably January, February, maybe February the 15th is kind of a midpoint to look at. That's really going to depend on kind of what the market looks like. We're not in dire straits to get the funds in place until August. It's a matter of looking at what the interest rates are doing. We want to get in at the right time, and essentially why we're coming to you in December with this call meeting is to lengthen our amount of right time.
Historically speaking, we've had what we call the February effect. If you look back at the municipal fixed rate market across the last 10 to 15 years, you'll very often see a dip in rates and a spike in demand in late January, early February. And if that occurs again this year, that would be a nearly ideal time.
If history repeats itself.
I have,
which I don't know about today. So.
I have one last question. It could be for staff or for our consultants. But and I read through the notes, but the average borrowing and the number of loans and the average loan, all it went like this. You had significant change in the average amount borrowed. And is that only related to the Be On Time loans, or is there some other explanation?
I don't know how long of a history lesson you want to go through, but in 2007 we converted our loan system from really tracking on a disbursement level basis. Our new loan system that we use now tracks it tracked on a disbursement basis. The new system tracks on a loan basis. So from a practical matter, in mid-year 2007 going forward, my number of disbursements looks like it got cut in half. But the dollar amount in aggregate of loan volume still either trended higher. And then 2008 was a little bit of an odd year because the federal loan limit was increased that year. These loans are primarily used for students to make up the difference. They look like private loans. So students are obligated to take into account a federal loan first. So our market essentially shrunk a little bit in fiscal year 2008 because of the gap between federal loans and cost of attendance got a little narrower. We're seeing now this year where loan volumes are starting to pick back up and trend back towards an increasing demand. So we're expecting fiscal year 10 to be closer to $115 million of total loan volume. And the average borrower amount is probably going to be pretty close to the same because institutions are trying to manage these funds that are available, which is a very attractive interest rate. So they, in a lot of regards, cap the amount of loan value that they'll put on a student. So they won't give a student a loan all the way up to cost of attendance. They'll say, to leverage my funds over a broader base, I'm going to limit the amount of funds that I'll loan to an individual student. So the average borrower number is going to fluctuate a little bit depending on what the institution's policies are. The program is pretty wide in allowing institutions that kind of flexibility.
Just a quick, this is really, doesn't relate specifically to this bond issue. I'm just curious with what's going on with the national program right now in terms of what's coming out of Washington, what we're seeing is happening to the private lenders right now. Can you just tell us a little bit about what type of impact that are we seeing? Are we seeing, and maybe I guess we'll see it in the spring, will we greater demand, Dan, and does this give us additional flexibility to meet that greater demand? Because we know that there's not going to be as much supply unless that gap is obviously filled by the federal side, because a lot of the private lenders are just have shut down totally, from what I understand.
I guess there's a fair amount of fear from an institutional perspective. The financial aid officers, their primary concern, well, one of their concerns, of which are many, but one of their primary concerns is the in-between period of a student that's been borrowing money through the FFELP program that is no longer going to have access to a FFELP lender in the next academic year. So now they're going to have a FFELP loan from a private bank. They're going to have a direct loan from the federal government. There's going to be confusion from a student's perspective of having multiple loan products in their portfolio. So I think there's a fair amount of there's a startup fear that's typical as you're transitioning from one particular phase or one particular process to another process. From a funding standpoint, I don't know that anybody thinks that there's not going to be funds available for students. It's more of what happens to the student after they graduate. They're entering into repayment on multiple loans from multiple lenders, essentially. From our perspective, our demand is, again, trending higher than it was in previous year, although last year was a little bit depressed. In our conversations with Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation, which is essentially the manager of the federal program for the state, they too kind of voiced an echo of concern from a student perspective of the confusion that might come about, not necessarily on the lack of funding. Although we're asking for $125 million here for new money, it's our intention to use almost all of the proceeds to make, college access loans, the state's alternative loan program. We're not anticipating making federal loans or a very small amount of federal loans with these funds. And I don't know, Lee, you might want to give a little broader perspective of that than mine.
I think from a national perspective, you can expect your demand to increase, and I'll give you an illustration. We're financial advisor to probably 5 entities, state agencies, 501c3 not-for-profits working in conjunction with the state, or state-created special corporations that do alternative loans. Your product is the best in the country in terms of the interest rate that you're lending to borrowers at, in terms of the repayment terms borrowers can get through your program, and in terms of the underwriting criteria. In other words, the barrier to qualification. And slowly, Texas students are becoming aware of that as they see a contrast. I'll give you one quick contrast to put it in perspective. New York, for the first time, did a state-supported alternative loan program like yours. It's the first time for the state of New York to enter that arena. There were more than ample commercial lenders to fill that gap until recently, and as you pointed out, commercial lenders have pulled away from that market to an astounding degree. So the state of New York stepped in and tried to create a program somewhat like what you've been offering here these many years. To make it work, they had to appropriate funds at the state level to create a guarantee reserve fund to guarantee the loans against default. They had to set an extremely high underwriting criteria threshold, FICO scores of 720 to even qualify for the loan. And if you couldn't make a FICO of 720, you had to have a cosigner, and a cosigner had to have a 660. With all of that, the best interest rate that's going to be available under the program, and that'll be for the highest FICO score, and the loan goes into immediate repayment. Your loans don't go into repayment until the borrower graduates, even interest. These loans will go into repayment immediately, and a 720 FICO score will get you a 785 interest rate. So that kind of gives you some perspective on how attractive the product you've maintained these many years for Texas borrower is by comparison to what's available elsewhere in the country. And I think it's inevitable that you can expect to see demand increase as students become better aware of that and as other alternatives are not available to them from commercial sources.
Thank you, Lee. Appreciate it. Other questions? If not, could I have a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance of the State of Texas College Student Loan and Refunding Bonds in one or more series, authorizing the Commissioner to approve all final terms of the bond, approving the forms of an official statement, paying agent registrar agreement, and escrow agreement, and resolving any other matters related to the subject. Can I have that motion?
Move to approve.
Ms. Mendoza, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Phillips. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. This concludes the special call meeting of the board. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Golden, Dr. Golden, second by Mr. Hall. We will stand adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 10-minute special meeting that took a half hour is now concluded. We'll now begin the agenda for the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy. I want to welcome everybody. As a brief overview, some of the highlights. Well, first let me remind everyone, as I'm sure you did at the beginning of the special meeting, that this is being broadcast over the Internet, so I think that's supposed to govern our behavior and discussion. Brief overview of the highlights of today's meeting. We're going to have an update from our strategic planning consultants, FSG, on where we stand in the strategic planning process that we initiated approximately a month ago at the board's planning retreat. We're going to take that item out of order from your agenda and actually do that following item 4. So the Commissioner can participate. He's got a command performance in Waco with the Governor this afternoon. We're also going to have a presentation by the Texas A&M system on the second half of their campus master plans. This is something we're trying to do in a 3-year or actually a 5-year cycle, and that is hear from each of the institutions on what their master plans are so that we are better able to put in context the projects and facilities and renovations that come before us. One key item that we'll have a discussion on is a panel of some of our facility experts from institutions around the state. I think we'll have 4 or 5 panel members talking to us about what I call the elephant in the room, and that is deferred maintenance and other related issues at many of our institutions, and in an effort to try to get that out into the light of day and start policymakers thinking about how we can deal with and solve that issue in the years to come. We'll also have an update on action concerning the Governor's executive order regarding cost efficiency. So those are some of the key things we plan to cover in today's meeting. The next item is Agenda Item 2, approval of the minutes from the September 23rd meeting. Are there any questions or discussions regarding those minutes? If not, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve the minutes. Second.
A motion from Dr. Phillips and a second from Ms. Mendoza. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 3 is consideration of approval of our consent calendar. Items listed were in your booklets. They include agenda items B1 and B8, agenda items E, F, L, M, O, Q, both 1 and 2 under Q. Any questions or discussions regarding the consent agenda? If there's no further discussion, then the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second? Second from Wallace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item number 4 is a public hearing on the Tech Prep funding formula for program year 2010 to 2011. And Dr. Susan Hetzler, our Director of Career Technical Programs, is going to describe the proposed formula. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Heldenfels. Good morning, board members. Dr. Stevenson, Dr. Gardner, Commissioner. Annually, the Coordinating Board is required by state law and board rules to hold a public hearing on the Tech Prep funding formula for the coming academic program year. The proposed funding formula before you today includes the 5% that is used for state administration of Tech Prep activities and the remaining 95% that is distributed to the Tech Prep Consortia using a 65-35 formula. Specifically, 65% of the funds is distributed equally among the 26 consortia as a base operating fund, while the remaining 35% is distributed among the consortia based upon the grades 9-12 student participation and attendance that's served by each of the consortia regions. This proposed funding formula was developed and approved by the Tech Prep Consortia directors in 1999 and has been reapproved each year since that time. The Tech Prep directors reapproved this formula at their August 2009 quarterly meeting. Texas receives approximately $8.3 million annually in federal funds for Tech Prep activities. Be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions regarding this? Hearing no questions, is there any public comment? Do we have anybody sign up? I'm being waved off. All right. So if there's no members of the public who would like to comment, then thank you, Susan. The public hearing is concluded. And there is no action required on this item. All right. At this point, I would like to take agenda item 5S out of order, as I mentioned earlier, because of the scheduling conflicts I alluded to. This is an update on strategic planning. FSG representatives are going to provide us an update, and those representatives include project leader Becca Graves, Jennifer Splonsky, Marina Polongo, and Jeff Kutash. They are making their way from the back of the room to the front of the room.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we have a presentation that's queuing up on the screen there. And just to confirm the amount of time that we have for this, 10:30 right now. We want to shoot for noon. Okay. And just our names, Becca Graves, Jeff Kutash, Jen Splansky, and Marina Polongo, in order across the table.
Y'all might pull the microphones up just a little bit.
Sorry, a little bit
That's
under
okay.
the weather.
Thank you.
So, we are a few weeks into the strategic planning process, and this conversation marks our progress toward a strategic plan for the coordinating board. As we move through, we will share with you some information about the process, where we are, where we're headed. and some of the things that we have underway and in progress the next couple of months. We will share with you what we have heard from the board, from the staff of the coordinating board, and from a review of important materials that have been developed that point us in the direction of a definition of student-centered culture, success-centered culture at higher ed institutions across Texas, a long-term vision for higher education in Texas, and we've defined that as looking forward 20 years into the future and setting some bold, ambitious, innovative goals, and some thoughts about priorities within Closing the Gaps as we look forward toward the 2015 goals that have been set. And as we take you through, I think the way to think about this point in the process is that it marks the point at which we all have a collective understanding of where we're headed and what we hope to achieve. So the concepts that we are laying out are a starting point and a frame through which we can view the rest of the research and input from external stakeholders. So we have a way to interpret and understand the vast amounts of feedback and data that we'll be getting as we move forward in the process. I think the things that we share today won't be surprises because they're perspectives that are commonly held by the board and staff of the coordinating board and have been points that you all have discussed intensively in this process over the last few weeks, but also has been the work of the coordinating board over the years moving toward this concept of student success and a success-centered culture at higher ed institutions across Texas. So let's see if, there we go. So today we will present a synthesis of findings from the board retreat that we held several weeks ago, an internal survey that you all have completed, and thank you very much for the time and thought that you put into that, some interviews that we conducted with each of the board members and each of the senior staff members, and some of the research findings, in particular the reports of the Select Commission thinking about global competitiveness in Texas, as well as the intensive work that's gone into the accelerated plan for achieving the goals of Closing the Gaps.
Becca, let me interrupt just for a second.
Sure.
Is there any way we can get the presentation on the screen that's right here in front of us? Okay. All right. Good.
Great,
Technical
thank you.
difficulties, which is normal.
Yeah, sure. And I know there was pre-reading material, so if people want to follow along on paper, this is an abbreviated form of the longer document that you all received. So I'll start first with some of the common themes and things that we have heard with resounding strength in the conversations that we've had with you all in the interviews and in the survey that you all filled out. The first point is that student success is the first and foremost priority of the coordinating board. And we'll walk through a definition of what that means and something that we will continue to get feedback on as we explore further research and get input from your external stakeholders. Second, resoundingly, we heard that creating a culture of student success across higher ed in Texas will require new, systemic, bold, innovative actions across the landscape and a strong role from the coordinating board. And that this hopefully will lead to greater global competitiveness for the state of Texas. Thirdly, we heard a lot of consistency that the unique role of the coordinating board should be to prioritize long-term transformation in Texas higher education. And certainly there are short-term goals and quick wins, but that the unique role of the coordinating board philosophically should be to aim us in this long-term transformative direction. Lastly, we heard that you all see a need to set a statewide vision for the long term for the state of Texas with which you all can set priorities to promote change legislatively and also to support and influence progress among higher education institutions across Texas. So these are the 4 points that we heard consistently and strongly from each of you in slightly different forms among the board and staff. And as we walk through the materials today and think about the strategy that will be crafted over the next few months, we want to think about priorities within these points and how to make these confirmed aspirations a reality. So we want to talk about priorities within closing the gaps. You know, where will we make the most of the unique role of the coordinating board? Secondly, where will we prioritize resources and focus, research, thinking, etc., around focusing on cohorts of students and their progress through the system versus systemic changes for the long term? Priorities around creating change through the legislature versus ways that we can directly support and influence institutions of higher education across Texas. And lastly, priorities around achieving the goals of closing the gaps in 2015 versus this vision for 2030. There are many ways in which these two things may be aligned, but we're also open to the fact that the vision for 2030 may be pointing us in some new and transformative directions, and we want to focus on both, but there may be questions of priority across the two. So these are just things for us to think about as we move through the discussion, and also things for us to think about as we move through into the process. A very quick update on where we are. We began this process in November, and we have spent the last few weeks, as I mentioned, speaking with you all. We had a very productive retreat earlier in November. We have reviewed a lot of the coordinating board documents, and we've had extensive discussions with many of the staff. We have made progress toward prioritizing those folks that we need critical input from over the next couple of months, and we've begun external interviews with key stakeholders. And we've also, and this is what I'll share with you next, we've also attempted to map the activities of the coordinating board, the leverage points, and the overall goals that you all have currently. And this is, in many ways, something that is both simple and straightforward, and something that you all know and understand, but it is important to have this kind of map of activities and points of influence and leverage points through which to interpret the data and the external feedback that we're getting about strategic priorities. So we want to review that with you today and confirm our understanding of it, any revisions to it, new ways to think about things, etc. As we move forward over the next several months, we will be focusing intensively on reviewing additional data, both coordinating board data, outside data that's relevant to Texas, as well as some national programs and studies. And we will be interviewing stakeholders across the state at many different levels, many different roles. And we'll be coming back to you at the end of January with a synthesis of those perspectives and findings. And we will be looking to, at that point, understand directionally where the strategic plan should place priority.
Becca,
yeah.
Just real quick, for the rest of the board, those external interviews have already started. Some of those started last week at the two-day leadership conference. I know Jeff was here. And
so myself and our colleague who's not with us today, Samantha Nobles Block, we interviewed 10 regents and heads of higher ed institutions. We've also been starting to set up interviews with researchers, with other folks at the legislature, with other folks at some of the institutions of higher education, with other key stakeholders in the system. Those interviews, many have been conducted, many are being scheduled, and many more will be conducted.
Okay. There's not any of that feedback in this package, but a lot of that is already happening. I just wanted the rest of the board members to understand that. And I'm not chair of this meeting, Mr. Hillenfeld is chair, but I'd encourage any of us as we go through here to ask questions, because Fred and Elaine and I have been asking a lot of questions, and so this is an opportunity to get everybody up to speed with the work that's been conducted. So don't hesitate to jump in and
This is intended to be an interactive presentation.
A work session, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steering committee's seen this material, but y'all have just had it in the last few days.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting great participation in the interviews. People have been very responsive and very generous with their time so far. By the end of this week, we will have completed maybe 15 or so of the external interviews with, as Jeff mentioned, folks from the Institutes of Higher Ed, the legislature, and the executive, and many more to come. For February and March, that's when things start to come together with the strategic planning process, and we start to be pulling together, based on all the data, the set of high-level and specific priorities and an action plan as we move forward. Any questions on this?
Two key points I'd make quickly before we move on. One is the fact that folks have been responsive to the interviews is terrific because this is a very aggressive time frame. The second thing I'll mention is that it's important that we're not at a place where we're making decisions about the strategic plan. We're at a place now today where we're really just reviewing findings, and those findings are all internal. And before we get to a point of making decisions, the process Becca talked about in terms of pairing our internal strengths, internal priorities and values with feedback from key stakeholders from external research, that synthesis is what's going to drive us to a strong strategic plan. That it's both inwardly focused and prioritized, but also outwardly vetted and informed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So the last thing I'll mention on the process is the set of inputs that we are using to drive towards strategic conclusions. So down at the bottom of the page, we have reviewed the Closing the Gaps priority in detail and had great input from the staff. We have clearly reviewed the Global Competitiveness Report from the Select Commission, which we think provides great direction sort of in the medium to long term for what some of the priorities are for Texas in higher education. And we also will be doing some extensive secondary and primary research using much of the coordinating board's data, but also relying extensively on external resources, both in Texas and outside. And we are looking for both a short-term action plan out of this process, as well as long-term systemic strategies, all pointing in the direction of a long-term vision for higher education in Texas. And the year that we've put on that is 2030. And I can say from both the internal conversations and the external conversations, we're getting a lot of really intriguing and provocative ideas from folks, and there'll be a lot to sift through as we move forward in the process. Great. So the last thing I want to go through before I turn it over to Jen is this diagram that we have created to map the coordinating board's leverage points. And I know for those of you that are intimately familiar with the work of the coordinating board, this may seem basic, but in terms of the complexity of the landscape and the complexity of the activities of the coordinating board, we need a good way of filtering the input that we're getting and understanding what we're hearing from internal stakeholders as well as external stakeholders about where the coordinating board should be placing its emphasis. We are operating in a world of limited resources, and while we have a lot of responsibilities, hopefully out of the strategic plan we are going to get some places where we want to put a lot of our emphasis. So this diagram is a starting point for that conversation and will hopefully evolve significantly as we move forward with the strategic plan. So today we want your input on this, and we also want to update this diagram based on our understanding as we move forward. So for those of you that can't see this on the screen, this was page 12 in your pre-read, and it looks like this. And for those of you looking up on the screen, I apologize if you can't read all of the detail, but I'll take you through it fairly quickly. At the top of the chart, we have what all of us care about, that students are prepared to participate and succeed in higher education in Texas. And to that goal, we care about higher education achieving excellence and supporting students in a cost-effective manner. And we also care about the alignment of K-12 institutions with higher educations around college readiness and the interconnectedness of those two pieces. The outputs that we're looking for over the long term and today are that institutes of higher ed change practices to move toward visions and goals of statewide strategic plan in a cost-effective manner. So whatever that vision and sets of goals are for today and for 20 years from now, that we are moving toward those goals and have demonstrated progress, measurable and demonstrated progress. Similarly, we care about the legislature adopting policies that support student success, college readiness, institutional excellence, and cost effectiveness. We also care about K-12 institutions better preparing students for college and measurable progress along that as well. Some of the boxes in salmon are what we call the leverage points. And this is what we're starting to hear a lot about as we have conversations with external stakeholders. Different perspectives and priorities among these leverage points. From left to right, scaling promising programs across institutes of higher education, programs that are both effective and potentially transformative in advancing student success, promoting accountability and progress toward the statewide vision, promoting a strategic plan for higher education and statewide cost effectiveness. So both the accountability and the plan and the vision are two distinct leverage points. Providing policy recommendations that are informed by research and data to the legislature. And here the examples would be formula funding, financial aid policy, college readiness standards, etc. And lastly, on the right-hand side, effective partnership with TEA and ensuring the effectiveness of P16 councils. So those are the main leverage points for the coordinating board that we've been hearing a lot about. And underneath that, we have the main activities of the coordinating board. So a vast range of things that you all are responsible for, piloting promise programs at institutes of higher ed, direct support and technical assistance to those same institutions, facility approval, approval of new academic, technical, vocational programs, the statewide vision and strategic plan as manifested in Closing the Gaps today, collecting and reporting higher ed data. This is a critically important box and something that really influences a lot of other things on this page. Administering state financial aid and supporting college readiness and awareness through the college and career readiness standards, public campaigns, P16 initiatives, etc. So I'd love to pause here and get additional input or thoughts on this diagram. Is it helpful? Is it accurate? Are you looking for something else from this? Does it cause you to reflect on any of the priorities of the coordinating board?
This is the interactive part. One thing, and I mentioned this, I think, in our phone conference prior to this a few days ago, but one thing we're very sensitive to, and I know you get this, but it's not. It can be reflected more strongly in this document, is we're talking about not only the need to better prepare students for college, but college and career readiness. And you've got that footnoted at the very bottom of this document, but I think it's important to emphasize we're talking about all post-secondary readiness.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not just four-year institutions or not just community colleges, but the whole range. And whether that's 4-year 2+2 associate degree, technical certificate, etc. So that's one thing I think could be better emphasized in these boxes.
Yeah. You said these words, but I'd love to see them on here, measurable and demonstrated.
Yeah.
In terms of some of the work we do.
Yeah. And I think that's something to think about across this page, and also to think about as the deliverable from the strategic planning process, is that each of the places where we are putting priority in the strategic plan on this diagram should have measurable objectives and targets and ways that we can understand and track progress over time.
So Becca mentioned this at the beginning, but a few ways that we use this tool throughout the process. One is not just getting right now we're talking about getting the activities right, getting some of the language right. But as we start looking to develop strategic priorities, it's understanding where are resources currently allocated, staff resources, other resources, against the activities here. How do you meet both the statutory requirements and the ability to influence activities? How do you strike a balance between proactive work on goals versus being responsive to requests for data? Where is the emphasis in terms of time, staff, resources? Where would you like it to be? Where is it currently? How can we change it to where it can best achieve the goals? And then making sure that as we turn this into more of the written strategic plan and think about how we are going to put in place the measurement system, is assigning actual indicators to each box here and making sure that for each box there's the right high-level measures, not too many, not too complicated. What are the most direct, simple, important things to look at to understand, A, that you're hitting the goals you want to hit, but B, that you're making progress toward those goals along the way?
I have not heard how you've indicated, of course, that you're in the process of interviewing stakeholders across the state, and I'm sure that would include some of the community colleges.
Absolutely.
Okay, I haven't heard any reference to our TSTC system. Is that part of the interview process in terms of how we're going to utilize that system to develop career pathways for students that may not be necessarily headed towards four-year institutions? Is there any comment concerning that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's an important part of what's underneath all of this.
So we haven't delineated the difference between the pathways on this diagram, but I think the approach we're taking, and very much in line with the comment Fred made around thinking about workforce preparation as well as higher ed certificate degree completion as common goals, is to look at all the pathways kids take towards certificates and degrees and toward moving through the multitude of available systems and institutions towards successful futures.
So there will be some TSTC people interviewed during this process.
There will be,
yes.
Dennis. I mean, we're trying to make sure that we have community college trustees in here, TSTC trustees in here, and you're right, because it is a different path, and focus than a traditional community college. So absolutely,
we'll make sure that we utilize every pathway that we can to
absolutely
steer students into areas where they can gain job skills so they can get out into the real world and be successful.
That's an important point. Thank you for raising it.
Mr. Chair, the other thing that we mentioned in our phone call the other day is there's a lot going on in this chart. It's kind of hard to kind of grasp it, but it really is an important chart because I really think the looking at the activities is extremely important, because there's other activities which are not noted on here we noted the other day, such as uniform recruitment and retention strategy, which at the coordinating board we're trying to really put a lot more relevance into that as it relates to success and retention efforts in institutions. I think that's a tool that really, if it's not inclusive in one of these boxes, we believe that's a very important tool we've got, that we have statutory responsibility to carry that out meaningfully. And the other thing I think, which we had talked about, was just, and maybe this doesn't come out of this chart, is just that whole focus on teacher quality, which came out during our 2 days of beginning that, and where that flows up in here. And I don't know if that really belongs on here, but there's since we don't really have, quote, direct, when we say we don't have direct responsibility, we do have indirect responsibility in terms of looking at the number of out-of-field P through 12 teachers we have, and what can we do in terms of training and background in institutions to enhance that. And the third point is, what I hope this will provide us the opportunity to do is to really look at, I know the commissioner has had some of these conversations, but is how can we streamline, when we get to April, how do we streamline what we're doing here at the coordinating board? Everything we do is meaningful, but how do we take those things that really have the leverage points and really focus on those things? And I know that the commissioners had conversations about that also. So, and I think that bottom line of boxes can help us do that, to make sure we get our hands around that.
Yeah, well,
I think you're probably going to have to move to a legal size page.
Yes, or 11 by 17, yeah.
But down there in the activities boxes, I think would be helpful, even to the point of having to break them up into more boxes, showing us a separate line of which items are actually statutorily required.
That's helpful.
So then we can see what all the add-ons are that we're trying to deal with and throw in to help us look at the full universe of what we have on our plate.
Real good idea.
Any other comments on this page? Feedback for FSG.
I have a comment.
Durga?
What about student input? Are we going to be asking for student input also?
So we have a connection with the Milkshake Public Information Campaign work, and they have been collecting some important input through their process that we are connected with. And I think that we are using information from proxies that give us student input, so that's a big focus of our research scan, is where we can leverage the studies that have gone on that have captured direct student and parent and family input, and different types of students, not simply traditionally defined.
We also interviewed last week, we interviewed several student trustees, so that's another source of input.
And you've interviewed our student board member.
That's right, yeah.
She was
Fine retreat.
there.
Yeah.
She's taking finals today, or should be.
And as Jeff mentioned, we interviewed several of the other student regions last week.
Yeah, I'm glad you. That was one of the things we talked about at that initial retreat, Durga, was the need to get the student and parent feedback, as well as the usual stakeholders.
And just want to state for the record, you all were great in the interviews, but the student regions, they would step up.
We thought so too.
So I think what we'll do, moving on, we're going to assume that any other feedback, obviously, on this, we'll be updating this as we go through the process. But we're going to assume that this is, with the changes already discussed, a fairly accurate representation of the coordinating board's work and a good place to jump off when we're testing these ideas externally. We'll be coming back to this throughout the project in a variety of ways, looking at resource allocations, looking at strategic priorities, and really honing in on where we think the coordinating board is best positioned to drive the kind of changes we hope to drive and achieve the student impact we hope to achieve.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in essence, this is sort of a current process map, if you will. At the end of this process, we'll have one that's shaped for the future.
Yeah, it should look different by the conclusion of the process. And just one more thing to underscore with this. I think even in our early conversations with you all and in some of the stakeholder interviews we're doing, Dennis, to your point, and to some of the other things that you all have mentioned, when we talk about a specific segment of the higher ed institutions, or when we talk about specific populations, we're getting great feedback about which leverage points are really a priority to hit in order to achieve goals that are relevant to particular parts of the population that you all care about. And so that's one way to really think tangibly about how this is useful, is to help us really interpret, when somebody is talking to us about the priorities for community college success, they're talking often about the salmon boxes and the yellow boxes. What can the coordinating board do to help achieve greater goals and stronger success with regard to certain parts of the population in Texas?
The fact you use salmon as a color is telling that you're from Seattle. So.
I am from Seattle. Wild Pacific Northwest salmon, yes. Sorry for that little bit of advocacy
Chamber of Commerce
there.
thanks you.
I would have called it orange.
Can I bring up one more thing? Back in this came up yesterday in our College for All Texans meeting, and then I really tracking back to Fred's comment about college ready, work ready. I hope that we can come out of this process, and we talked about this when we first met, but talking about how it links back into the employers. Mm-hmm. And something I think will be very interesting, we'll be able to see if you look across Texas and you look at employers, what does the demand look for? What are they looking for in terms of associates, certificates, baccalaureates, masters, and then how do we map that back against what we're producing today? Mm-hmm. And are we structured appropriately? I mean, is the emphasis enough in terms of those different areas, in terms of whether it's 2+2 programs or whatever, that we've emphasized enough. So
Right.
I hope we can somehow lay that over where we can look at that as a board, because that's going to be, in my opinion, a real critical issue as we work with our partners and Raise Your Hand and Texas Association of Business and all those other organizations are, basically what their comment we heard yesterday was they thought the customer or the businesses in Texas were putting the graduates out to work, which is a little bit different thought process too. So I hope we can somehow in our interviews, try to bring that to a point that we can talk about that.
To build on that, one of the questions that we're asking particular stakeholders, which is very challenging, is, what does the business community in Texas need today, but what, importantly, will they need 20 years from now? So, that's where a lot of the challenge is trying to anticipate that, but importantly, crafting a strategy for the coordinating board and a vision for Texas that's sufficiently ambitious and flexible.
It is the specific example. We've never really defined what percentage of our, high school graduates the workforce demand with a 4-year degree versus an associate's degree versus technical certification. We don't know what that demand is today, much less how it will dynamically change over the next 20 years. So we need to create a mechanism to do just that.
It even gets more nuanced to that, even to get down to field of activity, where you look at certain paths toward nursing or health careers or high tech or digital media are very different pathways that, even within a particular institution type.
But, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we talked about in our Committee on Closing the Gaps yesterday was that the career and college readiness standards, when Sandy Kress chaired the Commission for College Ready Texas, did everybody hear Bell? I did. Okay.
No, you're hearing things.
Okay. Thank you for emphasizing my point here, Commissioner. When Sandy Kress chaired that commission, those readiness standards were taken around the state and looked at by industry and were deemed that they were the body of knowledge and the critical thinking skills needed by different industries, so that now we were consistent when we said career and college readiness standards. So if that is the basis by which hopefully the P through 12 system is starting to move towards, then at the end of the pipeline, hopefully we will have an output that the students will then have a choice and will be successful in industry, military, or higher ed. So we have to keep focused on that as well, that has got to take place for any success at the end. So,
I think the good news is that I think there is a lot of agreement on the content. It's the messaging which has struggled, which Lynn has brought up many times in our meetings, that it's how we message that content that has been and sometimes misunderstood, whether it's by the business community or elsewhere.
And so therefore, I'm glad there's a semicolon right here, partner with TEA, because there's, it's not just to ensure the success of P16 Council, but partner with TEA, because if we can get that going, then we have a much better chance of doing whatever we need to do on the back end, so to speak.
Great, thank you. I think we're going to need to move on for time, but these are great comments and good conversation. I'm glad there was some interaction.
Great. So Jen's going to move us along to the feedback that we got around the definition of student success.
Thank you, Becca. So we have findings in 3 different categories to share with you today. The first one is based on our interviews, the board retreat, and survey feedback on the topic of student success. Second, the long-term vision. And third, the short-term action plan, which are the accelerated strategies for closing the gaps by 2015. So, as you likely recall from the survey and conversations we've had, we're looking at the concept of student success, and it's not a trivial point of how we label and what term we use for this concept. In the past, we've been calling it a student-centered culture, and we asked you all in our surveys whether this is a term that makes sense, whether it would be better called a success-centered culture, and several other folks actually proposed the term a student success culture. And what FSG has taken from our conversations in the survey is that the majority of feedback emphasizes they'd like to call it a success-centered culture. This is a phrase that focuses more on the role of institutions enabling student success rather than it being solely focused on the individual student. I'll pause here and see if folks have feedback on the proposal to transition to calling it a success-centered culture versus a student-centered culture. And you can see on the right the chart of feedback we received in the survey with respect to this question. You'll see that throughout the rest of these documents, we're moving forward with the term a success-centered culture, and we'll continue to do so unless we hear otherwise from you all.
I think, and this is just my personal feedback, that for many of us, when we refer to success, we're talking about student success. So those are, as long as the word success is emphasized, they're somewhat interchangeable. But I'm interested in what other members think. And also, I'm a big believer in the fewer words we can use, the better. So shorter terms instead of longer terms. But other than that, does anybody else have any feedback on that?
Well, I think we're interested in everybody's success, the student, the institutions, and even your teachers. The student succeeds, they all succeed.
That's a great point. So let's move on and look at the definition that we vetted in the survey for this success-centered culture. It is quite wordy, as you know, but I think there are three primary concepts that we want to be very clear about in this definition, and it will continue to evolve to be a little punchier by the end of the process. But the key concepts included here are that, first, institutions are focused on helping the students that they admit into their institution to succeed and complete the programs that those students are enrolled in. Secondly, that the talent, the processes, the incentives, and accountability systems on campus are all aligned to moving towards this common definition of student success. And third, that students that are graduating and have completed their programs are equipped with the key skills to be successful as citizens and in the workforce. We've listed some of those skills as critical thinking skills, communication, leadership, interpersonal skills, and that it is really a focus on building those key skills in students, which will then enable them to be strong members of the workforce. We made a few modifications to the definition based on feedback in the survey. And then there are a few questions that people raised in the survey that we'll continue to think about and get feedback on from some of the external stakeholders as well as from you all moving forward. And those three are noted at the bottom of the page. First, is it helpful to incorporate the concept that in order to be success-centered, we need to focus on that culture being both innovative and cost-effective, in addition to the characteristics already listed above? Second, should the definition also reflect responsibilities of the student as part of a success-centered culture? And third, is a key part of this culture offering real-world relevant offerings as part of the education that's being provided at an institution that demonstrates a success-centered culture? I don't know that we have time to get into detailed discussions on these three topics today, but we want you all to know that these are items that we heard from you all in the survey are worth thinking about going forward. We'll continue to talk to you about these topics throughout the strategic planning process, as well as get feedback from some of the external interviews on these topics.
Any comments, members? I think that some of the steering committee feedback was definitely yes on first bullet point, probably on the second bullet point, and the third bullet point may be kind of nice to have, but is that something that's really our bailiwick? So,
I agree. I was going to give a yes to 1 and 2 and 3. I would give too long of an answer, but some things are possible, some things aren't so possible, at least on a consistent basis. So that's a tough one.
I think particularly on the first question is where we heard a resounding yes from the steering committee, as Fred mentioned. So I would propose adding that concept into our definition with the focus on the innovative and cost-effective priorities of institutions as well. The following page is a chart that reflects findings from the survey that we conducted with you all. And here we asked how important each of the following elements are to creating this student-centered culture, and which of those different strategies is the coordinating board today best positioned to influence. And what's interesting, as you can see on the left, are with the highest score in terms of being best positioned to influence are influencing alignment and accountability of funding systems and promoting incentive funding as the two leverage points that the coordinating board is best positioned to influence for creating this culture. On the right are the ones that feedback indicates the coordinating board is less well positioned to, I would say, directly influence. These are more of the tactics and strategies that would be used by institutions. One of the interesting points of feedback we heard from the steering committee call was that using the strategies on the left, the incentive funding and the accountability systems, might be ways to think about influencing institutions to implement some of the practices on the right that are the actual practices that will be that we're looking to promote at the institutions themselves. I'll pause here and see if people have other thoughts, I'm interested if this chart was surprising, if it makes sense, and how you think about balancing efforts and strategies that focus primarily on influence and creating incentives versus more direct promotion of practices on campuses.
This makes perfect sense to me. I think this is what our mission is to take these, particularly the first two on the left, to drive the others. We're not supposed to be down there at the university level messing with things too much. We're supposed to get the big vision, and I'm not surprised with this.
Yeah. The other thing that we talked about, Lynn, also was really how does, even though the steering committee, we drew a chart a line down after those first two, but we also said what are the things from a statutory standpoint that we've been entrusted to do by the state, whether it's facility approvals, whether it's uniform recruitment and retention strategy, whether it's approval of degree programs or review of degree programs, and then how does that all tie back into success and retention efforts. So there's a issue of one, trying to influence the legislature, but also really taking a hard look at those things that we're required to do and seeing if we're doing those in a meaningful way enough to help also drive more success on a statewide basis. So,
of course, wouldn't you think that the universal recruitment and retention is part of the accountability? It's not.
Yeah,
I see it as in that.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And we realize that these are very large categories. A lot of different specific strategies fall within these.
Yeah. I just want to, as I look at these and I look at the early warning systems, some of these that score the highest, to me, they don't, and I think the lower score shows that we don't see it really as necessarily our area. It kind of mixes what I think we're doing, and I don't think it's accurately portrays what I think we probably all our votes were in terms of importance. Is that? Would you agree with that, or?
Well, one of the take that some of the discussion in the steering committee was, and maybe this speaks, Wallace, to what you're talking about, is that where there's a larger gap between importance and how we see ourselves currently positioned, the question is not so much does that inaccurately reflect the level of importance, but should we, and is there a means to better align what we do with the level of importance of, in this case, early warning systems? Because that did score highly. So I think part of the process we go through over the next 3 months is should we tie some of our activities and as in the terminology of FSG, leverage points, to focusing on that because of its perceived importance. And that's got to be informed by the external stakeholder feedback as well.
To me, it's more, is early warning system more important than alignment and accountability? You know, it's kind of posing some of the questions against each other to me, as opposed to, do we need to move more into it? I think we're trying to align what our big goals are and then prioritize.
No question there's a need to prioritize that. That's sort of an underlying theme under all of these categories.
In this case, though, I don't think it's so much prioritize as use the areas in which we have impact to influence the important areas where we don't, but we know they're important. Like if some sort of incentive funding could be tied to persistence, then the institutions are going to develop early warning systems so that they'll have more.
I agree 100%.
Any other comments, feedback for FSG on this?
So I'm going to actually keep moving. The next page, we had some quotes shared by you all in the actual survey. I know you received these before, and I'm going to keep moving so that we have time to make it through our long-term vision and short-term action plan discussions. So now we're moving on to the long-term vision for Texas. And if we look at the next slide, we started talking about this long-term vision by focusing on the work that had been done by the Select Commission on Higher Education and Global Competitiveness, basically at the beginning of up to the beginning of the year. As you all know, the Select Commission worked to define a vision and a roadmap to increase educational achievement and global competitiveness for the state of Texas. The report of the Select Commission is an urgent call to action, and it clearly states that business as usual won't get Texas to where it wants to be. It mentions very clearly that bold, game-changing actions need to be put in place in order to achieve benchmarks of excellence. And the work of the Select Commission was informed throughout the process by the Coordinating Board, as you all know, by including members of the board in the Select Commission, as well as relying on the advice of the Commissioner and key members of the staff. So, not surprisingly, many of the recommendations and findings and insights that you can find throughout the report are aligned with the themes that we have been hearing along our conversations with you and at the retreat. I think something I wanted to call out is that in line with this theme of student success that we've seen is very important for the Coordinating Board, this is a theme that is a notion that has been included in the report of the Select Commission. However, it's not highlighted or given the strong emphasis that the Coordinating Board wants to give to creating a success-centered culture at institutions of higher education. Based on this, when we drafted a first long-term vision statement for higher education in Texas, we expanded the vision that was stated in the Select Commission to emphasize the notion of student success. We tested this draft vision statement with all the board members and key members of the staff, and we got an overwhelming enthusiastic response for this definition. The definition that you can see in this page was slightly modified based on responses, as you can see in this slide. And also, I wanted to highlight that respondents brought out very important points and questions that we cannot answer at this point, but that we will keep at the forefront of our thinking as we move on with our research and we follow on our discussions. We heard several questions throughout our conversations of what this vision for 2030 will look like. The vision for Texas will start with a statement
a refined statement such as the one you see here, and it will be complemented by quantifiable and measurable goals and milestones, as well as a set of long-term systemic strategies that go beyond the 2015 strategies for achieving closing the gap goals. At this point, I want to stop here and ask you if you have any comments, any questions for us, or any reflections you want to offer to the rest of from the people here.
Members? Not hearing any.
All right. Let's keep moving on. So, now moving on to the short-term action plan. As you know, we'll be moving through this over the next months. We'll be developing this long-term vision, but at the same time, in parallel, a short-term action plan that delivers the short, quick wins that the coordinating board aims for as well.
Marina, let me just underscore one thing that you said, and I just don't want the members of the committee to miss it, and that is that the long-term vision, you heard the term measurable and quantifiable goals. So while the vision statement's intended to sort of do just that, capture the vision, it's all about, the devil's in the details. It's all about what are those measurable, long-term, quantifiable goals. So I think as we move forward in phases 2 and 3, the focus is going to shift to that.
Definitely. Okay, so as you are all familiar with, the coordinating board staff developed an action plan to accelerate progress towards achieving key 2015 goals. There were 6 goals that were among all the closing the gaps goals that were prioritized by the board as needing action, urgent action to meet the targets for 2015. I think something important to call out is that achieving the goals by 2015, while extremely important, will not get Texas to benchmarks of national and international excellence. Furthermore, many of you have expressed throughout our conversations questions about whether Texas will be able at all to meet some of the key targets for 2015. And I just want us to keep that lens in mind whenever we move on today and in later discussions about prioritizing long-term versus short-term strategies. Now, focusing again back on the short-term strategies, the action plan for closing the gaps is a product of thorough research by the coordinating board staff around best practices that will allow the coordinating board to achieve quick wins towards these 2015 goals. The action plan is a menu of options that was offered to the board to pick from in order to accelerate progress towards these goals. But taken together, all these actions do not constitute a roadmap for achieving these benchmarks of excellence.
I have a question.
Dennis?
I'm a rookie on this board, so y'all bear with me because I'm trying to figure out exactly what all this means. If I'm not mistaken, we implemented this closing the gap in the year 2000, the coordinating board. It was an initiative that was taken on by the coordinating board. And now we're approaching the year 2010, and there's obviously some areas that we've done reasonably well in, and there's some areas that we've done not so well in. And the question is, in 15 years, we're projecting to the year 2015 that there's still some areas that we're not going to do so well in, and you're telling me today that even though it's been a 15-year effort, that Texas is still going to lag behind in certain areas, not only nationally but globally, in terms of being competitive. And what I'm hearing is that I'm not so sure we've obviously made some gains, but we're not setting the woods on fire either, are we? In a lot of areas. And the question is, why? why aren't we doing better in some of these areas? I've sat on this board for a short period of time. It's not because we don't have the vision or the wherewithal or the roadmap in place and the goals set as to what we want to accomplish, but we're not getting the stakeholders to sign on in such a way that we can be successful. And that's how I see it. Now,
Dennis, let me
give me some answers.
Let me take a stab at that, and then I encourage our consultants to give their feedback. The four major goal areas of closing the gaps were broken down into 18 different, more specific, measurable objectives. And the good news is that since 2000, what year are we in? We've really moved the needle on about 2/3 of those. But there are 4 to 6 goal areas, and the ones we talk about the most are Hispanic and African American male, particularly African American male participation and success that you hear the most about. One of the reasons we're still working hard and that we've created heretofore we've called the Accelerated Action Plan is to have our staff and our resources aligned primarily on those goals where we are behind. Okay? One of the reasons we're behind is because Texas has been very successful in growing and attracting lots of people. So even though we keep moving the needle in participation, for example, the Hispanic population is growing faster. And so we're chasing a moving target. The other thing I'd say is that I think in the early years of closing the gaps, it took a while for the institutions and the coordinating board to align individual institutional goals. I think those goals in the last couple of years, I've been on this board 3 years now, and I would say there's a much closer and improved alignment in institutional goals with the statewide goals, closing the gaps. And I think that's helping. And then lastly, we may find ourselves closer on some of these goals, ironically, because a recession is good for enrollment, but that only helps if we plug the leak in the pipeline and keep those students in class and headed towards success. So what I think Marina is alluding to is how can we as a coordinating board best focus on, because we can't afford not to do both things, making sure we shore up those shortfalls and closing the gaps in the next 5 years, because as you I think were alluding to, that only gets us to parity.
Right.
Closing the gaps was about getting Texas to national parity. But it's not too early, and this is why we're doing this, to look beyond closing the gaps to what is it going to take to get Texas to international competitiveness and be a true leader. But before we can do that, we've got to get to the starting line, which is parity in 2015. So I don't know if that answers all the
it does.
The sub-questions, but that's the context I see.
Yeah, you're defined, in my mind, what maybe our goal really is, and that's just kind of getting caught up where we can be at least at the starting gate with the rest of the states in terms of trying to be nationally competitive and we're playing a catch-up game to a certain extent in what you're saying. And when we say being globally competitive, we're not in a position to be there yet. Is that what you're saying?
No, but we need to start looking at what it takes to get there, and what it means, and that's international, not just benchmarking, not just the other states.
I agree with that.
I think the other thing, Dennis, that is really, and I think I've always known it, but it's become even more readily apparent as we worked through the 2-day meeting we had, was the whole issue of what I characterize, or I think FSG has characterized some of their other work, is leakage in the pipeline. And so the pipeline is growing, and really we're on track participation-wise, total goal, but we know sub-goals, that's, even though Hispanic enrollment's up 63%, is that the number? I can't remember.
I think it's about 70%.
70%. We're still behind, but the question is, still when we look at the leakage out of that enhanced pipeline, we're still losing kids, freshman, sophomore years. And so that's why all of a sudden so much we're still focused on access and participation, but why so much of this focus is drilling down to the success issue and how do we because, it was, and I can't remember the comment, Commissioner, that where this was made. I don't know if this was testimony in the Global Competitive, but I think it was Dennis that made this testimony. If we would just retain, and I can't remember the exact quote you said the other day, but do a much more effective job at retaining our students freshman and sophomore years, we could come very, very close to just meeting the gap, closing the gaps alone as a result of that, if I remember.
Yes, and that explains the proposed shift in focus to student success, because we've had enough success in achieving our participation goal. We can achieve it. It's within reach. But we've made so much progress in participation that regardless of what happens in K through 12 from this point onward, if we help our students succeed, which is to say graduate, certificates, associate's degrees, baccalaureates and beyond, at much higher rates, it doesn't matter what happens in K through 12. We will achieve our goals, and we can make Texas globally competitive just by what we do in higher education. And that was one of to me, the striking findings of the Commission's report.
The emphasis that we have now is not so much on participation, but completion, right?
Yes.
We want more kids in the pipeline, but we want them to finish an associate's or a certificate program or a baccalaureate degree.
Correct.
And that's the reason part of what we're moving towards is an incentive, a financial incentive program that will incentivize institutions to not only get students to enroll in higher ed or certificate programs or vocational programs, but to complete those programs.
We put into it what Chairman Branch calls the infrastructure of opportunity into place. We have strengthened K through 12. We've greatly enhanced the focus on college-going cultures in K through 12. We have strengthened the pathway to college in K through 12. We're focusing on other initiatives that we believe will ultimately strengthen K through 12. For example, our teacher quality and effectiveness initiatives, which are long-term projects. So we feel that there's enough momentum in K through 12 that will provide an expanded pipeline into higher education. And it's our view, and this is coming out in the reports that FSG is making, it's our view that we should now shift our focus to what goes on in higher education once students arrive on campuses.
Thank you.
This is actually a great segue into the next slide, in which, along the lines of what you all have said, when we asked board and staff to prioritize goals among the accelerated plan goals, success came clearly top as a priority for everybody. This focus on stopping the leakage and making sure that those who enroll in higher education successfully complete their degrees and programs is a main focus of interest for the coordinating board. Other 3 areas of interest are also very important for the coordinating board, along continuing the work and building on the work that has been done on strengthening the K-12 system and increasing participation, increasing the number of STEM awards, linking the needs of the workforce in the next 10 years and in the next 20 years, and also increasing the number and quality, very, very important, the quality of teaching certificates as a really circle effect onto all the pipeline of new students that are going to be coming into higher ed in the future. Let's prioritize where the number of nursing awards and research funding, not so much because they were not extremely important, but because they have already garnered a lot of support from the legislature and have already achieved forward momentum of their own. Based on this, FSG would recommend to focus the additional research we will be doing in the coming months on the first 4 goals highlighted here. And I'd love to hear your reactions to this chart as well as to the proposal that FSG has made regarding the further research.
Rudy, just for clarity, can you explain to me what your note means under successful participation?
Sure. We mean that it's, the wording of the goal is success for Hispanic and African American students.
So that's all we're charting here?
This is the specific wording that was included in the survey, and we just shortened it for display purposes.
So this wasn't a question asking about the overall closing the gaps goals. This was around the 6 areas where the level of progress wanted to accelerate.
I see that you probably ought to say something in the top of it then, or else it's not very clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good point. Footnotes just don't get the right emphasis. Lynn?
I just wanted to say that when I answered this, the answer to the question how much we should prioritize and focus, to me, was related to how much effort it would take for us to accomplish these things. For example, I might think research funding should maybe be up here in number 2. But I might have scored it low because I think we can accomplish an increase in research funding without a lot of reallocation of staff effort. But I just want to clarify that this may not reflect the same thing as if we were asked to list in order the most important things.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is absolutely not focused on the importance of these things. This is focused on where we feel we have gaps in knowledge, gaps in strategies, less momentum. So to the extent where we have a very aggressive timeline, to the extent where we are putting our resources and thinking in terms of identifying best practices and approaches, ways to strengthen existing efforts, I think this is where we were asking where we should prioritize our time and attention.
Exactly.
And that's what's on the left-hand side of this.
And I know Marina said that, but I just felt compelled to mention it.
I think the other thing is that when we discussed this in our steering committee is that there's already also been some really good foundational work done in, for instance, research funding. When we look at what came out of the past legislature,
HB 51,
and also if you look at the nursing shortage reduction program. And so the thought is that they're not less important, it's just that there's been very good groundwork and foundation laid by many people, including the legislators as well as institutions, focused on those areas. So the question is, if we have to narrow our scope, where do we narrow our scope as opposed to going and expanding on things that really there's great foundations laid right now? And I think that's, to me, what that chart's also telling us.
And the key is how do we keep momentum in those 2 areas with them?
It's not that they're any less important at all.
In addition to this, the next chart shows how the coordinating board is aware of the complexity of tackling all these issues and is aware that there's not a silver bullet that will solve all these problems. Actually, the coordinating board is really aware, both board and staff, that a comprehensive set of interventions and strategies need to be put in place in order to close these gaps and achieve benchmarks of excellence.
She's on page 35.
I think I just want to mention that this is just an example, a sample set of the strategies that we put in front of you in the survey, but these strategies will be further expanded and refined based on our research on secondary and primary meetings. This next slide. In the next slide, we asked board and staff to how they would allocate resources over the next 5 years based on all the previous discussions we have been having. And not surprisingly, 66% of all of you highlighted that a stronger emphasis needs to be placed in success, while the coordinating board can still not forget that participation is also an important focus of its work. In addition, I think it's important to call out on the right-hand side of the chart that, while the coordinating board is here to serve all institutions, there's a recognition that community colleges need also to be reflected and need to be paid a stronger emphasis going forward. Are there any questions, any surprises, or any comments around this?
Members, question or feedback?
If not, I will quickly move on to the...
Let me, one of the things I want to point out that, I'm going from an old printout rather than a new one, so the page number may be a little different, but the chart that showed the prioritization of those 6 short-term closing the gaps goals, the number of STEM awards was number 3, and yet when we go to, I think what is page 34 in the most recent handout, rating the importance of specific strategies, one of our current strategies, STEM incentives, was lower ranked. So that's an example of just 2 things I want you all to consider. One is that when a strategy is not identified as being as important, we've got to dig deeper into why is that, because the goal is still one of our highest rated importance, items of importance. So there seems to be a disconnect, so we ask ourselves, is it the particular strategy? Is it how we're using the strategy? And then the second facet to that is the external stakeholders may have an entirely different take than what the internal stakeholders on the board and staff have said. So just remember, we're making sausage here. We're not yet cooking it, much less tasting it. So it's a process.
Fred, when I was taking the survey, I kept wanting to be able to say, I'm only answering this in terms of 2015.
Yeah.
And I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yep. And some of that survey, some of the nuances of the survey really aren't reflected here, where there was a shift. We were allowed to answer, okay, this is important for 2015, but what would you put more on, emphasis on, and less emphasis on looking out to 2030?
Yeah,
so
right.
They've got that, they're factoring that in too.
Yeah.
And I would be totally clear also on both the advantages and disadvantages of using a survey like this. We view perceptual data like this as a starting point to promote conversation. So this is not providing us an answer. We don't set strategy by 29 points versus 20 points. This was the first step to get the right issues on the table, to get the right conversations happen, and to set us up for when we go out and do external research, both through interviews and through collecting secondary studies and other areas where we actually focus our attention. And how we actually filter it and think about it. So I just want to be really clear that this is not about making decisions, and I know it's tough because we're early in the process.
Right.
To reflect Fred's comment about the sausage making, I would, if I was sitting on the board, I would leave this conversation saying, all right, the right issues are here, but it's still unsatisfying. Is what are we going to do? And I will tell you that as we start bringing in the external perspective, we'll have the all the components that we can use to build the strategy, and that's where we'll really get into the what do we need to do conversations.
Link or Patty.
I'll start working on the salmon metaphor next.
I'll put in a bid for tofu.
My comment was mainly for our audience because they haven't seen the survey, and since we're talking about long-term vision, short-term, it's all pretty mushy.
And I want to highlight, one of the things we really heard very clearly was, yes, absolutely look at goals for reaching the 2015, or strategies for reaching the 2015 goals, but it was pretty unanimously and pretty strongly we heard not to sacrifice long-term ability to transform the system and bring it to excellence because we're focused on short-term goals.
Right.
We haven't come up with a name for the long-term strategic plan, but having our cake and eat it too might be one of the working topics. So that's what we challenge them to do.
I hope it's not swimming upstream, Becca.
That can be productive sometimes.
She's going to be a lot more careful about her color choice.
The other thing, obviously, also, just, that's worth mentioning is that we're in a very different context as a nation in education now than we were when the Closing the Gaps plan was written. Some of the increasing emphasis coming out of Washington, D.C. and the work of the U.S. DOE with the Race to the Top funds and other types of incentives really are creating a new environment for things which help us identify strategies in ways we couldn't before, whether that's new ways of collecting data, ways of looking at individual students' data as they move from system to system, pulling in an emphasis now more on success and completion through multiple pathways. I thought, President Obama's comment about how every American should go and get at least 1 year of college as a start, and he mentioned a variety of different pathways in that, is indicative of a direction we're heading in as a country, and it provides us with both grist and ideas for ways of thinking about closing the gaps and achieving a vision for excellence beyond that in using different infrastructure systems and approaches that might not have been available to us 3 years ago, 5 years ago. So it's worth mentioning that that's a lens which we'll also keep in mind as we go and do this research.
Back to your slide on page 30. It might prove helpful now that you've filtered those 6 questions to take the top 4 and to kind of test everybody again and see how they would allocate that same $100.
That's
out of curiosity.
Good points. Yeah.
So I guess that the main things that we're hoping to do in the last few minutes. Different page on my. First is really want to be clear that we're heading into phase 2 of the research now. We've vetted a good list of interviewees. We've already started those conversations. I think that one of the key areas of focus we'll look at when we have those conversations is exploring both paths that recommendations for how to influence the legislature. So if you think back to that chart that showed the 2 areas on the left that were more influencing via legislature versus the right, which was more influencing the institutions, really getting perspectives on that balance and what on the left-hand side of that, in terms of legislative changes, really drive toward the areas that we've identified as important at the institutions, and then understanding from the institutions the converse, what they view as critically important to put in place on the campuses, and how the work that you're doing here in Austin can help create the funding environment, the regulatory environment, the infrastructure environment to incent and support that. The second thing we want to just clarify as we do the research is, to Wallace's point, are we okay focusing the bulk of our research on the 4 areas on the left-hand side of that, which were participation of African American Hispanic students, success of African American Hispanic students, increasing number of STEM awards, and increasing the number of quality teaching certificates granted, and placing relatively less emphasis on increasing nursing awards and focus on the research institutions. So we can, now that we've had this conversation, absolutely send out another kind of one question asked to the group about the feelings about that based on the conversation. But we want to see if there's an opinion now. We'd love to hear it. And then the other thing which we'd like to ask about is just any other comments, particularly around this, how to pull apart the 20 to 15 goals and work on the closing the gaps accelerated plan versus focusing on the longer term vision and bringing Texas up toward international, national standards of excellence. So I think those are the 2 topics we were hoping to get a little more feedback from you in terms of guiding our effort over the next month and a half in the external research.
Members?
We're talking about that first.
I defer to
We're talking about the first bullet point right on this page.
Either one is fine. We only have about 5 or 6 minutes left, so jumping on either is fine.
I'll allow overtime if it's valuable.
All right,
In the group's opinion.
Make it valuable. All right, the first dash here, FSG will not look for areas to expand the statutory authority of THECB. What about the opposite direction? Should we be looking at areas in which we should relinquish some of our statutory authority? Would that be a good exercise for us to go through?
We're actually working on that.
Can we add that on the sheet and make it a little more official? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good question. Other feedback on these?
I have a question, Chair. The way we are measuring, you are saying that our target keeps on moving and we keep on falling behind. Our target keeps on moving, new population is coming. Why don't we look at people who have moved in the state of Texas exclude the people who have moved in last 1 or 2 years, so that we can have optimistic goal. And then look at those other people after 2 years, like dynamic programming problem. Depending upon how many people moved in, rather than really remaining pessimistic. We keep on improving. Our goal is we are not meeting the goal. We remain behind because population is moving in. Why don't we look at population that moved in 2 years ago? We can exclude that to measure the goal. What do you all think about something like that?
So we've already heard
industrial engineering. There's a dynamic depending upon how many people have come in, what has happened in the last 2-3 years.
Well, you're talking about kind of how we slice the data pie a little bit, and
so that we are more optimistic. We are getting closer to the goal rather than remaining behind the goal.
Well, 2 comments on that. One is it's hard enough to get current data in what we measure as it is. I'm constantly frustrated that we're looking at cohorts that are, 5 years old, much less than 2 years old. That's one facet. Then there's also a flip side, I think, Durga, to your point, which is, and we may see this at the end or throughout the recession, is that in-migration may actually benefit Texas in terms of the percentage of degree holders. And so if we stop the window short now, there may be some goal areas that actually we'd like to know. The percentage of in-migration, and I'm just guessing. I don't know that we've got this data, but because of what's happening in California and Michigan and states like that, we may be seeing an in-migration that is a higher percentage of.
The real issue isn't actually the growth in population, but the growth in how the population is growing. So the part of the population is growing is that part of the population which is historically achieved at lower rates once they enroll in higher ed, and the graduation rates are much lower, and so that really emphasizes the success aspect. So, going back to what you were talking about earlier, if we achieve parity in terms of success rates, we can hit the participation levels very easily. But when you have a 20 to 30-point gap in terms of 6-year graduation rates between the Anglos and Asians and Hispanics and African Americans, you just aren't going to catch up, right. Especially when the Hispanic population is the booming population. Right. So it's really not as much the large increase in our population as it is our lack of success in graduating students.
Well, yeah, I think what I was talking about had maybe more to do with catching up on participation, but what you're saying is absolutely right when it comes to successful outcomes and getting through the pipeline.
And our participation rate, as we've talked about many times, is calculated based on how many people are in school. And so if you keep them in school to graduation, you're just going to increase our participation number significantly alone. So we've increased the percentage of students who are going directly from high school to college after it had been flat for many years. We're also doing this with more and more students who are poor, who are first generation. So, and our problem is we can't say exactly why we've achieved that, but we've had some real success.
And I would argue, Durga, almost the opposite point. We need more current data. We need to get as close to what is the snapshot today as possible. When we talked about the leaking pipeline, we were looking at the 2003 cohort. We've had a whole another 6-year cohort since then. The cohort then was 132,000 students entered the higher education pipeline and 74,000 failed to complete. That's almost 60%.
One of the things
that's 6-year-old data.
We're hoping there are 2 things we're hoping to address. One is when we have our developmental education pilots, that we develop a feedback system within developmental ed for quicker feedback in terms of quick action for students in terms of moving them forward. The second thing is achieving the DREAM efforts in terms of community colleges in the state. We're hoping to expand what they've been doing across the community colleges in particular, but to help expand that across institutions, to help that model be in place. But it still requires local action. But we can help develop the systems that can help identify students more quickly at the local level.
I have a question, Fred, if it's okay. We've most definitely identified 2 of the areas where we're falling behind, and one is out here at the Hispanic population, which I feel like from what I can see, we're making progress. I don't see that we're spinning our wheels in that area, but I feel like we're making some in that area. And two, we've identified that black African Americans are not where we want them to be, or where they need to be. And unless I've missed it, or I've overlooked it, or maybe it just went over my head at some point, do we have specific programs in place now that we've identified some of our weak areas to how we're going to address those individual ethnic groups and get them up to where we want? Do we have that in place? I mean, what's the game plan? What's the game plan to get us where we need to be in those two areas that we've identified? It's good that we've identified the problem, but what are we going to do about it?
Well, that's
what we're doing.
Why we're engaged in this process. Yeah.
That's what we're working towards now. Yeah. So right now, we really don't have a game plan in place.
There is a game plan in place that the staff has developed, but that's what we've asked FSG to help us vet.
Good.
Is our game plan, our accelerated action plan on the short-term goals of closing the gaps, properly focused, well-focused?
Well, I think you need to add there have been efforts in place up to this point, and that's one reason why we've made the gains that we've made. But at this level, we've realized that we haven't gone as far as we should, and so does the accelerated plans, and that we're bringing folks in. But
are they going to come back with us with some specific recommendations in terms of what we can do to maybe, I assume they are, because we are talking about an accelerated plan. Who's going to come up with, since we've identified where some of our weaknesses are, how are we going to get to where we want to be?
Yeah, Dennis, that's exactly the short-term action plan that we're referring to, are what specific strategies. We will be coming back with recommendations on specific strategies to accelerate in the priority areas that we were talking about today, most specifically the success area, as well as participation of Hispanics and African American males. And what we hope to come out of this process with is exactly what you're saying, a roadmap, an action plan for the goals that really need additional resources to reach those goals by 2015.
And one that is building upon the work that's already taken place and the work that the staff has done in putting together plans and action steps as well. So there's been a lot of work on this in these areas.
I'm sure that you've said that, but I wanted to hear it stated in a much straightforward manner as to where we're headed with this, because I think it's one thing to identify the problems, and it's a whole new set of problems in terms of trying to remediate those problems. And I find over the years that actually identifying the problems is much easier than a remediation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Any other specific feedback on these bullet points, Lynn?
Yeah, can someone talk a little bit about teaching certificates? That just jumps out at me as, well, I got a couple of things. I don't really see how we can do much for the accelerated plan and I know the issues and I know the work we need to do on teacher certification, but I don't know. It seems to me that I'd much rather have us say teacher quality here or something.
Well, that's exactly the feedback the steering committee.
Okay.
We had that same concern,
okay,
and I think FSG understands that even though, in fact, this may have influenced how the internal stakeholders answered that question. I think it's not so much the number of certified teachers now as it is the quality and mix of those certified teachers. So we need to make that shift, much like the shift to focusing on success.
Yeah.
Unless somebody else on the board disagrees, I think you make a real valid point.
Work towards re-standardizing how that certification is achieved. That's just my personal opinion, because we had certain measures in place that would ensure that when a teacher went in the classroom, that teacher was well prepared, not just only in their subject matter, but also on his or her ability to actually teach that information. And then I realized we got into a situation where we had a shortage of teachers, and the governor made a decision. I'm not being critical of the governor. I'm sure it was probably something that needed to be done at that time. But then some of that got delegated to the districts, different avenues and pathways in order for teachers to achieve teacher certification. Are we at a point, are we approaching a, does anybody follow me? Are you losing me, Fred? That look on your face looks
Well,
like
I think
listen, are we at a point where we could go back and re-standardize the process in which teachers achieve certification?
Well,
so
we're not
we can maintain that high level of...
We're not down here yet in the weeds. Now, we are going to be, this process is going to be generating more specific strategies as we go along. Right now, we're up here flying at the priority level and identifying those categories. And we'll, this is the beginning of the drill down process, and you're going to be hearing more about that in the next 2.5 months, a lot more about that drilling down process because you'll be participating in it. The other thing I'd say, though, Dennis, is you touched on a real good example of how the state's needs are dynamically changing all the time. We had what we perceived to be a teacher crisis in terms of number as well as quality. Boom, along comes a recession, and now young teachers can't find jobs because out-of-work adults are returning to teaching to get jobs. And so that's changed. It'll be different in 2 years. So we've got to have a process that takes that kind of situation that you touched on into account.
And let me just directly state on this one that, for the purpose of the survey, we were using the language coming out of the Closing the Gaps plan, but our belief clearly is that a certification has to equal quality. And also, the circular nature of this as an issue, and where you look at the very high number of out-of-field teachers, particularly in math, that are in the state of Texas, particularly in middle grades. You think about how that relates to number of students who wind up with the background and basis in primary and secondary level to go into STEM fields and careers and to be prepared to do college-ready work as opposed to having the need to go into developmental education courses. There's a lot of connection here between these goals, and that's the focus when we talk about teacher quality, teacher preparation. I think that's the emphasis of what we're going to be looking at.
Thank you.
Any other feedback, members? What I might suggest, if there's time in the process, is an email with an interactive opportunity to respond in a little more detail, or kind of like you did last time with some choices. And part of that could be the the feedback that Wallace suggested about, okay, if we narrow this focus down some, then how would you reallocate those 100 points, and does that change anything? Would that be helpful to y'all, and is that a tool we could pursue? Or
yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to slow anything down, but
I think it can happen at the same time as we're doing our external research.
I think even though we got this out ahead of time, I think just the discussion is going to produce some digesting these thoughts. And some
we'll keep the survey short this time.
If you say 10 minutes this time, really mean it.
I don't think we promised 10 minutes.
Anything further on the presentation today?
No, just to say we were very appreciative of the quick responses of the board and staff, the thoughtfulness they put into the process. We're already seeing with the external interviews folks who have very strong opinions, lots of ideas to share, lots of diverse perspectives, and people have been very willing to speak with us and speak with us quite candidly. So we feel very good about where we are in the process, recognizing both that we'd like to be moving quicker and faster, but we're moving as quickly as as accurately as we can toward the goals of the project. So we're excited to come back at the end of January and complement what we heard from staff and board with what we're hearing from researchers, experts, from the data, from folks at the institutions of higher education themselves, and folks over at the Capitol.
You may find a few volunteers out in the audience before you leave here today.
Yes, we'll be doing 15-minute interviews set up outside.
Brenda?
I just have just a general comment, and it stems from what we were talking about in the very beginning. What are the workforce needs going to look like in 20 years? Who knows? But there's a statement on page 26, a highly skilled workforce can only, and I think it's be sustained with a combination of education and a business environment that attracts jobs. Even though our authority as an agency may end upon graduation, I don't think our message should. I think our message needs to extend out to the business environment and jobs. I don't think it's by accident that we have so many Fortune 500 firms headquartered here.
Just to follow up with that, with our Lumina grant, we will be engaging in what's referred to as a tuning process, in which we will be surveying industry, following up with graduates once they go into the field. We have done that to some extent in the past. We'll be doing it more so in the future. In fact, you may recall we engaged in this very room high-tech executives for several meetings in the fall to talk about the quality of our graduates. This was at the staff level.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about the message, though. I'd like to see it maybe integrated somehow and consistent in our message.
Okay.
Thank you, Brenda. I also want to recognize Lauren Burrows with the Texas High School Project. Lauren, where are you? Over there behind. You can stand up and wave. Lauren is with the Texas High School Project, who is our fiscal agent for the grant that we've received from the Gates, Meadows, and Greater Texas Foundations, and that they have enabled us to afford these experts from afar and to engage in this process. So, Lauren, thank you, and thank you for being here. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Phillips?
Is our next session with you all at our board meeting on the 28th? Yes. It's going to be an agency ops on the 27th.
28th of January.
We are, the process is purposely using already established dates as much as we can. But if we run into any roadblocks, we can always, if we need to set up a conference call or what have you, we can seek to do that. And it's also the kind of thing you could probably call in. If you're not going to be at agency ops, you could call in just for that segment kind of thing.
Good, thank you.
I think what we will do is adjourn for lunch, and let's see, is 31 and a half minutes long enough for lunch? Let's plan to reconvene at 12:45. All right? We've got a lot of folks with a lot more items to cover. So. All right, I'm going to reconvene the Committee on Strategic Planning at approximately 12:48, give or take. And I'm going to take yet another item out of sequence in the interest of scheduled priorities, and we're going to go to item 5C next, and then come back to 5A. And this, let me get to the right part of my script. This item is Texas A&M University System's presentation on future campus plans for the several institutions. In fact, this is part 2 of Virgil's presentation, and giving us an overview of where the institutions are headed. And Virgil Gay, Associate Vice Chancellor for Facilities Planning and Construction with the Texas A&M System, will give us a short intro and then turn it over to each of the campus presentations. Virgil, welcome.
All right. Thank you all for having us today. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share the vision of the Texas A&M System. Just a quick commercial for us. The A&M System is 11 universities, a health science center, 7 state agencies, and 115,000 plus students. Now, at the last meeting that we had here in June of 2009, 6 of our universities presented to the campus. They presented their plans to the board members that are present. So without further ado, we have 7 additional institutions that are here, members that are here to share their vision and goals with you, and we'll move on with that, and I'll call them up one at a time as we go. The first will be Dr. George C. Wright, President, Prairie View A&M University. Dr. Wright.
Welcome, Dr. Wright.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. And I want to thank you for allowing me to have this time and for being moved up. I sincerely appreciate this. You have some slides on Prairie View. I just want to make a couple of narrative statements for you. And I guess the key point when looking at the whole master plan process is that Prairie View, unlike many institutions in the state of Texas, actually has an excess of space, and this is as a result of the buildings that were constructed during the Texas Priority Plan beginning in 2001 and going for almost a decade now. For instance, we have a new nursing building, a new science building, a new juvenile justice and psychology building, and the like. Furthermore, thanks to you, with your permission, with the permission of the Texas A&M Board of Regents, we recently purchased a new building for our Northwest Houston Center. The $8.9 million purchase included the facility as well as furnishings. We paid cash for this building from our AUF reserve. The plan is to move classes from the current Northwest Houston location, actually several different places, to our new building in March 2010. And by moving several off-campuses location to this one place, we will be able to consolidate operations and services there. And this move to this new Northwest Houston Center allows Prairie View to properly serve a sector that has been in our mission for over 20 years. Consolidation of programs allows the university to properly manage its cost structure. Very briefly, I want to talk about our master plan.
Sir, could I?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask a question? I thought that there was a consortium of universities and community colleges that had purchased, and I think it's Lone Star College, if I'm not mistaken, that had purchased some property, and there was a consortium of universities, including Prairie View A&M, Sam Houston State University, University of Houston, along with some other universities that were going to go in and join together and to share these facilities. And how does this purchase of this new property by the Prairie View system, how does that fit in with this agreement that was made by Prairie View A&M and those other universities to work together?
Okay.
How does that play and how does that fit in?
Okay. Several years ago, I'd say at least 2 years ago, the vice chancellors representing these systems, University of Houston, Sam Houston, Texas A&M system, they started meeting and going over all of the programs that the various institutions wanted to offer. And they made sure that duplication is not occurring and that Prairie View is offering certain kind of programs. The other institutions are as well. And every time before an institution can start programs, the various vice chancellors, the various universities come together and they agree whether or not Prairie View or one of the other institutions can go forward. As part of that, we had been in lease space. We thought it was in the best interest of Prairie View, instead of remaining in that space or finding other lease space from just the cost perspective, to go ahead and purchase our own building. As I mentioned, the price for the building, $8.9 million, compares very favorably to what we were paying over a 3 to 5 year period just for leasing somewhere. And again, we made sure that the coordinating board approved this purchase before we went forward with it.
Well, let me just interject that the University of Houston system also made that same attempt to purchase its own property in the northwest corridor of the city, and they withdrew that proposal in an effort to work with all interested parties to serve the needs in that northwest area of the city. And so to me, this contraindicates or is a contradiction in terms of the spirit of cooperation and collaboration of multiple institutions to serve that northwest corridor, and particularly one of the fastest growing areas of the city. So does this at this point now open the door for these other institutions to go into that area and purchase property on their own, and which is something I thought we had already settled? Just trying to get a clear understanding.
Right. As far as others may speak to this.
Does this open the door for Sam Houston State or University of Houston or any of the other institutions to now go into that area and now purchase property of their own and start offering courses without collaborating with all interested parties? Because I was understanding that we had reached an agreement and that we were going to use the property that I believe it's Lone Star College had purchased, and that we were going to set up a MITSE type program or model.
Dennis, let me ask a clarifying question to follow up on what you're getting at. The building, Dr. Wright, that you're referring to that was purchased for $8.9 million is substitute space for current classes that are in currently leased facilities. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And will this new building provide, or is it being purposed for new programs beyond what's already being offered?
There will be new programs offered as part of the plan that we had worked out with those other institutions. As I mentioned, this is the University of Houston with Lone Star, with Sam Houston. We've all been working together, sir, for several years to come up with the plan.
I'm aware of that.
And so part of that is allowing these other institutions to acquire the necessary space they need to go forward with their programs as well.
The question I proposed is does this now open the door for Sam Houston State, University of Houston, and other institutions now to acquire their own property and move forward as the University of Houston attempted to do 4 or 5 years ago, and withdrew that in an effort to collaborate and cooperate with all interested parties to work together?
I guess maybe I need to just say yes to that, but what I've been trying to say is that before we did anything, we consulted with those other institutions. They are all very aware of how Prairie View is going forward, as we are aware of the ways they've gone forward.
And I don't mean to interrupt, so if the University of Houston makes a proposal that they're fixing to acquire property in that same area, then you won't have any objections to that?
Again, it would be those vice chancellors, the group of people, the coordinating board was part of this, that worked to establish that format to review all of the plans.
My question is a very direct question. My question is if the University of Houston, Sam Houston State, or any of these other institutions that were part of this collaborated effort to serve the needs of Northwest Houston, if they decide to purchase their own individual property, as y'all are proposing to do today, will we have any opposition from from Prairie View A&M?
Again, I guess we would have to look at the specifics of the plan of what was being proposed at that time. In theory, we've all agreed to work together and not try to stop someone else from going forward in the way that you've just described.
I thought, in all due respect, I thought this issue was already settled.
Dennis, I've asked McGregor to come up and speak specifically to
but this
the
issue has
program.
Resurfaced, and it's
well, I think we're comparing apples and oranges here, Dennis. I'm going to ask McGregor to jump in here.
Okay. In terms of the most recent level of negotiations that came about, the agreement was including the opportunity for Prairie View to purchase this land, and it was signed off by all the participants, including Lone Star, Texas State System, the A&M system, and the University of Houston system. So the allowance that was made for Prairie View to purchase its own property was part of the agreement that was brought to the coordinating board and voted on and approved by the coordinating board in the July meeting, I believe.
What I'm concerned about is you've got Lone Star College that has invested a substantial amount of money in the infrastructure to provide and meet the needs of the northwest quarter of the city of Houston, which is one of the fastest growing areas of the city. And then if we start having individual institutions defect, and
this was part of the agreement. This was part of the agreement that Lone Star was a party to.
Where are we going to leave Lone Star College?
Dennis, let me try to respond to that. I think in the future going forward, go back to the Lone Star proposal. Of course, that was subsequent follow-up from the prior experience of U of H trying to do the Northwest campus. And the coordinating board approved that based upon the collaboration agreement among all the institutions at that time. And an agreement with that was full acknowledgement of this facility for here. Now, specifically to answer your question about precedent going forward, from my perspective. If U of H or anybody else or Sam Houston State wanted to go and establish another campus in Northwest Houston, then they would be required to come back to the coordinating board, and we would evaluate that in light of duplication of programs, demand, supply, pathways, all the issues we look at, and we would then make that decision as to whether that's, you know, a good investment of those funds for the state of Texas. So what I'm saying is, no, I don't think it does open up the door. Direct response to your question. From my perspective, it does not. But that's not to say that if one institution saw an opportunity that they thought was not being served in Northwest Houston, that would not preclude them from coming in and making that proposal, McGregor. But I look at this as somewhat different in that this facility was part of the complete negotiation among all the institutions when the Lone Star facility was put together. And I think does that adequately express itself?
That's correct, and that was the only point I wanted to make sure we understood was.
But going forward, we would look at anything else.
When the Mitzi agreement was brought.
I was not made aware of that, and I thought this whole issue had been settled when we partnership with Lone Star College, which I thought was a good use of state and taxpayers' money, and I was told that there was adequate space available for all the institutions in that area, and now to hear that we're using state monies and whatever monies we're using, $8.9 million to purchase another facility, to me doesn't make sense.
That building that's being purchased was part of the space that was for everybody. That included enough space for everybody. That included the space out of this building as part of that agreement.
Will other institutions in this area be allowed to use this facility, or is this facility solely for the purpose of Texas A&M Prairie View?
Yeah. At this time, the plan is that it will be for us. It will be for Prairie.
Okay, so it's solely a facility that will be utilized by one member of this consortium of universities.
Which was taken into account when the Mitzi agreement, the settlement of serving the Northwest Houston market area, was developed. When they looked at the space inventory and the program inventory, this was part of the radar screen. If this were a new building request, we would be looking at it through a different lens in taking into account the concerns.
I should also add that the building that we purchased was owned by Lone Star, that they had this building for sale, so it enabled them to go forward with the new space that they had purchased.
And at the same time, save taxpayer dollars that were going to rent.
Well, I want to go on record just saying that, to me, I don't know that much about what you are proposing today other than to purchase a $8 to $9 million facility.
Dennis, this is not a proposal. This is a fait accompli. What he's describing is really where they are in their master plan for each of these campuses, the big picture, so that when future projects come up, and there may be some future projects to be addressed here, we're better able as a committee to understand those projects in the context of that institution's overall master plan.
Well, I'm glad that they have brought these other institutions on board, and I take them at their word that they have. They've been informed that this is going to take place, because I don't want to see this thing get stirred up again. I was in hopes that this issue was put behind us and that we had all come together and reached an agreement as to how we were going to serve the needs of the students in that area.
I think the answer is that it is, because this was part of that agreement that you're referring to. Dr. Wright?
Okay. Our master plan. This process actually started with a review of our worst facility on campus, and that is our sports complex. My administrative team, along with Prairie View students, alums, and other campus leaders, have been working since last summer along with the A&M system to define what this university will be in the future. We are nearing the point where we will be finalizing our sports complex future for the next 10 to 20 years. The sports complex master plan will be rolled into the campus master plan. Currently, an RFQ, request for proposals, for the campus master plan will be issued this coming spring. We have received 14 responses to our RFQ. 6 vendors from that group have been invited to campus to present their proposals on January the 12th, 2010. As part of that process, we plan to not only lay out the future locations of our facilities, but we also plan to do a formal assessment on at least 2 of our buildings which appear to fall below current academic standards. That's the AI Industries building and the GROW building. We've currently taken those buildings offline. When we acquired the new property as part of the agreement that we reached with you, the coordinating board, we took several buildings offline so that we could try to limit our having too much of the space access. We need to determine the future of these buildings as our campus grows.
Dr. Wright, could I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Listen, that makes more sense to me because I have been on your campus, and you do have some buildings that I think need to be replaced. And I'm not as familiar with your campus as I'm sure that perhaps I need to be, but just generally looking at the campus, there appear to be some old buildings that have been there a long, long time. And if you're proposing to put this facility in place or to purchase this facility to replace some old facilities that in my mind look like they need to be replaced, then I can understand this a little better. And you're saying that's part of what you're doing with this new purchase?
That's part of it.
Well, I can understand that.
Okay, thank you. Finally, during the time period of the master plan process, we also are making plans to expand our campus housing and dining capabilities. Currently, we have one of the highest resident student populations with 60% of our undergraduates living on campus. This semester, for instance, we had a long list for housing with few local options for housing available in our community. Our campus partner, American Campus Communities, has expressed interest in looking at additional on-campus housing for us. Lastly, as part of the master plan process, we will be looking at our design, landscape, and sign standards, that we want to bring a certain level of uniformity to those activities on our campus.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Any other questions for Dr. Wright regarding the Prairie View A&M master plan?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Dr. Tracy Taft, Interim Provost and Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs at Texas A&M University, Central Texas.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Taft. Welcome.
I am sitting in as we are without a president right now, so if you ask me things I don't know, I'm going to defer to Virgil.
Any relation to Grant Taft?
Yes, sir. That's my father.
Okay.
Very close relation.
So we can ask about Baylor football as well.
What'd you say?
We can ask about Baylor football.
I can talk football, yes, sir. Basketball. Hopefully I can talk about this, and this is something I'm very proud of. So we have a very clean slate when talking about our master plan, and we are right in the beginning stages of our master plan. In fact, tomorrow we have our second meeting, and we are doing something very unique. We are not only building our first building, but we are developing our master plan while doing that simultaneously. So we have a very unique opportunity. We don't have a history of a master plan or buildings. We are currently leasing 3 buildings right now. We are a bit overgrown, and so we are very anxious to get into our new first building. And we have 600-plus acres that we have recently acquired from the Army that we are very excited about. And there is actually a picture later, a couple of slides over. I don't want to go to it quite yet. But we put the mission and goals up there, but I'm not going to take my few moments to read those, but that will give you a bit of a sense of who we are. And we think that we are a quite unique area place, community, and really the community is part of us. We don't have the luxury of having the football team and community and housing, freshman, sophomore. We are junior, senior level, and we are really integrated with our community. So our master plan is going to take a different approach probably than some of the other four-year campuses. So the planning for it is rather unique, and we've already jumped into it and looked ahead 15 and 20 years, while at the same time looking at our immediate needs over the next couple of years with our new first multi-purpose building, and that will house academics as well as enrollment management, student services, admissions, records, and all of our administrative offices. We currently own 3 buildings, one of which we call our main campus. That's where we were all squeezed into as of just last year. We have our Southwest campus, which is across the parking lot, and it is a temporary building. And then we have our new North campus, which is a recently acquired elementary school campus. Actually, it's a middle school campus. We just moved into it this summer, and we are very pleased because we were bursting at the seams. We moved 2 of our 3 divisions over to that building. We will expand our library services over there. Not our library, because our library also shares its building with Central Texas College, which is the campus where we currently have our leased buildings. So we don't have a home of our own, so that is another reason we are very excited about our master plan. As far as enrollment, the reason we need to expand and grow over the last 10 years, and you can see on the slide, our enrollment has increased almost 60% over the last 10 years. And while that sounds large, it probably could have been more, but there was not space to grow. We literally were stacked on top of one another, and even moving into our separate building this summer, it's already full. So I think that the growth, we just changed names this summer from Tarleton State University. We became standalone, and September 1st was our true date. And in fact, Friday night we had our first graduating class, our inaugural commencement, graduating over 300 students. So it's been a very exciting week. So you can see why we're very excited about all of this. The data suggests that we will have a 2% growth for fall next year. I anticipate it being quite a bit more than that, and as we plan, we are looking at probably a little bit higher number than that. Our enrollment does fluctuate a bit, not as much as some people would think, with Fort Hood and enrollment with deployment at Fort Hood. We also have full-time faculty and classes on post at Fort Hood. We had 1,000 rears and seats, if you will, on post this spring. And so when soldiers deploy, that does affect our enrollment a bit, but we do not gauge what we're doing solely on that. We just adjust with that. We don't change what we're doing. We don't adjust our offerings in any way. We have increased our online a bit to help those soldiers that have deployed, but we anticipate a continued enrollment growth as you see here on the screen. So we are in need of the buildings that we are planning. The building that we are looking at moving into right now, we are currently occupying 3 buildings, one with 29,000 square feet, one with a little over 10,000, and our North Campus has 104,000 square feet. And we are utilizing pretty near all of that right now. And the new building certainly won't house all of us, so we will remain spread out. But, we build what we can with the pennies that we have, and we're fortunate that we had tax revenue bond money to start on our first building and look forward to the next one. So the first one we're looking at $25 million, and hopefully the next one then will be our library, and we can then move it out of the community college campus and onto our campus, and hope that you'll come visit us.
Dr. Taft, what's the size of your general purpose building, and where is it situated in relationship to the 3 buildings or campuses that you're in now?
We are literally in those first phases of that, and we're in the planning stage in that we're still looking at what costs are going to go to infrastructure right now. We're talking 600-plus acres of land out there with endangered species. We're looking at water lines, electricity. So the amount that will actually go to square footage is still in question. Probably 50 to 60,000, and I might not tell you I said that later, but that's just general talks that we've had. And
Understand.
60,000 is a target.
Okay.
So that's what the current planning is based
Right,
on.
that's what the current planning is being based on, 60,000 square feet.
So how do your plans differ, given that you have, that while Fort Hood isn't, all your students, that you have a disproportionate number of students who will come and go and will need access to online courses to continue their education? How does this affect your construction plans?
I don't think that it affects it necessarily. If you notice back on the chart, and I look to see the big drop, I've just been here a year and a half, and I look back at the 2004, 2005, what the big drop was right there, and that was a 19,000 soldier deployment at Fort Hood. That's the same timing. Now, whether that is the reason or not, it could have been. But at the same time, we've also had continual deployment to Iraq, but we've had a continual enrollment rise.
I'm not really addressing whether your enrollment stays stable, but how you serve the students.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you need to continue their education when they leave Killeen.
Oh, okay.
And it could be somewhere else in the U.S., but you begin their education. And,
yes, sir.
And from my understanding, in the past, that's been somewhat of an issue. And that, how are you going to serve those students to help make sure they complete the degree at your institution?
Okay. When I arrived, we were not standalone, and our FTE did not count online for us. It was Tarleton, all of that. So there was not a big push for online, and quite frankly, some of the years past, the relationship with Fort Hood was not as good as it could have been. We feel like we have a very good relationship. We are their school of choice rather than some of the online schools. And so we've developed a good relationship. We have hired our own instructional designer. We have posted right now a web developer. And the summer that I came, a year and a half ago, we had 2 online courses, and we are now up over 60 online courses. And we are targeting those. We looked at the data, those courses that the soldiers needed the most, and we are also looking at expanding to the online Navy ships, the NC PACE program, to look at that side of the armed services as well. So looking at the needs for online, it's a non-issue for us. It is one of the ways that we will go to meet the needs of our soldiers. But only about 30% of our students are military related.
Well, actually, I might add that given you're a new institution, you have the unique opportunity to take advantage of technology in which established campuses cannot.
Right.
And so, I would think that at some level that would change the way one thinks about constructing a campus, and so I just hope you'll think about that as you go forward.
Absolutely. We also, I just mentioned Central Texas College, where we actually live. They, at any one time, they have had up to 150 and 60,000 online students, and they have a very strong online program across the world with military and worldwide, and we have had beginning talks with them about partnering in some way and not recreating the wheel, and partnering with them as well.
Thank you, Dr. Gold.
I have a quick question. You made the comment that 30% of your total enrollment was military
related.
Military related.
Yes, sir.
It looks to me as if that would be your greatest potential for growth. Is that not true? I mean, where are you drawing your students from? I mean, outside that would leave, a substantial amount of your student enrollment that would be non-military.
We have a
I'm trying to get some handle as to where your growth's coming from, because you have grown a lot.
Yes, sir. Part of that is the military, because the relationship was not as strong as it could have been a few years back, but we also have very strong relationships with our community colleges, Temple College and Central Texas College, that are very close, and we've established articulation agreements with both of those community colleges and Austin Community College as well. And because we're just junior-senior level, it provides a great opportunity for both of those community colleges. And we've developed, particularly with Central Texas College, what we call the Texas Two-Step. And we are dipping down into now 2+2+2s and targeting those junior and senior level students in high school, and setting them up and really beginning to recruit at that level so that they have a plan where they will be going for their 4-year.
Can you answer for me
I will try.
the number of graduate programs that you're presently offering?
We have 26 areas, and I won't call them separate degrees, but we have about 26 different areas in graduate programs.
Are you offering master's degree programs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And not all 26?
No, we have business, education, and in arts and sciences, a variety of master's degrees.
Any doctoral programs?
No, we will not. For some time, and it was set up that way. San Antonio nor the Texas A&M Central Texas campus will.
Thank you.
Yes,
Members, any further questions? Lynn?
Dr. Tapp, remind me, I've driven past your campus or to be here, and what highway is that on?
195 and...
It's a beautiful spot.
It is. What's the...
That's okay. It's 195. I was trying to remember.
Yeah. Another number.
That's okay.
Not in the cross streets yet. That's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's very exciting for that area.
It is a beautiful area. It's just out by the airport.
Yeah, I've driven past it. So.
And y'all are formerly Carleton State University?
Central Texas.
Central Texas?
Yes, sir.
Carleton State University at Central Texas.
Tarleton State University in Stephenville had a campus, which was our campus in Killeen, and it was Tarleton State University, Central Texas.
Okay.
And then
That was an independent university.
No.
With their own president?
No.
No, it was the University System Center, which is a way to develop a site where it determine the level of need before you establish an institution.
Back Cinco Ranch, okay. Yeah. But now it's become an independent university with junior, senior level courses and a few graduate programs.
Okay. It's like Clear Lake.
One of the 3 new ones that took us from 35 to 38 institutions now in higher education. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taft.
Thank you. Next, we'll have R. Bowen Lofton, Interim President of Texas A&M University.
Bowen, welcome.
Chairman, members of the board. Texas A&M is a large, comprehensive university. Founded in 1876, we are the second largest in Texas in terms of our population of students, and probably the first in terms of the size of our contiguous campus. The last master plan done for our campus was completed in July of 2004 and approved by our Board of Regents and submitted to this board as well near that time. The mission in front of you right there, I will call your attention to the first 3 bullets. Those 3 bullets focus specifically on areas that drive our campus master planning process and our decision making about which structures we need to build and which ones we need to renovate and so on. A couple of interesting facts. Just very recently, last month, the National Science Foundation rankings for research came out. We're number 20 in the country among all public and private universities. We are actually number 3 if you take away those who have medical schools attached to them, only behind MIT and UC Berkeley. So we are a large, comprehensive research university, and we have to deal with facilities that not only handle education, but also research activities as well. Second slide, if you will move forward to that. In addition to the master plan completed in 2004 for the campus, in 2009, well over 1,000 of our faculty contributed directly to the development of an academic master plan as well. This master plan contains 3 basic elements, one dealing with teaching and learning, a second in research, and a third in engagement. It is that master plan also we have to relate to in terms of our decision making. So I want to make sure you're aware of that. Finally, before I go to the next slide, let me mention too that we are at a point, I think, in our development, our history, where we will be paying more attention to rehabilitation of structures as compared to new facilities. We've been building new buildings quite a bit. Since I've been interim president for 6 months, I've actually dedicated 4 new buildings on the campus, and that's probably going to be a record for a while. We do have some new structures planned. I'll talk about those in just a moment here, but I do believe our need now is to shift our focus a bit. We have over 16 million square feet, over 600 buildings on campus, and many of those buildings are somewhat aged and need attention. They're structurally sound in most cases, but they do have needs for, again, rehabilitation and perhaps repurposing over time. The next slide gives you a look at the things you'll be seeing soon as a coordinating board in terms of projects in development right now. The first is a new structure proposed for liberal arts. Liberal arts right now is scattered across 14 buildings on the campus. It is our second largest college in terms of majors, but our largest in terms of how many courses they teach, because, of course, they underlie everything we do at the university. And so we have recently determined we can go forward to you fairly soon with a proposal for a new building which will house 2 departments, but more importantly, perhaps give some tangible credit to a large college which has no real home right now in terms of structure. The YMCA facility is one which is an old building. It was old when I was a student there in the 60s and served me very well as a student-focused building. It's going to go through a rehabilitation phase very soon as well. Welborn grade separation is a very essential piece of our planning as well. As you know, our campus is really 2 square miles divided by Welborn Road and a railroad track, and I worry about that almost every day. We have now 1 pedestrian underpass underneath that particular railroad track and road complex. We intend to build a second one, which is really right across from the original entrance to the campus. This will be funded largely by federal monies, but also by some state funds we have as well. The fourth there is a small facility dedicated to veterinary imaging. That's coming up as well soon for you to look at. We have also a major project involving upgrading one of our large engineering structures, the Zachary Engineering Building, in terms of its fire and life safety. Again, when I was a student in the 60s, we had a fairly old facility for student housing for married students. We're now in the process of replacing that 40 years later. So I'm proud to see we're going forward with that. Phase 1 is already completed. Phase 2 and Phase 3 are in planning right now, and we hope to bring online as a construction project in 2010. Finally, we currently have 10,000 beds on campus for a campus population of around 49,000 students. Those beds serve really our freshman class of about 8,000 students, plus our core cadets of around 1,900 students. We are not planning at the present time to expand the number of beds on campus, but some of our residence halls are aged, again, and were built in a way that does not lend itself to their rehabilitation. They need to come down. But we can't afford to lose beds in that process. So we're going to build, with your permission, of course, a new facility, and from that point on begin taking down older ones, so we have no net loss of beds on the campus over the time when we actually replace a number of the very old and not well-built facilities we have for residence halls. That comprises our current list of proposed projects that you'll be seeing over the next few months, I believe, in terms of permission for going ahead if you haven't already approved these. Any questions I might answer rather.
Dr. Lofton, where will the north side, the new north side replacement residence hall?
Dooley Bell Building has a parking lot immediately behind it to the southeast, basically, and we're going to put the facility there. It will include a parking garage, so we don't lose that parking space either at that time. So we'll have a residence hall with a combined garage facility on a parking lot which currently exists.
And how many beds will that replace?
I believe it's about 400 to 500 beds will be included in that facility.
Can I ask?
You're going to do Dr. Golden?
Demolition of some existing residential halls. Is that what I
Once we have the new one built, so they don't lose net bed count, the answer is yes, sir.
What will you do with that space? Will you use it for parking? Or
the intent is to build new halls on those spaces.
Okay, so you'll build some new spaces, and then do some demolition of existing residence.
There are a number of halls we intend to take down.
Okay.
Once we have this first new hall built, we will one at a time take down an old hall and build on its footprint a new one, so we don't again lose additional campus land on the crowded East Campus side of our university.
But you anticipate your total number of students to, as far as being residents on campus to be.
As I said, we currently have no plans to include more than 10,000 beds on campus. Now, that I can't speak for the next administration, but that's our current plan.
What type of residential facilities will you be building? Will these be apartment style, or I mean, is there? Are y'all that far along in your planning?
I don't believe so. There'll be more monolithic structures that will include the standard types of two-person rooms in them.
In fact, the new building that we're talking about, the planning for, will be a living learning center as well, and it'll be a traditional dormitory style.
With space for study groups and others to meet as a part of the facility.
Thank you.
Questions?
Does Texas A&M University have a internal cap on we're going to take so many students and that's it? That's all we can handle in our infrastructure?
We have not formally adopted a cap. Our freshman admissions has been relatively flat for the last 3 years, about 8,000. And I've instructed the admissions group to not increase that for the coming year in fall of 2010 as well. However, we do have, I think, the ability to accommodate more students as transfer students and perhaps graduate students. So we've not tried to put any limitations currently on transfers or on graduate student populations, which I expect to grow modestly over the next few years. The current freshman class here, again, we about 3 years ago began increasing our freshman class size to the current about 8,000 per year coming in. That is now filled the pipeline, shall we say, in the university. So our undergraduate population should begin now to level off, with the exception, again, of transfer students from community colleges and perhaps graduate students as well. I have an enrollment task force working as we speak to give advice to the administration on exactly how we can accommodate more students at different levels.
And the reason I ask is, and I don't think it's in the backup inside for each of the schools and how we measure, students and success and cost of buildings, but it seems very difficult to me to do a master plan when you have the existing modular buildings that were built for so many students for dining and so many for residents and everything else, and then to continue to take students in with no plan on how much of the rest of the infrastructure is going to have to change accordingly. So on a go-forward basis, and this isn't Texas A&M right now, but it would be something that I'd like to see, measured, that the systems would provide us in terms of if they're going to propose taking their enrollment above their current level or whatever their stated cap is, be it 5,000 or 50,000, that they really address what other campus improvements are going to have to occur because of that added bump in enrollment. Because I think a lot of schools don't take that into account, and they find that the growth is not linear. They take another 3,000 students, and they find that they didn't all go to the planned curriculum, and suddenly they're over here, and communication building needs to be bigger, or whatever. So I think it's something that we ought to look at measuring, trying to get the systems and the schools to provide us data on that, because I think it's hard. I think it's almost impossible to plan long term without having this is how many students we're going to have, and we're going to build to handle that.
I hear you, sir, and my comment would be this. I think that we've tried a couple of things here. Dr. Gates, as president, felt very strongly about closing the gaps and trying to increase our undergraduate population, address that, and that's what he started us on several years ago while he was still president, and that's that 8,000 plus number we're bringing in each year now as freshmen, which is well above when I first got to Texas A&M about 5 years ago, we brought in about 7,500. We've now increased that by over 500 per year coming in new freshmen. And that has strained us, I must admit, even for a large university like Texas A&M. At the same time, Dr. Gates, during his administration, went through a faculty reinvestment program that added a number of new faculty net to our population as well. And that has certain implications about space for offices, laboratories, and things like that as well. So we've gone through a number of steps here, and I would not say that they're unplanned, but I would say that we haven't probably comprehensively thought about these issues, which is why, again, I have put in place very recently an enrollment task force to look at all three levels of enrollment growth potentially. That is, freshman admits, transfer admits, and graduate student populations. Those all three need to be looked at together and how they impact facilities, not simply buildings, but also dining services, housing, not simply on the campus, but off the campus, and a variety of things like that come into play.
Keep that thought in mind when we get in a couple of agenda items to the discussion about deferred maintenance, renovation, repurposing of facilities as well, which is something that A&M has recently taken a very thorough look at.
Well, again, let me emphasize, we really have to, I think, institutionally look at our existing space and make sure that space is appropriate for our students, our faculty, and our staff to occupy. For too long, we've really, I think, focused predominantly on new construction, and that has to be, I think, weighed against the need for us to do rehabilitation as well.
Dr. Lofton, what's the estimated duration or time frame for the dorm replacement process?
We will go forward to our board in March, I believe. Is that correct, Virgil?
Maybe May.
March to May for our board approval. They'll come to you, of course, at that point as well for your approval. So with everything working well, we should be able to break ground perhaps in summertime.
That's for the first one, and what I hear you anticipate replacing a lot of the old ones.
Once we have a good timeline established, we can begin to plan ahead and have a domino-type process for the individual facilities being replaced, again, tearing down one at a time so we don't lose a net bed count on campus. Because, again, I found directly that parents of freshman students normally want their students on the campus for their freshman year.
Yes, they do.
And I'm well aware of that. And, of course, our core cadets must be housed on campus as well. That's about 10,000 people.
Now all I have to focus on is my grandson now. So he's class of 2032. Any other questions for Dr.
I have just a couple of brief questions. How do you go about with your enrollment management to maintain that 8,000 freshmen? And I guess that relates to the number of students that you have apply every year. And how are you able to keep that at 8,000 if your number of applicants, I assume, is increasing on a year-by-year basis? Number one, I'd like to know what's your total number of applications for freshman slots on an annual basis. Number two, I'd like to know what your requirements, your SAT requirements are. Do you bring those up in order to control your enrollment, or how are you able to level that off at 8,000?
Those are good questions, and take me a little time to answer this completely for you. We had 26,000 applications for this year's freshman class. We admitted approximately 11,000 students, and about 8,000 showed up. We have very good historical models of we call it the yield, based on our admits to what actually comes to the campus when classes begin. And again, that's why we actually over-admit at about 11,000 in this current year and got 8,000 yield. That's a very well-established, well-grounded model that we can tune within a few tens or 20s of students. It really works very well. And so we know exactly pretty what's going to happen each year. Now, that admit group is comprised of two different major populations. One are automatic admits, top 10%, and those who have exceptionally high SAT, ACT scores, and class standings. Then there is a very large cadre of students who are well above our minimum admission standards, but we evaluate holistically their scores, their class standing, their extracurricular activities, letters of recommendation, their essays. All these things go into a very elaborate review process where two individuals review every single file independently and compare notes, and a third person comes on board as well to basically classify students into a matrix for admission purposes. Our average SAT score for freshmen and mids was 1210 this past year. That's the average, I should say. That's not just, we have many much higher than that, and some, of course, lower than that. That's an average number. But we don't strictly base it on, again, the SAT score by itself for those who are in this reviewed group, where we do a holistic review of the individual student. It's a pretty complex process, and it would take me a little more time, and you probably want to take time to go through the entire process with you. But it is done, again, by human intervention at that stage, in terms of looking by two people at the whole record of the student and comparing their notes about that student's placement in a pretty elaborate matrix, which we utilize for our admissions process.
What percentage of that 11,000 was auto admit?
Say again?
What percentage?
10%. It's around 60%. We're around 50%, top 10%, and there's about another 10% or so that come in because they're outside the U.S. I mean, outside of Texas, for example, they have very high scores and so on, and so they're admitted based on their scores without. That's almost automatic because of their high standing, basically. And they're not reviewed very deeply because they come in with these very objective measures of their qualifications.
So the 50, that's in-state students from
right.
the top.
About well, less than 50%, 48%, something like that, are top 10 percenters in this current freshman class who are admitted automatically because of that top 10 standing based on state law.
Out of the total, what percentage is out of state?
Well, that's a little confusing. With your total of the undergraduates, I think is it about 5%, Karen? 5%. About 5% of the undergraduates. At the graduate level, much higher percentage, but the undergraduate population is about 5% out of state.
Thank you. So
those are usually extremely high-achieving students who come from out of state.
So Texas A&M is educating Texans primarily.
Undergraduate-wise, we're 95% Texas residents.
That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
And I might add, we're one-quarter first-generation college kids like I was in the 60s. Where there's no history of college education in the family when they get there.
About a quarter.
Any further questions for Dr. Lofton?
I just have one other.
Brenda.
One other question, getting back to housing. Is the housing run by the universities typically, or do you contract with a vendor specialist?
Those 10,000 beds are under our strict control. University employees are the ones who take care of it, along with, of course, the leadership, the student leadership who's in there as well, who are paid by the university. We have no contract personnel doing that.
And so y'all own all.
We own and operate those 10,000 beds. That's why the parents trust us, I think. Anything else?
Dr. Lofton, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right. Virgil, next.
Now we'll have Mr. William C. Hearn, Acting Vice President and CEO for Texas A&M University at Galveston.
Welcome, Mr. Hearn.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. Texas A&M University at Galveston is a branch campus of Texas A&M University. Our degree granting authority rests with Texas A&M. Our students earn the A&M degree. We're a special purpose institution, which I'm sure you're aware of, concentrating on the marine and maritime fields. That's both in our graduate and undergraduate education, as well as our research and our service and outreach endeavors. Of course, we subscribe to and endorse all of the objectives and goals that Dr. Lofton covered for the university, but there are 5 things I wanted to cover with you in addition to that. We have just recently rolled out our master plan. It was published in April of 2009. I'm really excited about it. I've just come back to the campus about a month ago as the acting, and looking at the master plan, I was very excited to see the work that was done on it. I think it's going to give us a very good plan for proceeding for development in the future. Our Closing the Gaps goal is 3,000 students. We think that's a good number for our campus, for our special purpose. We had 774 students this past fall. We were really, really excited that during the hurricane and we evacuated to College Station and continued classes for the fall semester in College Station, that 91% of our students actually evacuated, and we were able to retain them and keep them enrolled in the university despite the hurricane. The 1,774 compares to 1,614 in fall of '07, so we've actually not only maintained our enrollment but grown 9% post-hurricane. One of the things that we plan to do in the future that's going to be a big emphasis is to grow our graduate programs. We have 3 approved graduate programs in Galveston with 55 students enrolled in those programs. We also have another 65 students that are graduate students of Texas A&M University but in residence in Galveston completing their work. That'll be a big growth area in the future. One of the great things that Dr. Lofton did, and I know you're aware that he was our CEO down in Galveston prior to going to College Station, was that in his 4 or 5 years at Galveston, he managed to secure 5 endowed chairs. We had no endowed chairs prior to that time. 3 of those chairs are now filled, and we're in the process of recruiting for the other 2 chairs, which will certainly be part of our plan for growing those graduate programs. We've recently been assigned a new training ship by the federal government. We're very excited about it. We have to get it converted as a training ship, and we'll need federal funds to be doing that. We're working to secure those funds, but that ship is 605 foot long. It's going to make a great training platform for our students, and one of our big endeavors will be making that happen. We hope to take our first training cruise not this summer, but the following summer on that ship. And then we're in the process of building our new science complex. So one of the big initiatives we've got is the move into that complex. It'll be finished this spring. We'll be moving into it this summer and have it up fully operational for the fall. There's a lot of domino effect to that, a lot of things that'll be going on campus as we make that move. There are 2 current projects of real significance going on the campus. We've received a tuition revenue bond from the state of $5 million to address both shoreside enhancements as well as erosion mitigation. The shoreside enhancements will be things to take care of the new ship and to repair the structure of our dockside. But we have to address utilities, we have to put in new bollards, we have to do a number of things to accommodate this larger ship. The shoreside erosion is one of the projects that I know from my past experience that we've brought to the legislature at least 3 legislative sessions, if not longer, because one of the things that's happening is we're losing property on the north side of Pelican Island, where our campus is located. It washes around the point and up underneath the training ship, and so this project will look at how it will address issues of how we prevent some of that erosion and some of the silting that takes place. Our future projects, our Northern Student Center is our primary dining facility on campus. It also at one point was a significant student center for our students. We've converted most of the student-type space in there into office space as we grew service. So one of the things that we desperately need to do is expand our dining facility. We plan to do that by a 2-phase project. Each phase will be about $3 million. The first phase will be to develop a little office complex adjacent to the Student Center where we can move counseling, career planning and placement, our senior student affairs office, and other facilities that have occupied our Student Center. The second phase will be to greatly expand the kitchen and the dining seating space for our dining room. Right now, if you go over to the dining space at noon, students are standing around holding their trays looking for a place to sit down, so it's a really critical project. The kitchen was built to service 400 students, and we've got probably on board plan maybe 900 to 1,100 students at any one semester now. Our physical plant expansion, the master plan did a great job, I think, of identifying what we need to do as far as physical plant expansion is concerned. The corridors, the main underground corridors for our utilities and things right now are about 40 years old. We're having quite a few problems with that. In addition to that, our physical plant sits on prime waterfront property close to where we're putting in the new science building. The master plan identifies putting in a new loop for utilities and to actually move the major part of our physical plant back to the back side of the campus, utilizing the current one simply as an annex for the physical plant. We have major housing problems as far as our residence halls are concerned. We have on-campus residence halls for about 630 students. We have 2 private facilities adjacent to our campus. One houses 230 students and one about 200 students. One of the facilities on campus is really in very bad shape and needs to be demolished, much as Dr. Lofton points out on the facilities at College Station. We're still exploring exactly what to do about this. One of the problems, we would like to encourage more private development, but one of the problems on Pelican Island is there's very limited space for private developers to purchase and build to support us. We have some property on the north side of our campus across the road from where our campus is developed right now, about 40 to 50 acres. Much of it's wetlands, but there's also some good high property there, so we're exploring whether we'll build on there or exactly what we will do. We'll be faced with the same problem Dr. Lofton is faced with. We'll need to construct beds before we demolish any. Our students are pretty traditional college students, that is pretty much right out of high school as far as our undergraduates are concerned. They're athletic, they're outdoors oriented, they're a really interesting group of students to work with, but there's not much housing on Galveston Island that's appropriate for accommodating students. So again, we bring in about 450 freshmen each year. We have a cadet corps of about 350 students. All of those students need to live on campus. And then we have a large demand from our upperclassmen wanting to live on campus. So that's a major project ahead of us. Physical education facility was built in 1994. It has a gym floor, one workout room, and one general purpose type room. We've had to put extra machines in all the hallways and into the lobby areas and things. Again, pointing out that we have this outdoors-oriented, this athletic-oriented student population. We can't accommodate all the PE classes that we need to take care of right now, as well as just the recreation aspects of that building. If you go over there at night, it's just cram-packed with students. So we'll be expanding our physical education facility. Our library was built in 1986. It has about 17,500 assignable square feet. It contains also our Learning Resource Center. Our master plan calls for expanding the library, and that'll be an important expansion for us. Be glad to answer any questions.
Members, questions regarding the A&M Galveston master plan?
Real quick question, if I
Yes,
could.
sir.
Looks like your proposal in terms of providing additional housing may be associated with the private partnership.
You know, we also have a possibility of purchasing one of those private facilities, the 230-bed facility. We have a commitment from a private donor for the future to perhaps purchase that. During the storm, the private developer did not come in and start rehabbing that when we knew we needed it very badly, and we had negotiated a lease to lease that property. It's a long-term lease, and we have students that are actually under our management in the 230-bed facility, but we hope to purchase that along with having to construct new facilities.
Is it close proximity?
It is. It's right adjacent to the campus.
I know where the campus is. I was just kind of interested to see where that particular facility is.
We'd love you to come down and visit. It's a really unique campus. We're located over on a little island called Pelican Island. You reach it by drawbridge from Galveston Island, but we have about 150 acres there. And this property is right adjacent to us.
You know, this is a very unique part of Texas higher education, which is no one else in any of our other schools, I think, offer this type of education and curriculum. And I'm interested to know how we compete nationally with any other type of programs like this. I would love to see this become a bright star nationwide and globally in terms of, if it's not already there. This is a unique program. There's a lot of research that can be associated with it that could be change the face of mankind, I guess, in a way. Hurricane research. I've read in the past that some of your facilities, particularly your ship, was outdated, so it looks like y'all solved that issue. I'd love to see y'all have the resources necessary to make this a international learning center as well as research facility. How close are you to becoming that?
Sir, that's certainly our vision too, and I think it's also the vision of the main campus of Texas A&M University. And it varies by area right now. We have an extremely strong marine mammals group. Our Maritime Academy is the smallest and newest of the 5 state deepwater academies, but we certainly think we do a better job of it. It's real important to get that ship up and running, start conducting our Texas cruises, and quit sending our Texas students out with California. We don't think they do it quite as well as us. These endowed chairs are moving us a big step forward. But our research ranks 3rd in the state of Texas in numbers generated per research faculty member behind University of Texas and Texas A&M. So we're very proud of the research that we do. We're trying to strengthen engineering programs. We're moving forward in a number of areas in our focused.
Are y'all directly under the auspices of Texas A&M College Station, or y'all are freestanding?
It's a unique arrangement.
President and provost and so on and so forth.
We're actually a separate line item in the state budget, so our funding, we come to you folks or come to the legislature for our funding separately. However, we are a branch campus of Texas A&M. Our students earn A&M degrees. We report up through currently to the president, but we're part of the Texas A&M's current academic master plan. Our tenure, our promotion of our faculty all goes through the university, so we're very much a part of the university. We're just simply their branch campus that concentrates on marine and maritime fields down in Galveston.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearn, thank you.
You bet.
Now we will have Dr. Nancy W. Dickey, who's president of the Texas A&M Health Science Center.
Welcome, Dr. Dickey.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see if I can give you a brief overview. It feels like we've talked to you about facilities several times. The A&M Health Science Center is a university devoted to educating health professionals, and we have been in a fast growth mode, responding, frankly, a great deal to your 2002 report that talked about the shortages across the state of health professionals. Our mission, like other health professional institutions, is to educate tomorrow's professionals as well as to do the research upon which health professions and diagnostics and cures are based. Our major goals are not dissimilar from others: excellence in academics, excellence in research and scholarship, outreach into the communities, and because of our distributed nature, that means most of the state of Texas, and of course accountability and resource optimization. Perhaps the most important piece I've provided for you today is to look at the student enrollment, which is in the slides that I've given you. The number we provided you for 2010 is an actual number, which is an approximate doubling over the last decade. And if you look at our projected 2020 numbers, we anticipate doubling again in the next decade. That growth has been achieved both through growing existing programs and establishing new programs like the College of Pharmacy and the College of Nursing. Obviously, that growth requires facilities. facilities for state-of-the-art education. I'm sure as you have heard or will hear from the other health relateds, we increasingly are looking at technology as a means of doing part of the training in order to both accommodate larger numbers of students and because the number of clinical patients and patient time that we need can artificially limit the number of students we can train. So we have simulation centers in a number of our sites. We also need facilities for state-of-the-art education. There was an excellent question asked over here of Central Texas. I think increasingly we'll use video transmission and take lectures to multiple sites as we currently do for our College of Medicine education. And certainly we need facilities to support cutting-edge research. So the capital plan that's in front of you, the first two projects that are there are buildings that you have heard about a couple of times. They are both currently under construction. We are extraordinarily excited about taking possession of the second building on that list, the Health Professions Education Building, in the summer of next year, hopefully in time to start our fall classes, which happens in July. Somehow I've got to teach my faculty when the seasons are. The Medical Research Building should open in the early spring of 2011. The third building under current projects is the Health Education Center in Round Rock, and we actually cut the ribbon and occupied that building starting last Thursday. It's not too far from here, and it really is an extraordinary facility. If you ever get a chance, you should come by and let us show you around. In order to continue the kinds of growth that we have planned, you can see that we have a number of proposed projects that pretty well span our campuses. There is another education research building in Bryan. There is an education and research building in Dallas, which is where our dental school, the Baylor College of Dentistry, is. That facility would allow us to expand programming in Dallas beyond just the dental school. Some of our pharmacy programs and others, particularly research that can be done in collaboration with the dental school there. A medical education and research building in Temple, again, as the College of Medicine has expanded, and we've gone to all 4 years in Temple. We have one education building and one relatively small research building, and then we anticipate the need for a second building on the Round Rock campus as we approach the end of this growth that we've outlined for you. I'm a little farm girl, so I choke when I say to you the estimated cost of that is only $450 million. But remember, the first 186 of it's already been spent. So, it's an amazing place to be right now. We continue to have applications far exceeding the number of spots we have to admit. The health relateds have a tremendously high graduation and licensure rate. We're in the 96-plus arena, and several times have had 100% of our students pass licensing exams on the first try, which is an extraordinary bar to maintain. And we appreciate the opportunity to share what we're doing with programming, and when we anticipate coming back to you for additional things that we need, I'll be happy to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you, Nancy. Members' questions? Dr. Golden?
Is the pharmacy school already in operation? Or is
Yes, sir. We'll graduate our first class in May.
So is that at College Station?
No, sir. That's in Kingsville.
Oh, okay.
It occupies the building on the A&M Kingsville campus.
Yes, okay. That's the Ranger.
Irma Rangel, College of Pharmacy.
Okay. And what's the... You got 320 students there?
Currently, yes, sir.
Okay.
Ultimately, there will be
400
close
students.
to 400.
Where's your nursing school?
It is currently in College Station, and we anticipate expanding onto the Round Rock campus as we jump through the paperwork hoops to do that.
Will y'all be looking at a BSN program as well as a master's and a doctoral program eventually in nursing?
Currently do a BSN program, and we are beginning the paperwork for the MSN, and then hopefully ultimately the PhD.
Okay.
Got to train those faculty so we can keep training the bachelors.
Yeah, that's the problem with nursing education is we have a lack of qualified instructors.
Yes.
And so if we can get master's degrees, and actually the PhD, I'm not sure is still offered. I guess you could offer it if you decided to, but it's a doctor in nursing program, a doctorate in nursing that's been offered by a lot of the schools now.
There are a variety of doctoral level nursing degrees, Doctor of Science of Nursing, the DNP program, Doctor of Nursing Practice. Currently, we think we want to offer the PhD, which is the more academic program, which gives the students who want to go into academics a variety of choices into what kind of doctoral program they would enter.
Could I ask, do you have a PA program as well as a nurse practitioner program as a part of your health science?
The nurse practitioner program would fall under the Master's of Science, and for some reason you make us graduate a class of bachelors before you let us start on a master's. So we'll be working on that program this year. The PA program we've been asked to consider, we don't currently have one.
Well, if you come up with any streamlined ideas, come to us. We're getting more creative all the time.
I actually have challenged my faculty to do that. I think that both nursing and medicine are using a model that we used 75 to 100 years ago, and we really need to say, how can we do this in a more efficient fashion? And they should be the ones that show us how to do that. Thank you,
Dr. Dickey. Speaking of doctors, we have one of our committee members who has to leave for a doctor's appointment at 3, so not to skip any information, but I do want to try to get through the project approvals before Dr. Phillip has to leave. Okay. Virgil next.
Dr. Carlisle B. Rathburn, sitting behind me. He is the president of Texas A&M University in Texarkana.
Welcome, Dr. Rathburn.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you right off the bat that my requests are significantly smaller than those of Dr. Dickey. So we don't have to worry about those kind of numbers, Nancy. I'm pleased to present to you a little bit today about what is A&M Texarkana. We are one of the institutions that was originally established as an upper division institution in cooperation with community colleges in our region to provide junior, senior level instruction and graduate instruction. However, during this year and leading up in the fall of 2010, this institution will go through a metamorphosis as we accept our very first freshman class next fall in the fall of 2010 based upon the approval of this coordinating board and the legislature back in 2003 for us to downward expand. The needs in East Texas are well documented by the coordinating board. Nearly 65% of the students from our region leave our region, the state, to get a baccalaureate degree. Statewide average is about 36%. The impact that's had on our economy and all of East Texas is tremendous. Those students leave, they go get their degrees, they never come back. That is the basis for our downward expansion and the transition that we're going through right now. We are focused on closing the gaps. We have a goal of 2,800 students that will be at our institution by the fall of 2015. We think that's a very manageable goal for that period of time. Last spring, with our enrollment numbers, we had 1,773 students, which was the largest enrollment in our history by far. Actually, the growth between fall and spring last year was our largest increase in enrollment in the history of the institution. It's nowhere near the need that we have in our region. That area needs to go significantly. In order for us to transition to meet the needs of those students who will come in as freshmen, we know we have to change the nature of the institution while at the same time not losing that great service we provided to what folks traditionally have said are non-traditional students. Our average age presently right now is about 32, and we're 70% female. As we go through this transition, we realize that we're bringing in 18-year-olds who have a different set of expectations. So an awful lot that you'll hear about in our master planning is focused on student engagement facilities, because we know student engagement is an absolute critical effort to be able to retain these students and come forward with a program that we're looking at. We're also focused on doing things with quality technology. We're sort of getting the chance to build a new campus from start. And so you don't necessarily do what everybody's done for the last 50 years. We're focusing a lot of the things we're doing on the utilization of technology to make that happen. And, of course, focusing our efforts on continuing to partner with the community colleges in our region. Presently, our campus is a joint campus with Texarkana College. Our new campus that we'll transition to beginning next fall is only about 3 miles away, and we've done a lot of work with the community colleges in our region to say that we may be close by. We may not be on your campus anymore, but we're close by. But we're very focused at making sure that we can be an institution of first choice for the community colleges in East Texas to transfer to.
We will transition over the next 2 years to a residential environment. Presently, we have no residence halls. We understand the challenges that comes with that transition, but we also understand if in order for us to retain the students we need to retain in East Texas and to give an opportunity for those students to get the comprehensive university experience in East Texas, we've got to transition to that environment, as well as some other new programs that are coming online, in particular programs in STEM education and the work we're doing in water and land management. And I will say in passing on that right now, we're in negotiations with Red River Army Depot right now for the donation of about 300 acres of land at Red River that we will use for laboratories when we move forward in creating a plan for a program in water and land management. When we get out of this economy, doldrums we're in right now, we know the gold that will come back to Texas, and that will be water. East Texas has water. We want to make sure we can have the best utilization of that and train those folks that can go out into the world of work and make use of that resource in our area. I mentioned earlier about our enrollments. Let me talk a little bit very briefly about the projects that will be coming online. Briefly, I want to talk about our first student housing project, work in health occupations, kinesiology, and fine arts, expansion of our science and technology facility, primarily focused on our engineering program, as well as student engagement and recreation facilities. We have just completed, actually as of November, and it sits right here, our revised campus master plan. We did this in order to allow for the placement of our student housing village, placement of student recreational facilities, placement of a new student center, athletic fields, as well as refinement of our academic facilities plan. We did work with the system and with Gensler Architects to do that, and we're well on that way. We've completed one project out on our brand new campus, which is located on about 350 acres on the north side of Texarkana, donated by the city of Texarkana and by some private donors. We dedicated that building last fall. It's our science and technology building, $17 million facility, approximately 40,000 square feet, with the third floor of that facility, about a third of the square footage shelled out at the current time. Presently, we're under construction with what I like to call a university in a box. Thanks to the coordinating board and thanks to the legislature, we received a $75 million TRB to sort of start our new campus. And we're constructing right now the University Center and our new central plant for the new campus. This University Center basically is everything you'd have to operate a university in a box. It's a student center with all the bookstore and the food service areas, student engagement areas, a full new university library, our student engagement areas, our student service areas, classroom spaces, university administration. It's a university in a box. In addition, we're building a central plant that actually will have 2 times redundancy, so that as we move forward with the next phases of construction, we will not have to add capacity to our central plant to be able to add those additional square footage we need for our growth. Advantage there is just the cost that we will have for the facilities coming down the line. We won't have to have a central plant service for them. We already have that. Student housing is our first priority. It's our goal to have that actually operational by the fall of 2011. First phase of a 3-phase project that we hope to have approximately 700 beds on the ground by the fall of 2017. The first phase will be 300 beds. It will be in a privatized, leased environment, primarily because the university does not have experience in the past in running student housing. And the partners that we've had discussions with to this point, we feel the best thing for us to transition into this environment is to go with a privatized structure, and we're very excited about that. First phase will be about $17 million, about 120,000 square feet, and a combination of traditional dorms and 4 2-suite environments to support that. I will say that the city of Texarkana continues to work closely with us on these projects. They're actually going to build for us the road to come into the north side of the campus to access the new housing area from University Avenue that's out front, and provide all the utilities and easement accesses for that under their nickel, so we're very excited about that. In addition to the student housing projects we're working on, we see a future capital project that will be focused on health and kinesiology and fine arts. This past year, we started our first master's program in nursing to basically focus at the issue you just mentioned, and that was providing nurse educators, in particular for BSN and ADN programs. But we know we will need to grow in that particular area. As we've reached out and done our focus group work, we realize if we're going to attract more males, in particular African American and Hispanic males, but more males back to higher education, we have to have the kind of programming that they want to be a part of. And the programming they're telling us is they want to look at things in either health sciences or in the kinesiology kinds of areas. So we'll be moving forward in addition with our water and land management program in those particular areas. Next phase will be the expansion of our current science and technology building that we have. As I mentioned earlier, the third floor of that building is shelled out, which really limits us in expanding our research footprint, especially in the engineering areas and computer science areas. So we'll be moving forward to finish that out. That will be about 13,000 square feet and about $2.5 million to build that out. And that building was originally designed to allow us to add another wing to that building, which allows us to utilize the same corridor spaces, the same stairwell spaces, the same elevator spaces, and of course the same central plant to add additional square footage. So the phase after that would be the expansion of that science and technology building to the tune of about 36,000 square feet and a cost estimate of around $13 to $14 million. One area, though, that we know we have to focus on is student recreation engagement. We know that student engagement leads to retention, which leads to student success, and we're working with private donors right now to try to secure core funding that we will add to with bond funding from student fees to build a student recreational facility. That facility is estimated to be about 77,000 square feet and cost around $21 million. We know how critical that is to our long-term success, so we'll be moving forward with that particular effort. Those are basically the issues that we're moving forward with. The transition of the nature of the institution from just a commuter institution focusing on juniors and seniors and graduate programs to a comprehensive regional institution, we think will have a significant impact on our priorities for facilities and, more importantly, a significant impact on the overall economic development of East Texas. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Rathburn, thank you. Questions, members?
General comment, I'm very impressed with the way y'all partnership with the city of Texarkana. I think that's a model that we all should be trying to duplicate.
Well, in addition to building doing all the infrastructure on our campus, donating the land to us, building roads to the campus, they are also going to build a road to the north side of our campus for our student athletic fields and actually construct the tennis center on our campus initially as a joint venture partnership. So we will continue to work closely with the city of Texarkana. That community truly views A&M Texarkana as their economic future, which is a sort of a heavy burden that you have to take on, but I'm very proud of the community in that they put their money where their mouth is to make it happen.
A good example of
I like seeing that.
Public-private and partnership.
Absolutely.
Well, we appreciate it. Any further questions? Congratulations on the good work going on in Texas.
Thank you. Thank you. We hope to have you up there soon.
As our final presenter, we'll have Dr. J. Patrick O'Brien, President of West Texas A&M University.
Dr. O'Brien, welcome. You're last but not least.
Thank you very much. And knowing that I'm last, I'm sure these people behind me hope I speak very rapidly. And I will do so not. It's my pleasure to present the West Texas A&M University story. We're right now in the process of finalizing our new master plan. The new master plan should be ready by mid-January of this year. It's an update of a master plan that was done back in the 1980s. What I have asked for the architects to do is to plan a campus for 10,000, 12,000, and 15,000 students. We currently have an enrollment of 7,778. That's the third highest enrollment in the 100-year history of West Texas A&M University. The previous peak was in 1969 and 1970. However, given the growth of the university, we anticipate 10,000 by 2014. And I've asked for us to plan for 15,000 by 2020. The campus master plan is predicated upon the mission and the strategic plan for the university. Our mission is very simple. It's the same mission as is for the others who represent higher education here. It's to educate. It's to enhance learning. We do that through three principal activities. One is the provision of education through the provision of a superior student-centered learning environment. Through research, create new knowledge and find new applications for existing knowledge on the part of not only faculty but graduate students and, I think equally important, undergraduate students. That helps engage those students, and as you've heard repeatedly, the more engaged our students, the more successful they're going to be in completing their degrees. But it also enhances their critical thinking skills. WT also is the cultural intellectual center for a multi-state region and a swath of Texas which is as large as the state of West Virginia. That's the size of the top 26 counties. We are the cultural intellectual center for that region, and we are a driver for economic development. Now, to put that mission into place, we've developed a strategic plan. And that strategic plan has a set of goals. The goals are reflected. And what I'd like to do is to talk about our capital plans in terms of that 5-year plan and take it by each one of the respective goals without going through everything that's in those goals. The first goal is to develop programs and processes whereby our students can be successful. The coordinating board has approved planning authority for expansion of our engineering programs. The Board of Regents of the Texas A&M University System, just this past board meeting, approved the introduction of a new BS degree program in civil engineering. That complements our degree program that we have in mechanical engineering that started in 2003. That program, which started in 2003, now has an enrollment of over 250 engineering students. But what we find is about 35% of the applications for our engineering program want civil engineering. So the next stage is to come in with a civil engineering program. That will start, assuming your blessing at the April meeting, in the fall of 2010. Right now, we're space constrained with respect to our engineering program. So our strategy is to take an existing building that we have on the campus that's in mothball. It's been in mothball since the 1970s. And to renovate that building in support of the engineering program. It will increase 4 times the square footage that we have for engineering. We will follow up the civil engineering program with an environmental engineering program in 2012 and an electrical engineering program in 2015. We also, at the last Board of Regents meeting, received approval authority for a master's degree program in social work. The master's degree program in social work is going to be hosted at our new Amarillo Center. A year ago, we opened up the Amarillo Center, which is located in the Chase Tower, downtown Amarillo. When we first opened up, we had 2 complete floors, 10th and 11th floor. But because of the success of that program in downtown Amarillo, we have expanded this year to 3 full floors, plus a portion of the first floor where we have a new bookstore. In addition, we are renovating classrooms so that we can provide ITV interactive television classes across the Panhandle. And this spring, we're going to be piloting classes in Borger, in Clarendon, and in Delhart. And my intent is that we will have a presence throughout the Panhandle. If individuals are place-bound and they cannot come to campus, we can go to them. The second goal is to develop increasing numbers of students who will graduate from our programs. In pursuit of closing the gap goals, we've set a target of 10,000 students by 2014. Again, that's an increase from 7,778 to 10,000. A lot of that increase is going to be through an increase in student retention. Part of that increase will be new students coming to the institution as we penetrate better our market area. And the reason why we want to penetrate better our market area, when these kids leave the Panhandle to go to other institutions, they do not come back to the Panhandle. So what we have got to do is to entice them to come to West Texas A&M University. And we have got to increase transfer students from the 2-year colleges that are in our area. So we are working very, very closely with Frank Phillips, Clarendon College, and Amarillo College in making seamless transition from those institutions to WT. The fact of the matter is we're setting up a program whereas those students who are admitted to any one of those 3 2-year colleges and they express an interest to matriculate to a four-year institution, we will admit them simultaneously to WT. So when they complete their degree at the two-year college, they don't have to apply. They've already been accepted. And if they have a 3-point GPA or above, they have an automatic scholarship. So that will entice those individuals to stay in the Panhandle area. Well, to be able to attract those students and retain the students, what we plan to do are to renovate existing spaces we have so that we have higher quality classrooms and teaching labs. We're going to renovate existing space that we have so that we provide more gathering space and study space for students. But a big part of it is going to be the construction of new residence halls. Right now, we have a dilapidated set of residence halls. Would you be willing to characterize it that way?
I'd say so.
Okay, good. Thank you, Virgil. Up until the residence hall that we just opened up for upperclassmen, it's a suite-style residence hall. We opened that up in 2008. The most recent residence hall went up in 1971, and we have a residence hall that date back to 1928. They don't have air conditioning. They've got restrooms down at the end of the hall, and that's not what students are looking for today.
That building character line doesn't work anymore?
No, it doesn't. They're used to those private rooms at home. So what we're doing is the first stage, and you will see the proposal come up here fairly shortly. We're in the design phase of a new residence hall that is going to go on the footprint of a current residence hall that has been in mothball since 1978. That one will add 320 to 360 beds. Once that's completed, then we'll build another standalone. Then we come back over and we tear down another residence hall that was built back in the 1950s and put up another one that will hold about 400 beds. The objective is to have enough residence hall space on campus so that at least 30% of our undergraduate students can live on campus. And again, what we're trying to do is to have the critical mass of students on campus to enhance campus life that will enhance student retention. The other area that we're working on with regard to the second goal is to put into place a new recreational sports complex for our students. Our students, a year and a half ago, passed an increase in the intercollegiate athletic fee to fund a new $21.8 million renovation of our recreational sports complex. Right now, the facilities we have, we can only provide for students to have intramural sports 3 football games in the fall, 3 softball games in the spring. It's not much of a program, and it's simply because of a lack of space in dilapidated fields. So that's a major effort that we have ongoing. Goal 3 deals with faculty. To support faculty, we are expanding our research lab capabilities, and we're doing this again in the renovation of the building. Years ago, the city of Canyon wanted to have a community hospital, the Powerdura Hospital. That closed in the 1990s. The provision was that could be on university land as long as it was an operating hospital. But when they shut down, the building simply went into mothball. Well, we're taking that building, which is on the east side of the campus, and we're making that into a research facility. A research facility which is going to support faculty research and student research. In addition, in Goal 4, in addition to the renovation of buildings and the creation of the new residence halls, most of that deals with making the campus a safer campus. And that's notification systems, abilities to notify of emergencies, deadbolt locks on doors. We're having to go back and renovate our existing classrooms so that we can provide more security within those classrooms. The next slide simply shows enrollment growth. Because of the scale, this sort of masks a trend that's been taking place over the past 4 years. Over the past 4 years, our undergraduate enrollment has increased over 10.5%. And And that has come primarily by increasing our market share within the Panhandle area and increasing student retention. And you can see that what we want to do by 2014 is to have an enrollment on campus of 10,000 students. So that's going to require quite a bit of change in terms of taking mothballed buildings, putting them back on the line, not creating new academic buildings, but rather renovating buildings and building new residence halls. And then all the infrastructure stuff that you have to do along with that. The last slide simply shows you all the different projects, and the only two things I'll note on this is that most of the major projects that you see here are renovations, with the exception of construction of new residence halls. But most of the rest of it, renovation. Of the projects that we have planned, the major projects, planned capital projects, the recreational sports complex, that's a $21.8 million project being paid for out of student fees. Second project is the underclassmen residence hall construction. That's a $32 million project. Part of the expenses is we have to do new chillers and tunnels and so forth that will be in support of the rest of the expansion that we have for residence halls. And the third major project is under future capital projects. That's residence halls. Those are paid for out of the rental rates from the residence halls. Are there any questions?
Does the A&M system have any type of enrollment management process in place to try to ensure that you take best advantage of any, say, unsubscribed spots at universities in the system?
We've just put together a program in which, in April, College Station will be sending out to each of the other institutions in the system the full list of individuals that were on their wait list but are not going to be able to come in. We will get an early indicator in February of, I think Bowen went through the list, he figures 27,000 applications, admit at 11,000. Well, there's a whole lot of individuals who were not admitted. We will get a list of those individuals. And those individuals who are in our region, we are going to go after. We are also setting up a program which mirrors the UT program for those individuals who are waitlisted, and we get those names in April. They can come to WT. We can provide them the guarantee that if they are academically successful, they will automatically be admitted in their sophomore year to College Station if they so choose to do so.
Thank you.
Dr. O'Brien, I'm interested in your enrollment growth, 10.5% the last 4 years, but projected to be about 33% over the next 6 years, so allowing for the difference in years, about double the growth rate. Can you go back to the retention plan and how much of that's going to come through retention and what that retention pie chart looks like?
The biggest nut to crack is retention. Our retention rate right now is 64%, freshman to sophomore year. We want to move that in the next 3 years to 72%, then to 75% by 2014. Just by moving from 64% to 72%, given a new freshman class of 1,200 students, would increase enrollment by 100 students. Then over a 4-year period, making the heroic assumption that you would be able to retain those individuals, that's 400 additional students coming into the university. At the same time we're increasing retention, we also have a target to increase initial enrollment, graduate enrollment, and enrollment from transfers. So that's the plan.
So how much of that move from 64% to eventually 75%, which is really commend you all on targeting that, specific growth goals there. How much of that would come through retention of freshman enrollees versus transfers and graduate enrollees?
Starting off in 77, 78 over a 4-year period, that would increase us up to about 86, 8,700, and then the remainder would come from transfer students and from increased graduate enrollment and increased new students. And we increased new students last year by 232. So if you put the 232 a year with the additional 100 a year just from the retention rate and increased transfer and graduate enrollment, we foresee we can make it.
Sounds like a plan. Members, questions?
Worldwide, certainly in the United States, you have a significant shift from the rural societies into urban societies. Do you really think you're going to be able to retain those people? Because they're leaving, and as you said, they're not coming back. And I'm not, from the world of scarce resources, if we're having the choice to put $1 here where we have huge growth taking place in a city or in an area versus speculating in an area where you have declining population, that's tough for me to swallow.
We've done some analysis as to where we are successful in the recruitment of students. If you were to tell me, now that I know what the information is, if you were to tell me to go recruit students in the urban areas, the center areas of the Metroplex, Houston, Lubbock, San Antonio, Austin, El Paso, I'm going to tell you, you're not going to get a very big bang for your buck. What we are finding is that the students who are coming to WT, and we draw about 66% of our student body from the Panhandle of Texas, which means that we draw 34% from outside the Panhandle of Texas. They are coming primarily from the suburbs and the rural areas surrounding the Metroplex, Houston, San Antonio, Lubbock, Austin. We have an appeal as an institution. We have an appeal to individuals who have gone to smaller high schools, somewhat rural high schools, who do not want to go to a campus of 20,000 students. Not that there's anything wrong with a campus of 20,000 students, but we do find that students self-select where they want to go. And as much as I have to tell the faculty and some of the faculty revoke, a lot of times students will make a choice as to what institution they're going to attend as to whether or not that campus and that environment feels good, in which they're comfortable. And for individuals who come from those suburban areas and the rural areas, for individuals who want to pursue agriculture, equine business, we are a draw, and will continue to be a draw.
It's target marketing within that macro trend is a micro target market.
That's
how I hear that answer.
When we go out and do the student recruiting now, we do it by zip code. We look at those zip codes outside of the inner city cores that are attractive to students who like the characteristics of the institution.
I'd like to make a general comment. Your retention goals are aggressive, and I compliment you on that. And do y'all have how are you doing it? I mean, are you doing it like a lot of other universities, or are you thinking outside the box and doing things differently? Because this board, as well as a lot of the other institutions across the state, I think are looking for models that we can perhaps replicate that will help a lot of universities, because that problem is not unique, of course, to your university. It's a common problem that we're all struggling with. So comment on that for me, please.
Okay. What I would say is that over the past, we've tried a lot of things based upon what are considered to be best practices. For instance, when we did the recent renovation of the Classroom Center, we set aside the whole first floor of our new Classroom Center for a Student Success Center. In the literature, you see that as one of those best practices where you have one-stop shopping, where students can get in one location their advising, their career planning, their testing, financial aid, everything just in one place, just to make it more convenient. Well, the jury is out as to how successful that's going to be, because we just put that together this year. But at the same time that we were doing that, we commissioned a study by Noah Levitz. And we asked of Noah Levitz, given our data, what are the principal factors that influence the retention of students? Now, this is for WT. I don't know if it applies to other institutions. It may be that there's not a one-shoe-fits-all. But here's what they came back with. The factors that most influence the retention of our students are entering GPA from high school, ACT score, income level, distance from the institution, and whether or not they're first generation. Those are the factors. Now, you could play two strategies at this point. One strategy is you could truncate the distribution of students coming in, so you lop off everybody with low ACT, and you lop off everybody with low GPA. That's not who we are. We are a regional institution that is supposed to serve the needs of our particular service area, which is primarily the Panhandle and Texas. So the strategy that we're going to take is to target those individuals based upon those 5 characteristics as high-risk students. And where we spend our dollars in the intervention process will be with those individuals who the data shows can be successful but are in that high-risk category. Instead of spending all your bucks on supporting those individuals who are going to stay no matter what. I mean, you've got to provide them with support, but we've also got to provide some targeted intervention support. And that's the strategy that we're going to employ. And I'll tell you later how it plays out.
Any further questions for Dr. O'Brien?
One other comment. I'm a little bit intrigued with your engineering program and what you're proposing to do, which I think is great. I'm not as familiar with your geography out there. Is that? I assume it's the wide open spaces. Okay. You know, we have this WIN initiative now that's been implemented into this state, and what I'm seeing is that there's going to be a lot of federal dollars as well as T. Boone Pickett dollars put into this initiative, and we don't have the engineers trained, I don't think, as a whole to really move those programs forward. And it looks like to me if your geography is to what I think it is, that may be a little niche that you guys might want to look at, and that's not for me to say, but...
You're thinking the way we are. The electrical engineering will be power.
Pardon me?
Power. The electrical wind turbines.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
That's electrical engineering.
Yeah, with your geography as it is, it looks like to me that would be an excellent niche for you guys to begin to recruit some of the top scientists in that area, and the geography certainly is in your favor.
WT has what's called the Alternative Energy Institute, and the database for the state of Texas, fact of the matter is the database for this region was developed for wind energy, where you place it, where you can get the greater efficiencies and so forth. That all was developed at WT. Unfortunately, during the 90s and the beginning part of the 2000, that was allowed to lapse somewhat, so we're rebuilding that program.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that every university in this state can't be everything. And what I think we're going to have to begin to do is allocate our resources to individual institutions based on them developing certain niches of excellence. And as y'all begin to grow your engineering program, that may be something y'all want to think about, is focusing on those niches that y'all could really develop into excellence, centers of excellence. Thank you. I'm very impressed with what you are doing.
One additional comment I would like to make. I know that there's stress between where do you put the dollars between the rural institutions and the urban institutions. But do keep in mind that those rural institutions, the regional institutions, by providing educational services in those regions, will help those regions retain individuals in those regions. Because what we do find, I mean, the analysis is pretty clear on this, is that if all the students from that region migrate to simply metroplex areas, they will stay in those metroplex areas, and we will surely kill off those regional areas. So if we consider education to be a driver of economic development, I think we need to consider it holistically in making sure that we retain individuals in those areas.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Appreciate the presentation.
And thank you for allowing us to spend this time with you.
Virgil, thank you for getting through 13 separate campuses over 2 meetings. That's pretty impressive just by itself.
All right, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right.
We're going to move back up the agenda, item 5A, and I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chairman Mendoza for this item, as I need to recuse myself since we're pursuing some potential subcontract work on this item. Vice Chairman Mendoza, the chair is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Fred is recusing himself from cementing this deal. Let me put it Okay. All righty. Great. Next up is agenda item 5A: consideration of recommendation to the board for approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. First up is 5A1, the University of Texas at Arlington. This is to construct a special events center. So John Hall, Vice President for Administration and Campus Operations with the University of Texas at Arlington, is here to provide an overview of this project. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I also have with me this afternoon Bill Poole. Bill is our Assistant Vice President in charge of our Facilities Management Group. Special Events Center, very excited about this project. It's been needed on the UT Arlington campus for probably the last 30 or 40 years. The first slide that we have depicts the northwest elevation of the building, a total of 218,000 gross square feet. Certainly will be a multi-purpose facility, home to our athletic programs, as well as commencement and graduation ceremonies, our special lecture series, as well as events for the community. Certainly complies with our campus master plan and maintains the same material palette, if you will, of all the recent projects that you all have seen and approved, with a lot of glass, some metals, some blending of the UTA brick, as well as some stone. Our master plan, which was approved by the Board of Regents in May of 2007, included sustainability as design guidelines or guideline principles. All of our projects going forward are to achieve as a minimum LEED Silver, and right now this project is somewhere between LEED Gold and LEED Silver, so we're very excited about that as well. Plan to start construction in May of 2010 and complete the project in January 2012. If we could go to the next slide. This is an aerial shot of the campus map. As you're aware, the UT Arlington campus comprises about 400 acres. The Special Events Center will be over on the east side of the campus, between Pecan and Center Street. You see there the little blue box. The total project cost for the project is $78 million, being financed $68 million in revenue financing system bond proceeds and $10 million in unexpended plant funds. If we could go now to the next slide. This is a aerial site plan of the Special Events Center. You can see kind of the red dashed lines is the area that depicts the actual project area. It does include 2nd Street, which is there on the left side of the event center, that runs between Center and Pecan. That will become a very attractive outdoor plaza. A lot of green space. I'll just mention the green space to the right, the far right, is a separate project that's being financed through a partnership with the university and the city of Arlington and the North Central Texas Council of Governments through a $2.8 million sustainability grant, which includes a trail system in the park area that you see depicted. Next slide. Here's a couple of interior renderings. Obviously, the top left is set up for an athletic event. Currently, our athletic teams play on a stage in Texas Hall, which is less than ideal. We're looking at a split bowl, total seating capacity of 6,500 seats. And then for commencement or other types of events that you see depicted on the lower right-hand side, capability of seating up to 7,000. Next slide. Okay, we had included a couple of more slides. I guess those were deleted, but a couple of slides that depicted the floor plans for the event level and the concourse level.
Great.
So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Poole, thank you for being here as well. Before we go on to further discussion, I wanted to ask Susan to address the standard for overall space usage efficiency.
Okay, as you'll notice, the institution does not meet the space usage criteria. However, they have submitted a plan where they're going to go to a more central scheduling and tracking of classrooms so that they can schedule their classes at a central location and make it more efficient throughout the thing. That will be implemented during fiscal year 2010, so during this current fiscal year.
Being implemented as we speak.
Okay. So we think that could help improve the efficiency of their classroom space.
Wonderful. And overall, it meets all the other metrics, and staff does recommend approval. Are there any questions, comments? Lynn?
Are they provided with the key measures from our accountability system? Do they have that with them?
I don't believe you do have them. I mean, each of the institutions have access to them online, obviously, but
I was just wondering if maybe I could give you mine, if you all could walk us through your persistence rates and graduation rates and tell us a little bit about how you're working on that.
We have them too. I have a copy.
I think probably someone like Provost Bobbitt, who is not here today, could probably address that much better than I. I will say that it's an initiative that we're currently implementing that will be fully implemented this fall, is that we're developing and implementing a university college. Excuse me. And the goal of the university college is to increase the retention rate of our students, particularly during the freshman and sophomore year. That's where we've noticed that we're well below the national average as far as our student retention rate there. University College, which will actually be located in Ransom Hall, will be renovating Ransom Hall beginning next month for University College. And the first floor will be completely academic advising. And then the second and third floor will be mentoring and tutoring programs for those freshman students to make sure that they transition successfully between their freshman and sophomore years. Kind of touching back also on the classroom utilization, but it also touches on student retention. Part of our classroom utilization numbers will also improve just due to the fact that our enrollment this past fall increased by 3,000 students. I think we were the number one institution in the state with regards to the increase in student enrollment. And I will say that of those 3,000 students, 1,200 of those students represented a larger number of students that we retained this past fall than we did fall a year ago. So it's very much on our radar screen, and there's a lot of effort being put forth to improve those numbers.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. And do you have any? Do you survey your students who leave? Do you think how much do you think your low retention rate is due to high costs?
I don't know that that's necessarily an issue.
Okay.
The UT Arlington student is a first-time generation student. I think that we have to do a better job advising those students to make sure that they are successful in their academic pursuits, particularly, again, between their freshman and sophomore years.
Thanks a lot.
You bet.
I'd like to ask a question, if I could. What are you an open admissions university? If you're not, what are your academic requirements for admission to UTA, please?
I'm sorry, I don't have those with me today.
Any further questions? Okay. If there are no further questions or comments, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Golden, second. Second by Dr. Phillips. Any further comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Fred can come out now, but we'll go on to come out of the room, closet, whatever, Fred. Agenda item 5A2 from the University of Houston.
I thought about just leaving you with the gavel the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, we were going to pull you out. Welcome.
Welcome, and we'll try.
Have their names.
We'll try to make our presentation efficient in the interest of time. I'm joined. My name is Dave Irvin. I'm Associate Vice Chancellor, Associate Vice President for Plant Operations at the University of Houston System. I'm joined by Spencer Moore, who's the Executive Director for Facilities Planning and Construction. And you'll note that we have a number of projects with you today. They're part of a comprehensive approach and a comprehensive plan that our Board of Regents, as Dr. Golden knows, adopted to try to meet very aggressive closing the gaps goals. And I should mention, before we get into the individual projects, and maybe stealing a bit of Susan's thunder, before we started talking about new projects, the first question we asked was, do we have existing space that we can use? Because if you can use existing space, obviously that's much better. And you'll note in your packet that there's some question about the space usage efficiency numbers. We've been working very closely with the coordinating board staff and Tom Keaton. We appreciate their help. If we had included accurate data for 2008, we actually would have met the standards, and we do meet them for 2009, but we've actually gone beyond that and realized that just meeting the standards isn't enough, that we can't build ourselves out of what we need to do and the aggressive goals that we have. So we now have a utilization and space management task force that the provost has put in place. That task force has already been doing things like looking at business procedures for the colleges and academic affairs in terms of how we schedule space and how we assign space. We've gone to central scheduling along with software that facilitates that. We've also been much more aggressive in inventorying our space and looking at our classrooms, trying to see the ones that aren't being used well, is it something that we can remodel in order that they might be used better, or is it in some cases space that could be better used for other things, perhaps student support, which we don't have much space for, things like counselors, testing centers, writing centers, those kinds of things. So a number of the projects you've seen today are the results of that task force. And we are doing a number of renovations that are smaller projects, but the ones today that are major projects that we're bringing to you are places where that task force has recommended additional square footage or square footage that could be utilized in a way that some current square footage wouldn't. So I wanted to start with that preamble. The project that you have in front of you, the first one, the Health and Biomedical Sciences Building, again, it's a project that Dr. Golden knows very well. He's been working with us for over 10 years on this project for optometry. It's part of the closing the gap goals, particularly in the place of Tier 1 research. And it would provide space for our optometry college and sort of core facilities for the entire university for animal care, animal research, various types of psychology research, and so on. It also provides community outreach spaces for an eye surgery center, a laser center, and those actually are part of the funding strategy for this project. And it provides some shelf space that we could then finish out as we receive additional grants and as we entice top researchers to the campus. That's a model that's been very effective for us in the Science Engineering Research Building, and in fact, we'll be talking about that building a little bit later here in the agenda. And it's a way that we found that is very effective in terms of leveraging state funds for the shell with federal dollars and community dollars to finish it out and to augment the program. Next slide. The project is a $70 million project. And we would start construction next year. We would start design or continue design pending your approval, and then the project would come online in September of 2012. I might mention as well, the reason you've got so many projects in front of you is that we're finding, as many of our colleagues are, that it's a great time to be bidding. The bids are coming in at least 30% under our estimates, and so we're being very aggressive in terms of trying to set the table, set the platform for future success. And you'll note a number of the projects include shelf space like this one, so that we can build it while it's still inexpensive and then finish it out as we get additional private dollars and as the need arises. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions, members? Dale, you alluded to the, Dave, I'm sorry, the space utilization efficiency factors. Just to be sure the committee understands, this project doesn't meet the classroom usage efficiency because of having to go back and correct inventory. Data matters?
It's a combination of things. Some of it was inventory and data matters. Some of it was we found out as we looked at the data with the staff that much of our enrollment, for various reasons, wasn't being captured and so didn't show up in the database for various reasons. We've corrected all of those things. And when we corrected the data, then we found we did meet the standard. As I indicated, though, we believe that's not enough, and so we've taken a very aggressive approach. We've been working with the staff. We filed the plan with Susan to look very aggressively at our standards. We think as a metropolitan campus we ought to be probably exceeding those standards because of the fact that we have a lot of night classes, and so just meeting the standards isn't enough, and that's why we've adopted a fairly comprehensive approach to much more aggressively manage our space.
We have the corrected data?
It was submitted in November, so we'll be getting out a new SU score and that sort of thing coming up shortly as soon as we get all of the institutions certified. Why don't you tell the board a little bit about some of the other changes that y'all have made at your Spencer? That you've made,
would be glad to, and of course Spencer's a good gentleman to talk about that. We are much more aggressively managing our space and documenting space than we were before. We've added 2 FTE just in scheduling. We've added several FTE, 2.5 FTE in terms of space data and management. We have 8 students, Spencer, now,
right,
documenting that.
We established an Office of Facilities Information, and as Dave alluded to, established a director's position and associated staff. We're also looking at additional technology and implementing a space management software. Since earlier this summer, we've also audited our space internally, where we walked over 60% of all of our E&G space now, with a completion scheduled for early this spring. We also had a preliminary audit with some of the CB staff earlier in November, which they came down and toured our space. We've also been working with them very closely, and then we are scheduled for another peer audit in March of next year, which we are planning to be ready for. So we've taken a number of initiatives, both from a personnel standpoint, a technology standpoint, and then a system and process standpoint, which we're implementing to help us gauge where we're at.
I might just give an anecdotal bit of information. We've already had a success in that regard. We had one of our science departments that was wanting additional space and had a proposal, fairly expensive proposal, to add space. Because we are now doing a better job of managing our space, we found that there was plenty of space if they just used their space more efficiently, and we were able to take their existing space, reconfigure it a little bit, and save ourselves having to build about 40,000 square feet. So we've already had some successes, and we anticipate we'll have more of that as we go forward.
All right. Members, any other questions? If there's no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion. The staff recommends approval, or rather recommendation of this project for approval to the board.
Also move.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden and a second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. We're moving on to item 5B, but since items B1 and B8 are on the consent agenda, Dave and Spencer, you don't need to move or go anywhere.
Okay.
I think you're up for items 2 through 7.
We are, and I might ask a couple of my colleagues to join me at the table.
Certainly.
If Emily and Wayne, if you could join us. We have a couple of colleagues here that I'll introduce when we get to their particular items. The next project that we have for you is really one that is important and critical to all of the projects. It's expanding our central utilities plant. As part of our framework and master plan that was adopted in 2007, we then looked at that and began a utilities master plan to see what would it require in terms of infrastructure for all of these various projects. As with many of the projects you've had in front of you today, we also need to expand our capacity. This project actually does a number of things, though. Not only does it expand our capacity for these projects that we're asking for your approval for and for future needs, but it also replaces equipment that in some cases is over 40 years old. It's been well maintained, but it's well past its useful life, and it's becoming very expensive to maintain. It's also equipment that, from an energy conservation standpoint, is costing us a lot of money. We believe that by expanding and changing out all of our chillers, boilers, and other equipment, we're going to save at a minimum of 7 million kilowatt hours per year, over $500,000 a year, even with the additional capacity that we're generating. And thirdly, as you, I'm sure know, Houston is in a air pollution non-attainment zone, and so we face increasingly stringent NOx emission standards from the EPA. If we went forward and didn't replace our equipment and just generated as we were, we would bump up against that limit and eventually have to start paying penalties to the EPA. This project allows us to, even when we increase our capacity, we'll be able to decrease our air emissions by over 70%. So we'll be way, way below the EPA standards. So it helps us in terms of those mandates and in terms of sustainability, our carbon footprint, and all of those things that we're all working for. So it's a project that has many, many things to recommend it. It's central to everything we're trying to do. We would begin it almost immediately in terms of ordering the equipment, because those have long lead times. And then the project would occur over the next 3 years, because we have to phase the equipment in and out such that we can keep everything running as we go forward. The project is a $45 million project. As I said, it would we would order equipment within the next 2 months, and then construction would and placing that equipment would occur over the next several years, finishing by 2013.
Thank you, Dave. Questions regarding the central plant, members? If there are no questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
I move approval.
Motion by Dr. Phillips. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next project is a request from the University of Houston to construct a classroom and business building, Phase 1.
I mentioned in my beginning that we have a task force now that looks at how we're using space and what we need to do. This building is a good reflection of that, because in terms of the type of classrooms we have and the type of space that's in this building, it's not your traditional classroom building. It's going to be centrally scheduled entirely, for one thing, but it's really focused on hybrid classes. What we found in terms of retaining students and getting students through to graduation is that hybrid classes, those classes that are a mix of in-class instruction and internet, are tremendously popular. They fill up almost the second we post them. And if we could offer more of those, students could make it through graduation much easier and would be much more willing to do so much and be very excited about it. We just don't have those kind of facilities. When we built classroom spaces in the 60s and 70s, these kind of spaces weren't envisioned. So this building is entirely those kinds of classrooms in concert with testing centers and writing centers that provide the adjunct kind of space to support those online activities. The first 2 floors would be for those kinds of hybrid classes. The upper 2 floors would be shell space. As I said before, this takes advantage of the market. We would finish out that shell space in a project we will bring back to you at that time with private dollars, and that those upper floors would be used by business, again, for student support, things like student organizations, counseling, our Center for Entrepreneurship, and so on. As I said, a project that very much is coming out of that task force, very much coming out of us taking a hard look at what kinds of space we need to provide and how best to provide it. It's a $31 million project. We would do it as a design build that we would put on the street almost immediately because we think that's the quickest way to take advantage of the market. And the project would be coming online in December of 2011. And I'll answer any questions you might have.
Is this the project that Mike Semo gave a big private donation for?
Regent Semo gave a donation for Semo Hall, but this project actually works in very close concert with that. Semo provides sort of more of the traditional classrooms, and that building, along with Melcher, our other business building, sort of form a triangle of facilities, if you will. So we've kind of envisioned the three of them together and how they would work, and making sure that we don't duplicate spaces. Regent Semo certainly has been very involved in the planning of this building, but his donation actually went for Semo Hall.
How are we going to, what's the proposal in terms of how this building is going to be paid for?
It's a combination of things. Some of it is HEAF, some of it is designated tuition dollars from business students and all the university students, since it will be used for all classrooms. And then a little bit of it is from gifts. In terms of the initial construction, finishing out the top 2 floors, it's a 4-story building, finishing out the top 2 floors will be entirely gifts.
You mentioned hybrid classes. How does that change the planning, the sizing of a classroom building like this?
Well, it changes it in a couple of ways. First, they're slightly larger classrooms. They're classrooms of 80 to 90 students, as opposed to the more traditional 40 to 50 students. And then what we found, it's not enough to just build those classrooms. You need to provide the support space, because they can do a portion of it online, but they need some help. The testing is all done in a testing center. Oftentimes they need some assistance in terms of writing papers or doing those kinds of things. So you need some adjunct space in addition to the classrooms. And so about half of the space that's in the part we're finishing out is actually for that adjunct space. It will be in addition to the classrooms. And that's really what makes this building a little bit unique in terms of the classroom building that we're putting together. That those spaces are really envisioned as a whole and work very well together, as opposed to being an afterthought.
So I guess you have to plan the space for the peak attendance, even though you rarely have the peak attendance.
Yeah, what a lot of those classes are set up for is that one day a week they have a lecture, and then the other lectures are done online, or done in smaller groups, or they're done at independent workstations at those adjunct spaces. But you're right, all of the lectures are videotaped, so they can take it all online and then just come in for testing and that sort of thing if that works better for them.
It's interesting, we had the student regents at our leadership conference last week, and in meeting with them, the student regent, Kamal, I forget his last name, from the UT system, talked anecdotally about one of his hybrid classes, or whether it was intended to be hybrid or not. He treated it as such, attended 2 classes, passed the class with flying colors because he watched every lecture twice online. And his comment, and again, this is anecdotal, was that when he was in that facility, only about 20% of the seats were occupied on any given class.
Well, we certainly take that into account. When we're saying 80 to 90 in terms of the seating, that isn't what we'll limit the enrollment to. The enrollment will be larger than that. So it's a very good point.
Yeah. No, I'm pleased to hear the focus on the hybrid opportunity.
Yeah, they've been tremendously effective, particularly with non-traditional students, as you would imagine.
I'd like to add to what Fred says. A lot of these students now are pretty much able to teach themselves with a certain amount of structure in place, with little or no faculty involvement at times, other than setting the structure, setting the goals, and making out the test. Because we're dealing with a lot of students now that are as far as technology is concerned, are advanced. And the whole system and how we render education is changing very quickly. And some of it may not very well take as much space as we've had in the past, because a lot of these high-tech students now are able to learn so much of what they need to learn at home on a computer. That's what I'm seeing. And a lot of the professional schools, the doctor from Texas A&M alluded to that, a lot of the medical students now pretty much are teaching themselves to a large extent, with exception of their clinical training. So I think that's going to make us rethink about how we're going to allocate and space, or the need for space in the future. Just personal observation.
There's no question there's a change in the way the current students are utilizing the facilities, even those that want that on-campus experience. Members, are there any other questions regarding this project? If not, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve, and all of these projects that we're going through are for committee approval.
So moved.
Have a motion from Mr. Hall, second from Ms. Mendoza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The fourth project is a request from the University of Houston to construct a stadium parking garage.
And I'm confident if you quizzed our students, this would be by far their most important project that's coming in front of you today. If you've been on our campus, you know parking is a severe problem. It will be exacerbated when Metro constructs a light rail and takes about 700 parking spaces off of the west side of campus. A number of the buildings that we're talking about today take further parking lots. So this is a project we desperately need. It's entirely funded by parking revenues. It does include some mixed-use space because it's on what we call Cougar Way, which is one of the major new entrances into campus, and it will augment both the stadium and Hawthines as part of the game day experience. We're very excited because of the bids that we're seeing are tremendous. We anticipate building at least 2,400 spaces, and hopefully the market will let us build more. For those of you that know the campus, it's, like I said, located right across from our science engineering core of campus and between the stadium and Hawthines, so it serves not only the general campus during the day, but it very much will serve our visitors when they come to our athletic events and other things. So again, a project that we would begin immediately with a design build. It would be done very quickly and would open by no later than August of 2011.
Members, questions regarding this project? Hearing no questions, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
There's a motion from Dr. Phillips. Second by Elaine. All in favor say aye. All opposed, same sign. The next project is a request from U of H to renovate the Moody Towers dining facility.
And on this project, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Emily Mesa, who is the Assistant Vice President for University Services.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Increased enrollment in our residential facilities. We'll have 1,000 new freshman residents in our Wheeler housing, which we just found out the name for, will be Cougar Village. They will start in fall 2010. And so we need to increase the capacity in our dining facility to accommodate these 1,000 new students in the fall. As we've heard today, and studies continue to show us, students who live on campus, study on campus, and work on campus continue to do better and become more engaged in the classroom experience, and also do better in their coursework. As is mentioned in the project summary that you have before you, there has been no deferred maintenance to this facility or equipment upgrades in the 39 years of the dining hall's existence. The current kitchen is about 2/3 of the facility, as you can see from the floor plan in your package. Currently, we are serving on average of 1,500 meals per day in Moody Towers. With the additional residents, we will serve on average of 2,400 meals per day. By renovating and reconfiguring the dining facility, we'll be moving the kitchen from the back of the house to the front of the house. We will increase seating capacity by 22%. This renovated Moody Towers dining facility will feature 8 mini restaurants that still retain the all-you-care-to-eat concept that our students are very familiar with and comfortable with, but the food will be made right in front of them. They will, in fact, choose a lot of their ingredients and watch the food being made in front of them, made to order. As the students are eating and as they come into the dining facility, they will have the wonderful aromas of food cooking and a variety of fresh and international and American cuisines. This program will be more flexible to meet changing dining habits among our students and make deferred maintenance in the future easier and extend the life of the dining hall. The University of Houston appreciates the diligence of the coordinating board staff as they helped us review the project budget to ensure that the project budget for this is reasonable. This is an $11 million dining hall renovation. We plan to begin construction in April of 2010 and be open in time to serve our students in fall of 2010. Thank you.
questions, members?
This is just strictly a renovation of the kitchen and the dining facilities.
Correct, yes.
That's what you're requesting today?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Brenda?
I have a question. Do you emphasize healthy eating, and do you also provide nutritional information, or do you have that available if it were requested by the students?
Absolutely. At all of our concepts currently and in the future, we have dining information. Our food service partner is Aramark, and they have a Just For You program that not only provides nutritional information, but calorie and fat content of all our food as well. And our campus, if you're not familiar with it, is very diverse, and so this dining hall renovation is part of a food service revisioning that we undertook with our students, and we hired a new chef, a new executive chef this fall. We're very proud of that. This is our second executive chef who just is strictly allocated to our resident population. As I mentioned, we're very diverse, and so we began ethnic foods this fall semester, our first being Indian food. It was very well received. It brought a lot of our faculty and staff and students into the dining hall. I know that will continue in the future, so we have Latin, Asian, and Indian food weeks currently in our dining hall. Very, very well received.
We also have a vegetarian option, and this renovation will allow us to do a lot more of those kind of cooking. And then because it's prepared fresh in front of them, a lot of it is going to be open grilled and so on, so it's a much healthier way of cooking the food than the traditional cafeteria that we have right now.
Susan, on the project evaluation, it seems to say it does not meet and does meet the standards for cost. Is there?
No, it says that. Doesn't apply. No, it does say that it doesn't meet.
Part of that is the infrastructure replacement contained in this project.
Okay.
Has it up to that high of a level.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. So, okay.
If you take out those infrastructure costs.
Yeah, I get that, but so
it doesn't meet, but there's a reason.
There's a reason
for it not meeting.
Okay.
Do we it references the lack of similar projects, and what our intention was with the new cost methodology was not only to use a slightly longer history, but also to go outside of higher education projects.
And we're doing that as we can find them. It's very hard to find renovation of dining facilities.
There were no new Lubies in the area?
It's hard to get the cost out from the private industry. They're not real anxious to share that type of information.
Well, contractors.
It is really 39-year-old, it's 41-year-old. I came in 1968. The building was there. I knew it was there. 1968.
1968.
When I came, it was there.
Oh.
They just finished Moody Towers.
Well, it hasn't been renovated since you were there, so you'd still recognize it.
But you said 39 years. That I've been here 41 years.
We were underestimating.
Mr. Chairman, I just suggest the next time these kind of things come before us that they bring food samples.
I don't think I can be informed enough to vote without some of that Indian.
My kids, I think they're leading a horse to water, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make them drink. Good luck with that. Any further questions regarding the standards or any of the other aspects?
I'd like to ask one quick question. I would like to know the total number of beds, if you have that information, that are presently on the central campus, and what do you project the total number of beds being by the year 2015? Do you have that information?
Yeah, we do. We're at 5,400 beds right now. Our goal is to grow that to 25% of the student population, which would be about 10,000 beds, because we're anticipating that the student population will grow to 40,000. So we'll add another 1,000 beds to that 5,400 total with Cougar Village opening in the fall. And then we'll be undertaking several other projects that we'll bring to this board and to our board next year.
Calling Cougar Village the freshman
That's
dorms that are going to be
that'll be on Wheeler
in connection with this residence hall.
Yes.
I'm sorry, with this cafeteria.
Right. They're built. That's correct, Dr. Golden. That's the complex that's being built just to the west of this dining hall.
On Wheeler.
Correct.
And then you have the light rail system that will come on the opposite side of Wheeler.
That's correct, and there's actually there'll be a light rail station almost
At Calhoun and Wheeler?
at Calhoun and Wheeler, yes.
If there's no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, which is approval of the project.
So move.
Have a motion from Dr. Golden. Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The sixth project is a request from U of H to renovate SCRC build-out Phase 3.
And this is a good example of what we were talking about before, building shelf space and then leveraging the state dollars with federal dollars and gifts. Once we have researchers and using that shelf space as a way to attract researchers and building it out exactly as they need. That's what this project does. It continues several other phases that we've brought to you. The original project was entirely shelf space for the research tower. We've now done several phases of building it out. This phase adds to the entire building HVAC capacity. The original construction had the chases for that, but not to all of the equipment. We're adding that equipment under this phase. And then we'll be building out the third and fifth floor for synthetic organic chemistry, for nanotechnology, and for bioengineering. So it's very expensive, very refined research, but very critical to what we're trying to do for Tier 1, and it's some of the successes we've had in terms of attracting very top-notch researchers to this facility.
Really smart.
Questions, members?
I'd like to ask, how many floors have now presently been completed in that facility?
Well, with this project, we will have completed, when we finish this phase, we will have completed 3 of the 5 floors. We will still have the second floor and the fourth floor to complete. If the bids come in favorably, we may do a little bit more than and start on second and fourth. But the final phase, which will come to our board and to this board, would be to do the second and fourth floor. So there's two of the 5 floors would still be left after this project.
There are no proposed animal care facilities in this building, is that correct?
That's correct.
They're all being housed over in the project that we presently approved, just the Health and Biomedical Center.
That's correct. They, as you know, have much different kinds of requirements, and so that core facility will be the Health Biomedical Building that you just approved
But that
earlier.
animal care facility will service the entire campus, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so there will not be a need for an additional animal care facility in this science and research project.
That's correct. This building will be more for chemistry and nanotechnology. All the animal care, as you mentioned, will be in the Health Biomedical Building.
So I can assume that those 2 additional floors that are left unfinished will be used for research and for labs and for classroom space and not for animal care.
Not for classroom space, but you're right. No animal care. It will be all research space for chemistry, nanotechnology, bioengineering.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members?
Move approval.
We have a motion for approval from Dr. Phillips, a second from Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. And the 7th project, also a request from U of H, is to purchase 2705 Houston Highway. This one has not yet been approved by the U of H Board of Regents, I see.
It has now. They met in special session on the 2nd of December.
That's just for the purchase of the property, as I understand.
No, they approved the purchase and the renovation.
Okay. The renovation and the purchase of the property and the renovation.
Yes, they approved both at that meeting.
This is UH Victoria.
Correct.
Okay.
So this has now been through the board at a December 2nd special meeting, and the staff recommends approval.
And on this project, I'll turn it over to my colleague Wayne Behrens, who's the Vice President for Administration and Finance at the University of Houston, Victoria.
I hope I get the same treatment that these guys get. But if we could go two slides forward, I'd like to show you where the hotel is in comparison to UHB. It's actually 3 blocks away. UHB has approximately, I think we're the smallest campus in Texas. We have 19 acres. So we have no space for a housing. In the 81st legislative session, they allowed us to go downward expansion to admit freshmen and sophomores. Right now, we have recruiters in San Antonio, Houston, down in the Valley, and we started pretty late in the process. We started in October, and so far we have 1,702 contacts. These are legitimate contacts that we've sat down with, 206 applicants, not counting 70 athletes coming in as freshmen, and 20 internationals, and 50 that we could put in this dormitory from Victoria College. So we feel very, very fortunate that we can fill this thing up. The maximum capacity is 416 in double occupancy rooms. When we start out, it's going to take about 2 phases to get this thing renovated. So the first phase will hold about 270. And then the second phase, it's actually 2 different buildings. The second phase then will come in online in December. So we'll be ready to go totally by next spring. But in the fall, we should be able to get at least 270 students in that building. The total is $9 million. And what's great about this project is we bought the thing, lock, stock, and barrel, including all the equipment and all the furniture and everything for $19 a square foot. It's a steal. And when we get it completely renovated, it'll be about $19,000 a bed compared to about $50,000 new. Wow. So it's a real bargain. And what we're doing with this bargain is we're passing it on to the students. We did a survey of what everybody else is charging for this type of project, and we're undercharging our students and giving that money back to them. So we're one of the cheapest places in the town. There's the project as you see it. We've gone through a due diligence report. We've done our environmental study. We've got the numbers. They're sound numbers. We feel good about the project. And at this point, that's where we're at. We are doing a remarkable job, I think, in recruiting. And one of the questions asked, why would anybody go to a small town? And I'd like to address that, too, if I could. That's what the parents are saying to us, even in the larger cities. They said, Victoria, we know where it is. It's 2 hours away. If you don't know where Victoria is, we're 2 hours away from everything. 2 hours away from Austin, San Antonio, Houston, hour and a half from Corpus, and 30 minutes from the coast. So we're very attractive to students and to parents because they know they can get to their student very quickly. And I always thought that down in the Valley, we couldn't get students out from the Valley to go anywhere. But that's really changing nowadays. We are really getting flooded with students that are really interested in getting out of the Valley and going somewhere new to a small city that's safe and to a small campus that has personalized touch. So we're doing very well with our recruiting effort, and we're kind of getting a little nervous about that because we are sitting on 19 acres, and if we do very well, we don't know where we're going to put all these students. But that's a good thing to do. And I'm open for questions.
That's a question that I have for you, is that, how do you intend to grow a university? And if I remember correctly, at the last board meeting, one of the board meetings that I've attended here on the coordinating board, y'all did have a 20-something% growth in the last year or two?
We had a 16% growth from last fall to this fall.
Yeah, it was a substantial growth. How do you intend to grow a university, and what's the long-range plans to build a university to serve this region if you only have 19 acres?
Our president, Dr. Tim Hudson, is going to form a master plan session this spring with the community to address that issue. That is an issue.
If you're purchasing, I'm not telling you I'm against the project because you obviously have made a good deal here, but if you're purchasing a property that's close to your present 14 acres? 19 acres?
19 acres.
Yeah. 10 years from now, what are you going to do if enrollment doubles and you don't have a place to put students? Are you going to abandon this location and move somewhere else, or what's?
Well, our plan is to always keep this location. It's a good deal. We can do various things with this. We can do a graduate studies location, and there are others in town also that are interested in this location. In case we do ever want to use it for something else, the hospital is right across the street.
Is there any available property in?
No, sir.
In the immediate?
No, sir.
So you'd have to totally relocate, possibly.
But
you'd have to move the campus to similar to what Texas.
Yeah, they're doing it in phases. They're phasing it.
Texas A&M at Texarkana apparently is doing is moving from their present location, and they were similar to Victoria because they were located on a community college campus, and they're moving to another location.
But they're doing theirs in phases, and that's what we would do. As a matter of fact, we've also talked about our current campus, leaving some of that there for our allied health because of the location next to Victoria College with their allied health and next to the county hospital. So that'd be a great location for that.
But what I'm concerned about is the continual investment in the infrastructure in a small piece of land when the future's not showing any, you don't have a place to grow. And I guess that's a whole new subject for a different time, but that's a concern that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I hate to ask a math question, but this first phase will produce 270 beds?
70 students.
$9 million in expenditure will produce...
Oh, the $9 million in expenditure would produce 416 beds total for the project.
416 beds.
Yeah.
So that's how you got your 19,000
yes,
per bed.
Yes, sir.
But are you building out so you're building out capacity for 416 beds with this $9 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What about your parking in and around this area?
Parking is pretty good. There's an acre and a half in the back that we may have to acquire down the road, but we have 276 parking spaces.
Spots there.
All concrete.
Well, I can't remember the last time I heard of any student housing at $19,000 a bed. And typically it's about $100,000 a bed. Mossy Meadows, sometimes more.
And what's nice about this location is the dining services are included. We'll move our student services over there. Living, learning, I think Virgil said that. I'm going to steal that line from him. I like that living, learning location. And that's what this is going to be.
Well, plagiarism is a popular activity around this board. So. David, did you have a comment?
Yeah, a different kind of question. Your president has announced a 3-year accelerated baccalaureate program. What percentage of the students do you anticipate to be enrolled in that program, and how does that have an impact on your campus master plan?
You know, it's strange. If you look around the country at those 3-year bachelor programs, there's not a whole lot of traction. But we're getting quite a bit of inquiries about that. I don't know, after they get in there a year, they may change their mind because it's very rigorous. You know, you go year-round to school, and you're out in 3 years. You take 30, you take 15, and then 12 in the summertime, so it's a pretty good load. Plus, we're throwing in the overseas component if they want to go overseas for that. But it's getting a lot of traction. Our Dean of Arts and Sciences has that all set up. It plays very well into what we're trying to do. We're trying to get students in, get them through the pipeline and save about $12,000 total off their expenses.
Shouldn't that have some impact on your plans in terms of how you build out, however? I mean, wouldn't you plan your campus differently if your focus is going to be on a 3-year plan in terms of the types of facilities needed, or how how frequently classrooms are going to be needed, how summer is utilized, that type of thing?
What's nice about the 3-year plan is the summertime is usually a little slower for most universities, and this makes them go year-round. And it also up our utilization of the dorms. Right now, if you look at UH Victoria, we're about 55 or 60% online. So our class utilization, as Susan knows, is very low. So we have the capacity to take those students in. Once they get past the sophomore year, a lot of those classes will be online for your D and 3. So we can sustain that capacity.
So what I'm trying to get at is, it seems that you need probably fewer facilities with a combined. You added the online, the 3-year accelerated plan, and so I'm just trying to get at how do you approach that kind of planning differently? I would expect your construction would be different than another campus. Is that correct?
It absolutely is. It does mean that your capacity per square foot is tremendously more, and we're in the midst right now of updating our master plans for all of our institutions. It's one of the things we're looking very closely at. As one of the things we're working with the coordinating board staff on too is what sort of utilization guidelines should you have that take into account those online components. But you're right, it does allow you to be much more efficient in delivering things and hopefully preclude having to build nearly as much.
You know, we have a cost efficiency committee going on at the same time, so part of these questions are stemming from that long-term look at how we spend our resources.
Yeah, and we'll probably looking to, one of the areas that wasn't necessarily part of the original charge, but that we'll be expanding our study into is facilities. So we may well be looking to some of y'all for some feedback and assistance.
We would welcome that. That would be great.
But this certainly could serve with what UHD is doing in the terms of the degree in 3. I'm interested in seeing and watching how that program develops. Because if y'all are successful with it, it could certainly prove, again, to be a model for some of the others to follow. I don't know whether that's a common in Texas higher education. I'm not aware of that program being offered. David, is that common in Texas? I mean, are we seeing very many of those? We seeing other institutions moving towards a degree in 3, or
no, not at this point.
We're going to be watching to see how y'all. I'm going to be watching to see how that plays out and see how successful y'all are in implementing that program, because it certainly would improve our efficiency, and that's one of the charges the governor has given us to become more efficient in how we educate the students of Texas.
We've been
if you guys can do it, then all power to you. Hope you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate the good discussion and information. Are there any further questions specific to this project request? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the U of H Victoria's purchase of 2705 Houston Highway.
So moved.
Motion from Dr. Golden. Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you very much.
the presentation.
Thank you.
The last project's a request from UNT to construct a parking garage and satellite utility plant, and it was included on the consent calendar. So we now move to item 5D. As a point of interest to our committee members, we will streamline this meeting by deferring some of the later informational items or reports to the board meeting. But this next one is a very important item that we wanted to get to, and that's our panel discussion on deferred maintenance. The institutional representatives who are joining us include Alan Goldap, assuming they're still here. As I call your name, come on up to the table. Alan is Associate Vice President for Facility Services with Midwestern State University. Welcome, Alan. Richard Williams, Vice President for Physical Plant with Texas A&M University. Richard, welcome. Spencer Moore, who was just up here and just to come back, Executive Director for Facilities Planning and Construction at U of H. And Rich Escalante, Vice Chancellor, University of North Texas System. And I understand from Susan that y'all have some prepared comments on the issue of deferred maintenance and its funding. So I guess we'll just go left to right. Did Susan fib to me? How'd y'all do in extemporaneous speaking?
Y'all can do this.
One of y'all have prepared. Go ahead. I guess since I'm on this end, I'll start. The deferred maintenance, and I've been in facilities a long time, although I haven't been at Midwestern very long, has always been one of those items that I think confounds is probably a good word. Definitions are not always clear. Discussion between deferred maintenance and capital renewal. And as technology increases, capital renewal and what a facility is actually used for, code changes, many other things of that nature play into this. So deferred maintenance, I don't think, gives you a true picture of sometimes what a university's real needs are to renew their facilities. And that's been something that I think all universities work with all the time. Some simple things, and if you're doing maintenance, it doesn't trigger, but if you're doing certain kinds of renovations, when you trigger ADA and you get into your asbestos cost, that automatically drives up a project without getting you any square footage or any useful, I won't say useful, but doesn't necessarily enhance the normal use of the building. So
One of the things that Texas A&M, obviously, that we have found is that we did hire a full-blown facility condition assessment of about 300 of our buildings, both E&G and auxiliary. In fact, you asked me a question one time about how did it break out on deferred maintenance, capital renewal, and we also have the company also had a term called planned adaptation, which is what Alan just said. It actually broke down at about 50% was capital renewal, 36% was deferred maintenance, and the remaining was actually from planned adaptation type stuff. You saw earlier where Dr. Lofton, one of the buildings is the YMCA, and the YMCA has been sitting there stagnant for the last 4 or 5 years, and as we tear down the back half of that YMCA and put a whole brand new end on it, plus refurbish the front half of it, if you were to look at the deferred maintenance, which we didn't go ahead and take have a company go look at that because we knew what we were going to do with it, but the point being is that would be filled with deferred maintenance or capital renewal needs, and we're not going to use it as a YMCA. So the adaptation part, all 3 of those go into that building. So I was asked a long time ago about definitions of repair, renovation, and construction. And the idea that I use it for there is painting something is all 3. If I'm building a new building and I paint the inside wall, that's construction cost. If I'm fixing an older building and I paint the wall, it could be part of a repair project. And if I just go to do touch-up painting in a room to make it look pretty, that's maintenance. So the thing that I see as an issue for the coordinating board in the state of Texas comes down to these definitions. The definitions of capital renewal and deferred maintenance, they're separate definitions with the coordinating board. A lot of our colleagues that we talk to prefer to use the terms renewals versus, or maybe deferred renewal. Limitations on the percentages, I think that needs to be discussed at length. And the aspect of a university or college has to make sure that the best needs of the university and college are met. And what I don't want to see is CEOs lose their authorities to make the decisions on the aspect of, I have an opportunity maybe to bring a Nobel laureate in, but I need this money to go rehab a building or build a new building at the expense of maybe, whoop, we're not going to go maintain something. Well, that shouldn't be an either or. We should try to make sure that our CEOs have the authorities to work with all parameters to make the education better for the whole state. So those are just some of my observations.
As the other 2 speakers mentioned, that definitions is very important, and there's not a measurable, detailed definition of what deferred maintenance or critical deferred maintenance is. So there's a lot of discussion, quite frankly, on the campuses is where does this fit, and having a measurable or detailed definition is, quite frankly, going to be difficult because of the wide variety of facilities that are being evaluated and the components of those facilities. But it is an important issue for us. The deferred maintenance numbers that I think you look at are useful tools in a broad evaluation of where a campus may be going. But I think you have to be aware of the fact that they're not an exact tool. To give you an example, I was talking to some of the people that do that work for us on our campuses, and they were telling me that 10 years ago we had a very low deferred maintenance dollar figure. Our facilities have not deteriorated greatly since then. They've aged. They've certainly deteriorated. But what has happened is our people have gotten much better at studying and looking at our buildings and trying to plan out the building maintenance. So, in fact, what we report to you continues to grow, both because of the age of the building, but also because they spend more time evaluating those buildings and looking at the various components of those buildings. So as more work is spent in evaluating buildings, our numbers are likely to increase, and people are always concerned, well, if we do that, we can then be penalized because of increased reporting of deferred maintenance. The one other point that I think presents a real challenge for us is the 5% rule. We always look to see if the deferred maintenance is going to exceed 5%. And I think it's not judged solely by the fact that the facilities are getting older and maintenance is being deferred. The 5% factor is based on the latest replacement value of E&G space, while our deferred maintenance includes infrastructure, as we've talked to you about, our chiller system, and that. So you're not necessarily comparing apples with apples in that process. So your percentage of deferred maintenance can in fact be impacted by not just the increase or decrease in the amount of deferred maintenance, but it can be impacted by the values that are given to your existing buildings, which are only part of the factors that need to be considered in deferred maintenance. So there are some challenges. I don't have any easy or even difficult solutions for you. We've, quite frankly, those of us who have been here a while have been on a number of committees that have looked at deferred maintenance and really haven't come up with that ideal solution, but we would certainly want to participate in that. I think the fact that you have some criteria, but we do have a vehicle by putting an action plan together to explain how we're addressing it is a prudent way to deal with deferred maintenance. But I think there may be some other tools that you might want to look at. Many of our campuses put together capital plans where we look at revenues and expenditures. What revenues can be devoted to reducing those deferred maintenance? What revenues can be devoted to new buildings, to renovating buildings, to meeting that wide range of capital needs? And perhaps some evaluation or presentation of those type of plans put deferred maintenance in the broader perspective that one needs to look at what was mentioned just recently on how do you deal with existing buildings and the ever-changing use of buildings. The other thing that I would suggest is there's no criteria relative to energy conservation. And our energy costs are incredible on our campuses. And every time we come and make a presentation, we talk about whether we're going to meet silver or gold LEED certification, because it means real dollars in the long run. And this is, energy conservation is not a factor. Now, you still see, I think, a lot of presentations today talked about energy conservation and reducing your energy costs, but that, quite frankly, is not a consideration that I can determine any definition of deferred maintenance. So you may want to think about broadening the scope of that to include that kind of issue. So we enjoy participating in any work that you're going to do to try to develop a solution. Charlie Jackson from our UNT Denton campus has been doing this for a long time, and he indicated he'd be more than willing to assist you in any kind of work you're going to do, because it's an important issue for them.
He volunteered. You're not throwing him under the bus.
No, actually, he volunteered. He did volunteer.
All right. Spencer?
Thank you. I find it interesting. I've been here at the University of Houston 6 months, and perhaps I'm on this committee because I've had some conversations with the CB staff on what is the definition of deferred maintenance. So it's interesting that there's a common theme here of defining what it is. Just specifically at the university, as we saw earlier, there's a new landscape at the University of Houston with all of the new construction projects and the capital that we're planning. We also spoke about the space management, how we're looking at that, and we've also now are focusing on our CRDM and our maintenance side, where we've hired a new executive director of maintenance and operations. And one of the things we're doing is going back and looking at all of our past projects and also the MP2 and MP4s and trying to determine what exactly is the definitions and all the requirements for that. I think, as Dave alluded to in his presentation, we are some of the deferred maintenance with the central plant, and we are looking at some of the energy issues with that. But I guess what I would have to say would just a central theme or establish a true definition of the CRDM or the deferred maintenance definition.
Well, in the last 2 years, one of the reasons we wanted to do this panel is you heard me refer to this earlier, perhaps, as the elephant that's in the room. Every institution, every campus has to deal with this challenge of what speaking of the multiple definitions, what I've heard referred to over the years is 3R work. and I don't know that I've got the R's right, but repair, renovation, and repurposing, which I assume is similar to adaptation. And anecdotally, the numbers, are perceived as being quite large, and yet no one is dealing with this from a statewide policy level very effectively. And my concern goes to the fact that, in just conversations, is that this is the last thing that gets plugged into the budget, and it's budgeted at whatever's essentially left over after other priorities are dealt with. And that may be an oversimplification of the approach, but I think we can appreciate the difficulty that our institutions have in funding, deferred maintenance or related type of work, because it's not sexy. It's not appealing to donors. It's not appealing to legislators. The Dennis Golden re-roofing project is not something that people jump out there and want to give money for. But yet it's a critical expense that perhaps looms larger and larger while we collectively bury our heads in the sand and don't deal with it. So, really what we're trying to do with this panel is simply jumpstart a dialogue to get this on the table and out in the light and begin to deal with it. I think some of you may have served on the capital funding task force that my predecessor, Neil Adams, formed 2 or 3 years ago. And there was a recommendation, or at least the outline of a recommendation, to create a matching state matching fund program. The idea was that the state would match what the institution budgeted up to, in the range I think was a total of 0.75 to 1.25% from each half. That's sort of a benchmark range of appropriate. The combination would therefore be 1.5 to 2.5%, so called the midpoint 2%, 1% from the institution, 1% from the state. That's sort of a benchmark budget figure that the national organizations made up of professionals like yourselves put out there. Now, how accurate that is for meeting the needs of what you're describing is, I don't know that any of us have any idea. Just trying to guess at a statewide number. I know, Texas A&M has recently published a report that Richard alluded to earlier with a 10-year program for all 3 categories of work that you talked about, of about $1.5 billion, $150 million a year.
And that was, just so you also understand, a part of that was also for auxiliary services, not all E&G. One thing we found out from the report I'd like to mention is when we're talking about the capital renewal aspects of a building, or even what we would classify through the state definition of deferred maintenance, the companies are going to come in and say you need to replace the whole HVAC system, and it may be $30 million or something in one of these buildings to do that. Well, we're not going to replace the whole HVAC system. So when you add that dollar value into that report, it gets jumped a lot. So we have to go back through, which we are doing now, and vetting each one of those buildings against the report. Because we may well just change out the control systems, or you may not have to change out ducts or anything like that. You have to change out some pumps, but they're looking at it replace system, where we're looking at it, whoa, maybe we're just replacing some parts in this system. Plus, we're going to run into other issues, and that'll be you need that extra building a lot of times for that renovation. If you're going to go major renovations, then you're going to have to find an extra building and do the domino, like Dr. Lofton was talking about with the dormitories or the residence halls. So we did all this based on about 5 years ago with our finance officers and our then current president really wanting to get some fact base behind what we needed to try to go look for the future to take care of the existing buildings. And it's really helped us, because just on the small end, we've been able to increase our deferred maintenance budget line item with the school. So that's a positive, going in the right direction. And
are you letting us take credit for part of that?
No, I'm letting Dr. Lofton take credit.
Okay.
But he's not here. But he's not here. I hope you're watching on this streaming video, boss.
I bet.
So, but anyway, we all want to do the right things. We all want to take care of the campuses. I think when we get to the definitions, there's another couple definitions that need to be looked at. Is the replacement value? I will guarantee you what our company that we hired, its replacement value of what they said we have is way different what the state says our replacement value is. People use all different types of formulas across the country to do this. Some universities won't even use the shell of the building to even count against anything because the shell's going to be there. So they won't let that count against the deferred maintenance, and they also won't let it count against capital renewal. And another light of the discussion, which Tom and I had a little bit earlier today, was the fact that you could give me all the capital renewal dollars in the world to take care of a building, and after I did it, or we did it, we still have a 1970 building that nobody likes, but it works. And because it's still the 1970 vintage of a building like, 60s or 70s like Zachary. So those are some of the things that are challenging to us.
Well, you bring up some excellent points, and I want to give the members a chance to ask questions. But what we really want to do is find a way to allow the institutions to get the real figures on the table. And it sounds like the first step is we need to come up with some standard statewide definitions that there's at least 80% consensus on, just to get the conversation started and have a common nomenclature with the legislature, because this has got to be fairly clear messaging, when you're going to the public or to policymakers. But anyway, having said that, Brenda, it looked like you had some questions.
So right now there is not a consolidated report statewide that shows how much we're lagging in deferred maintenance, especially in critical issues or safety issues.
There's a report that
we see.
Goes to the
especially interested
rolls up the MP2 and MP4.
MP2 and MP4 reports. Y'all do see those.
Does it show a difference between critical deferred maintenance and safety issues? Okay.
Right.
And then does it also address useful lives and how
it doesn't
far past we are in useful lives?
It doesn't talk about capital renewal
and
that kind of stuff.
You could be at an average of useful life plus X.
Right, and it doesn't get down to that level of detail for every building in the state. Most of the campuses have that information for their own campus, but getting down to that kind of detail on a statewide level gets us into volumes more information than we have had. But most of the institutions do have the capital renewal, when they can expect to have to replace that sort of thing.
But we're lagging or significantly lagging right now in the funding for overall deferred maintenance. How much? Give us, throw out some dollars or percentages or something.
1.5. I can't remember. He's been looking at that recently. I think they just.
Can we get that?
Sure, we can get that report.
Preliminary numbers.
We just got this in. We don't have the report.
Is it hot?
It's hot. Total is about $600 million for 2010.
And is that just
that we're lagging in funding? And what was funded?
That is up to each institution. The state does not give a pot of money for deferred maintenance.
Right, but we're lagging $600 million out of.
What is the out of?
But how can we say that if we don't have a common definition? Yeah,
well that's the point I'm driving at.
Which we're going to have to get there, but for now,
that
at
is
least
the
we have
deferred
some sort of
maintenance
ballpark.
Why don't you come on up to the table?
At least we have some sort of ballpark with the information we have now.
Well, and see, what we're getting is what's reported according to the current rules, but there are, again, this is my opinion, there are both institutional and CB standards and rules that disincentivize institutions from getting everything out into the light because it's just not practical to budget it or afford it. And furthermore, if they don't meet certain percentages, the institution can be penalized. So part of the discussion that we want to engage in over the whatever period of time it takes is, how do we get this out into the daylight? with institutions not, having to worry about, any artificial penalties, and at the same time, not that anyone here would do this, but not letting the camel's nose under the tent and calling something deferred maintenance when it's not. So it goes right back to the first point these gentlemen made, which was the need for definition.
So the report may be lacking.
I would guess it would be more likely to be underreported than overreported.
And I've been hearing that for time.
So the problem's getting bigger, perhaps year by year. Can we assume that?
We have some campuses, we have a lot of campuses that were started in the 70s and that sort of thing, so they are starting to really come online as far as needing.
Partly where they are in their life cycle, partly where the change in technology and teaching and student interaction with the campus are. And I think it's partly, I don't know that it's getting worse so much as it's just an inherent system of underreporting that's just in the nature of a multiple set of rules about this.
I'm sorry.
I would suggest maybe the easiest way to go about it isn't to look back at all the buildings that we have, and they're all disparate, and some have asbestos and some have this problems, and central chiller and non, because they're so different. But I would really encourage us to look at what we're doing now. We're instead of continuing to add to the problem in current construction projects, the easiest thing to do, and I've participated in this before, is look at the building and determine how much money would you have to fund in an endowment fund. What percent of bricks and mortars would you have to set aside as some reasonable conservative drawdown to pay for these future refurbishments? Is it a roof or is it painting? And you'll find that the process is a heck of a lot easier to do it when it's a new building, and you've got your accounting rules on useful life and reality, and you don't think about these things when you're building. You build a new stadium, you've got a rug you put down, you got to replace it every 8 years. You don't sink money. Set money aside for that. Unless you're forced to on the front end. So I would say we probably ought to take a very hard look at new construction. And we looked at some $600 million worth of new construction today, and if it's a 35 cents on every dollar of bricks and mortar, that's how much money we, the institution, the system needs to set aside specifically for that building, so that one's taken care of, and then you address your problems as they become more important to you. But I don't see how you can go backwards and try to make the decision on a 1950s building whether or not to encapsulate the asbestos, or tear it down and build a new building. We haven't addressed the real problem. So I'd do it in a real world, current, new building basis.
Well, I think you raise a good point, but there's just no way around the fact that our institutions have an inventory of buildings that represents a taxpayer investment. But you can look at it two ways. You can look at what do we do about the current inventory, but also is there a logical approach we should take to preventing this in the future with new projects going forward? What your suggestion, would be a way to try to address dealing with this same problem 20 and 30 years down the road.
And I'm no doctor, but do no harm. Let's fix the problem of what we're doing today, and I think it'll give us a lot of answers on what may or may not be refurbishment and replacement. It'll help us sift through and find a solution. I don't know what that is now, but
I think that's an important comment that makes note of a lack of policy in the area, where if we have a rational policy going forward, things will be okay, and we can deal with the inventory some other way, but dealing with the inventory shouldn't preclude a development of a rational policy.
Right. I think you can separate those and discuss both. Elaine?
I was going to ask you referenced some other task forces or discussion groups that you had been on prior. Are there gold nuggets of information that we can cull out from some previous activities, or why haven't they been successful, I guess? Maybe it's the wrong
I think it's quite frankly the difficulty of the subject matter. In prior committee that I know we looked at a whole range of things. This was just one of them, but no one could devote the time and had the resources to spend the time developing a new set of criteria to apply to the wide variety of facilities that we were evaluating. And I think that this is an important issue, but there's no real easy answer. And I think on some of the committees that we've served on, it was just one of many items that we were reviewing, and we just didn't have the resources and the time to devote to coming up with a solution.
So what would you suggest as a process improvement, or what our chairman is envisioning as a go-forward discussion to tackle this issue? What could we do better this time around?
I think having perhaps a survey of what other states are doing and how they're to address this situation. I think looking at the whole method of funding, and I know everyone's concerned about future TRBs, but many of our institutions are looking. Do you ask for a tuition revenue bond project to be a new chiller system, or do you need to ask for a new academic building? And if you don't ask for that academic building, there are students you can't admit. There's programs you can't undertake, and so tying this to the funding mechanism, I also think is important.
When you say this, you're talking about deferred maintenance?
Tying deferred maintenance into trying to seek some funding for, if not total deferred maintenance. I think one of the things that does provide some degree of payback, if we can be creative, is in the area of energy conservation and reducing our energy costs.
Are you talking about what Wallace mentioned in the initial funding project to include deferred maintenance?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting concept, and it's just how are you going to allocate your resources, the limited resources that you have available. Clearly, showing that figure of deferred maintenance, if it's a real figure somewhere, is important in such a large number. How do you deal with it? But coming up with some method to deal with future buildings is, I think, what you're talking about. How do you address a new building coming online? Should you set a reserve for maintenance or for renovation of that building? That's an interesting subject, and I've, quite frankly, on other times where this has been discussed, I don't know that that's ever been raised as an alternative.
So just the process is what I was really trying to get to. I know you don't have the answers at this point, but the process, a group that is focused solely on deferred maintenance, it sounds like, would be a process improvement from other groups that have come together. What else could make a group come together that would help us get to the answers that we need? What else would be valuable? What can be different than didn't happen from the past groups?
I think the only thing I could suggest is that I know the staff of the coordinating board is very busy, and I don't think that any of the institutions or the systems have people sitting around. It's quite a busy time for all of us, as you see by the number of projects that we're undertaking. So devoting some kind of resources to research and try to address this problem, not just by, quite frankly, by having some of us come and meet once a month. We'll do that. Happy to do that. But I think there's some additional support needed. And I know by the amount of times that we're dealing with the coordinating board staff, I know they're busy and don't have the time probably to focus resources to this complex subject.
Well, and it sounds to me like there are two issues. One is for the existing deferred maintenance and how we're going to potentially pay for that as a higher education system and as a state. And two is, how do we avoid getting into this exact same situation for every building that we approve from here on? So from my way of thinking, the only answer to the first question is money. Well, if we don't have money, then the best answer we can come up with is, how do we keep this from happening in the future? And I think Mr. Hall's suggestion of establishing a reserve or sinking fund for every building that comes through here provides the best answer for avoiding having this discussion in the future with respect to all new buildings. Now, it doesn't solve the $600 million we've got sitting out there in estimated or real, however you want to discuss the definitions of it, but deferred maintenance costs. And, from that perspective, if you were in private industry, I think there would have to be some measures set aside to allow you to set up a sinking fund or a, roof replacement fund that could be up to 10% of the cost of the building. And for higher education, I know this has been discussed in the past. I know it's been discussed at A&M because I brought it up at A&M in past times. So it's definitely not brand new thought in higher education. But in terms of how to deal with those two different kinds of issues, is that reasonable that those are the answers? We've got to figure out something for the future, and we've got to have money to resolve the past?
It is the argument for the future on the capital renewal costs. If you put a sinking fund in place, we also know you can figure that out on a brand new building right now, and those costs become astronomical. When you do those sinking funds, that means you're going to tie up resources.
Yeah.
Now that you're going to say we're not going to use those resources, and if you do that to each facility, you can do a life cycle cost on them now. You can go figure out what that sinking fund is, and you need to. It's going to be some money.
Yeah,
it's both money.
It makes it a priority, is what it makes it.
I'm not suggesting that you go, get the whole number right now, and you have to go raise, so many billions of
no,
dollars.
sir, I understand.
But the reality of it is, and y'all face it all the time. You've got a donor who gave you a building years ago, and now you've got the decision on what to do with it. Well, they didn't endow that building, and so now you've got a problem. So when you're out there raising money for new buildings and you're trying to get somebody to give something, put their name on it, it's not $100, it's $130, $150 they need to give, and what they're ensuring is that their gift is going to be enduring, not just these deferred maintenance that we don't know what they are, until decades later, and then here they are. The only thing enduring is our, cost inflation of higher ed. And this is a place we need to, I think we all have to address stopping that by, building by building, because you can lower your inflation on this on education by doing this, but it takes a while. It takes a lot of money.
APA wrote a small booklet on that. It's called Buildings, the Gifts That Keep on Taking.
That's perfect.
Wait a minute. Tom, do you have a copy of that book?
Oh, I'm sure I could get one.
I have
Dr. Golden?
I've seen where we have actually used HEAF dollars that was designated by the legislature for deferred maintenance projects, and David Irwin sitting in the audience, for instance, that science building that we specifically asked for HEAF dollars to renovate that old science building on campus. Now, that money wasn't approved for a new project. It was approved and earmarked specifically to renovate that old facility. So I think the legislature at times, through their lawmaking ability, can earmark X number of dollars to help us keep those facilities up.
Institutions receive the HEAF, some institutions receive the HEAF funding annually, and it is earmarked for
specific projects.
No, it is actually open to the institution. The institution can earmark it for capital improvement projects if they would like to, or deferred maintenance or any of that kind of stuff. That is actually up to the institution.
So it's at the discretion of the individual institution. Then why can't we can we formulate some type can we integrate in our decision-making process that when institutions come to us requesting our approval for new facilities, that a certain percentage of the total amount of dollars that we approve for that individual institution has to be earmarked for deferred maintenance, not necessarily new projects and new buildings. In other words,
the application that we turn in now does indicate how much deferred maintenance will be taken care of in the renovated facility.
Right.
It does give a number.
Are we asked to approve that amount of money?
When they come in, I think what Alan's talking about is when they come in for a building, if it's going to handle part of the deferred maintenance, they tell us how much of their deferred maintenance on campus. So if they have a $100,000 or $100 million.
We're over $600 million behind, according to this report that y'all just handed us. Now, what I'm trying to find out is how can we begin to make a dent, or how can we get control of that decreasing dollar amount? And if the institutions are, what I see happening is they continually come to us as an agency requesting our approval for new projects. I haven't heard anybody come before me that I can remember asking for approval of renovation.
Some of these there are a couple of these that are renovations, like the Moody Towers, and that is taking care of part of their deferred maintenance. Some of the renovation projects that have come before the board do take care of deferred maintenance issues.
Obviously, we're not doing enough because we would be $600 million behind. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to figure out that whatever the process that's in place and whatever policy is in place is not, we're getting further behind.
And the coordinating board
I think
can
what the chairman is wanting us to do is to
put more of a focus on deferred
addressing that.
Well, what we want to do today is get this discussion started. Now, we have a vehicle, Dennis, that in the advisory committee on cost efficiency and the requirement by the governor and also some of the House's interim charges that give us a vehicle to include some sort of long-term policy solutions as part of that recommendation. If we can formulate some common sense and practical solutions, keep them from being too complicated. So I don't think we're going to answer it today. But we do have an opportunity in the coming year, in anticipation of the coming legislative session, to begin to plow the ground with some recommendations that may be long-term recommendations. They may not happen overnight, but if we don't get this out in the light of day, we may not, as a state, be fiscally responsible stewards with what we're doing with our facilities going into the future. And where I think we ought to focus is not only on Wallace's ideas about preventing this from growing any further in the future, but also what are those areas that where would it be prudent to find a way to fund some things over the next, pick a term, 5 years, 10 years, that will save us money 20 and 30 years down the road. And I think that's where some of the energy efficiency issues come into play as an example. So we were about 45 minutes into this panel discussion today. If we could find the answers, I'd keep going today. But what I do want to start is the process. So we may need to re-engage your thoughts with that Cost Efficiency Advisory Committee. Rich, you sit on that committee.
Yes.
We also, I think, there's some other actions. We may be able to do some of the research that would help inform a more useful, more productive discussion of possible solutions. And we can kind of take a look at how we might gather research on best practices from other states, which was suggested in the conversation.
I don't understand all the mechanisms for why an institution might get penalized for coming forth with transparency on this, but whatever.
Part of it is a coordinating board rule. It is 5% rule.
Whatever that is that we have any control over, I would suggest that we're well suited if we encourage all the institutions to get all this information out, not be penalized, so we know the scope of the problem and the need.
Okay.
I sympathize with y'all. It's a real ongoing problem, and it affects all your decisions on master plan.
It's a big problem.
Great.
A lot of responsibility.
In the master plans that institutions provide, is deferred maintenance part of the master plan?
They submit a plan to us for deferred maintenance and how much they have and how they plan to take care of that along.
That's what this rolls up here.
Right. This is how much they have, and then there will be a 5-year plan how to take care of parts of that. What they plan to take care of as far as funding issues.
Is there an opportunity for us to know that the institution has thought about, which I'm sure you have, but we're going to build this cool thing instead of taking care of deferred maintenance? I mean, is that might be useful to have, to know the rationale.
We can go back with the institutions and look at their master plan and what they plan to do, what's going to take care of it.
Absent a magic wand, I think hard decisions are probably...
There's some very hard decisions out there to be made.
Well, and it's often easier to get money from the legislature to pay for a building which can be seen as a boon to the economy of the local community, whereas changing out the chillers really doesn't get the media attention that you might. That's right.
I would like to say one thing about critical deferred maintenance, and I can only talk for Texas A&M at College Station. We don't report any critical deferred maintenance because we don't have any. So, and if you read that definition, it's the impairment of the mission or the safety of your faculty, staff, and students. And so I want to assure everybody that I'll talk from my other colleagues here. We're making sure these campuses are safe, and what we do there is quite livable for our people. Now, so I want to make sure that never gets mixed up with.
I understand that. I'm just.
That we are doing our operational mission.
Yeah, of course.
As facility people, we would all love more money to take care of everything we got.
That would definitely solve it. But I guess I'm just interested in whether, the sort of the campus-wide consideration of all the buildings and their long life, and whether they're going to be renovated or knocked down, and how it all comes out of the mix. And I think it's a lot easier to go to the legislature and ask for funds if you know for sure that your campuses have that all figured out, and they do need these funds.
Yeah. Well, that's where we come to the line of do all the right assessments and then say, well, we're over that number. We want to make sure that we can get it out in the light of day.
Susan, do we have someone who's going to kind of project manage this effort within your department? What I would encourage everybody to do, because we've got to move on the agenda, is get your thoughts, your questions, your emails to Tom as a sort of our pivot point, our point guard here, and then he can pass them to experts who can help get us some answers. There are a lot more things I'd like to drill down into myself, and we need to do that. But let's look at this as a process that we're going to attack in 2010 and try to move the ball down the field on standardizing definitions and coming up with some policy ideas that we can begin to gain traction on. So, gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate your time and wading through this rather lengthy meeting. It's been very useful.
Thank you.
Agenda items 5E and 5F were on the consent calendar. So our next action item is agenda item 5G. You've got a goldenrod supplemental agenda item for this. This is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to the reallocation of unused fiscal year 09 Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act funds for use in program year 09 to 10. And McGregor's going to present this item.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. These are funds that have been left unexpended from FY09 and that we are carrying forward into the FY10 fiscal year, obviously. There are three different types of funds. The Perkins Basic Grants, which come on the first two white pages behind the goldenrod. The Perkins Tech Prep allocations, which are on page 3. And so those two allocation types have funds that the institutions either did not spend or had planned to spend but just didn't get it done before the end of the fiscal year. These funds are then pooled together and they are reallocated based upon the total allocation strategy that was used for FY10. And so those funds from FY09 are just redistributed under the basic grants based upon the FY10 allocation, and then on page 3 for the tech prep allocations, those institutions will also receive the reallocation for the tech prep funds that were unexpended in FY09. These are strictly carry forward. You can see that it's about a little less than 10% of the total budgets for FY10, in the basic allocations and less than 5% in the tech prep allocations. So although these are significant dollars that will help the institutions, we are simply reallocating these so that the institutions get the full benefit of the dollars available.
Questions or discussion?
Move approval. Second.
A motion from Dr. Phillips and a second from Elaine Mendoza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same item, or same sign. Items H, I, and J under Roman numeral 5 are informational only, requiring no action. So those reports I'm proposing will be deferred to our upcoming board meeting in January. So if there's no objection, we'll move to item K. Item K is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to a request from Tarleton State University to change the designation of the off-campus site in Fort Worth from a teaching site to a single institution center. McGregor's going to explain to us what that means.
Thank you very much. Basically, this is just a nomenclature change where, based upon the number of degree programs that are offered, Tarleton State University in Fort Worth now has enough programs where we want to change them from being a teaching site, which is a little bit less oversight. There's a little less oversight on a teaching site. The institution is able to kind of operate as they choose to. Under the single institution center, there's more oversight and gives them a consolidated position to operate from in the Fort Worth area. They're actually consolidating two sites, one at 6777 Camp Bowie and one at 1501 Enderley Place, into this single institution center, and will allow them to operate hopefully more effectively, and will also give them a stronger argument or discussion to make when they come forward asking for additional programs to be offered in that location. And this is an opportunity for Tarleton State University. Sorry, I have a hard time because I'm used to saying Tarleton Central Texas, so I get caught up on that. But they are able to go ahead and offer additional courses as they come through the coordinating board and are approved.
Questions or discussion, members? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the staff's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Wallace and Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Incidentally, you do have materials you can take with you on the items we skipped over, the reports for items H and J. So be sure and take those with you. We'll be ahead of the game by the time our board meeting rolls around. L&M, we're on our consent calendar, so the next item is item 5N. Consideration of adopting the staff recommendation relating to a request from Texas A&M Commerce for a new bachelor's degree with a major in construction engineering. Gregor, that sounds like a useful thing.
Thank you very much. Some people seem to be predisposed. I understand that. Dr. Randy Broom and Dr. Hal Langford from A&M Commerce are here. This construction engineering program is one that received over approximately $1 million in ARA funds. They are using those funds to help renovate 5 different labs for this program. They are not planning to take students in the program until 2011. In other words, they're not going to be offering the courses toward the degree until 2011. But during that time, they're going to be adding additional resources to the library to support the program. They're going to be adding the 3 necessary faculty, full-time equivalent faculty to the program, and we'll be completing the labs, and we'll have the labs completed at least as soon as they are needed when in the individual programs in the course of study require them. So that was the agreement that we came to allow them to go ahead and start moving forward and to take advantage of the $1 million in ARA stimulus funds now, and to give them the authority to do that, even though they don't have all the faculty in place that we would normally expect to have before authorizing a program. And basically, they have agreed not to take any students until they have met the 3 faculty requirement, the expenditures for the library and that they have the labs ready for the classes that they're going to offer. So for that reason, they are also going to be phasing out the construction science program, which will be able to transition those students into the construction engineering program. And for that reason, we believe that there will be sufficient demand, not only from those students, but in the Metroplex area for additional construction engineering students. And with the additional startup funds that they've received, we believe that they have the ability to make a good go of it, and we recommend approval.
How many students in construction science will be phased out?
I believe that there were about 40 total students in construction science, but obviously they will be able to be taught out, or if they choose to, can transfer to construction engineering if that works for them. So it's just a matter of the timing.
Members, questions or discussion? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
So moved.
Motion from Dr. Phillips.
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item O was on the consent calendar. Item P is also informational, a discussion item only because the public comment period is not expired yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we will defer that unless there's an objection to the January 28th board meeting. Hearing no objection, we move right along. Item Q is
On the consent?
is on the consent calendar, both 1 and 2 under item Q. So that leads us to the last item on our agenda for today is agenda item 5R, consideration of approval of the proposed interagency contract and transfer of administrative funds and full-time equivalent positions to the Texas Department of State Health Services in accordance with contingency rider 17.49 for HB 2154 relating to the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program. Background on this is the 81st Ledge authorized up to $22 million for the current biennium for loan repayments to physicians participating in the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program under House Bill 2154. Additionally, the contingency rider for the bill increased the coordinating board's bill pattern by 4 FTEs and authorized an agreement with the Department of State Health Services for the transfer of appropriations and full-time equivalents from us to them in order to perform the duties required by the legislature. The Assistant Commissioner for Business and Support Services, the estimable Dan Weaver, will be available to answer any questions or explain what I just read.
Well, you did a splendid job reading, and it's only been 6 hours and 20 minutes since the first time I was up here today, so y'all have been here for a very long time, and I won't keep you any longer.
So it's your fault.
It's all Dan's
My
fault.
Yeah, he keeps talking.
Harsh.
I was telling one of my esteemed colleagues that it's very rare that you get up to speak to the committee of your stature, so you want to take the opportunity whenever it's given to you to make a few brief comments. I'll make them very brief. Lisa Mahler, who is our Director of Loan Program Operations for a very long time, retired at the end of November. She was instrumental in crafting this particular strategy. I wanted to make sure I gave her props for all the hard work that she did on this particular program and for her 33 years of service with the coordinating board. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Chair, you did an excellent job of couching this particular item, and I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
I mean, in a nutshell, what we're doing is transferring some funding and 4 full-time equivalents to a department better able to handle the responsibility.
It's a collaborative effort between the State Human Services and the coordinating board. Functionally, they get about 80% of the money. We get about 20% of the money. We're putting the strengths of their department and the strengths of our department and divvying up the FTEs accordingly.
All right. Any questions or discussion, members?
I have a brief question. I understand this is up to $160,000 of loan forgiveness, up to $40,000 per year. Depending upon how long the physician or dentist practices in an underserved area, is there a requirement that physician or dentist participate in the state Medicaid program and or the CHIPS program? And the reason I'm asking that is because, particularly in the area of dental care, that's where the real shortage is that a lack of providers that are participating in those particular programs. So if a dentist goes into an underserved area and chooses not to participate in the state Medicaid program or the CHIPS program, I guess it's not up to us at this point because the legislature's already acted on it, but it's really not going to help anything. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm deferring to our experts in the medical field. I'm sorry. Is Kimmy going to come bail me out? Are you going to come?
You can start talking while you're walking.
There's going to be priority put on Medicaid.
So that the provider will have to be active
She's walking off to
in the Texas Medicaid program as a requirement to get their loan repaid.
Yes, they have to do full, they have to do service. So their priorities, and they're also priorities on a different spectrum. There's going to be priority on care, their issues with family medicine, pediatrics, and someone on psychiatrists and
Urology.
Tammy knows way more than I know. All right.
Vote and walk at the
I'm
same time.
Cami Contreras, and I'm trying to hobble along in Lisa Stiletto's that are presently vacant. So the eligibility requirements are going to be outlined on our website here shortly. The primary consideration is whether or not the physician is providing service in a health professional shortage area. And since Department of State Health Services makes those recommendations to designate the certain counties and portions of counties as HIPSAs, then that is one reason why we're having them handle the priorities of the physicians who apply.
The question I'm asking is that if that physician goes to an underserved area and he chooses to close his door on Medicaid patients, then he's not going to really be, it's not going to help us.
No, there's the other reason that the program is being predominantly administered by Health and Human Services or Department of State Health Services is because they are also administering the Children's Medicaid, and there is some overlap between these two programs. But one of the requirements is that they do accept Medicaid enrollees and CHIP enrollees. They don't have the same target number as the Children Medicaid program, but it is still consistent with that.
Thank you. That clarifies my question.
I move to pass it.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from everybody else. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That concludes our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion from Dr. Golden, second from everybody else. All in favor, please stand up and leave the table.